Chapter 36-20. The shouts stopped, the great formation broke open, and such a large group of people suddenly appeared inside. Those mountain split sect disciples were shocked as well. The clamor that soared into the sky suddenly turned silent, appearing extremely abrupt, and actually made people feel somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, looking around, the gazes of the several hundred disciples were quickly attracted by Su Yan and the others. Most of these people who joined the mountain split sect didn't have high cultivations and were young, so when had they ever seen so many stunning beauties? For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, and a few of them even opened their mouths wide, completely unaware of what was happening. The beguiling demon queen even smiled charmingly at them, causing several young people to groan on the spot as blood flowed from their noses, all of them exclaiming in their hearts, "She actually smiled at me." At this moment, Zhou Cheng hurriedly rushed over and glanced at the mountain split sect disciples outside the spirit array, frowned, and ignored them, instead turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Palace Master Yang, the matter just now has not been settled yet, please give us an explanation." Palace Master Yang? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master almost jumped up in fright when he heard this. Since they had come to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble, how could they not know who the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace was? This was the guy who had disobeyed the Great Emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, escaping from the Great Emperors and then being hunted down by Li Wu Yi. This person's name was Yang Kai. His name matched, and his appearance matched the legend as well. He was a handsome and extraordinary young man. This person was actually the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Yang Kai. Didn't they say he had betrayed the star boundary, become the demon race, and went to the demon race's territory? How could he appear here? Could it be that he had returned from the demon race's territory? But that couldn't be right. After what happened back then, how could he dare to return to the star boundary? Right at this moment, a young man who was holding a flag at the back suddenly shouted righteously, "Evil demon, die." Not only did he shout, but he also stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. Shouts rang out once more as hundreds of people shouted once more. The middle-aged venerable emperor's face was extremely pale and his body was trembling. He wished he could turn around and kill all the disciples he had painstakingly recruited on the spot. Now, the cheers of his disciples were no longer cheering for him. They were simply putting him on a bonfire. He was terrified and uneasy in his heart, but he forced himself to be calm on the surface. The disciples were all watching, so he couldn't lose too much face. Today, he had come to make a name for the mountain split sect. If he didn't handle it well, not to mention accepting disciples in the future, it was hard to say whether he could keep the mountain split sect's property. Demons? Yang Kai glanced at the hundreds of people and smiled faintly. Today, there was already more than one person who had said this to him. Just now, the first sentence that Zhou Cheng had said to him was that he was a demon. Now, he actually heard it from a group of strangers. It seemed that his reputation in the star boundary was completely ruined. However, Yang Kai didn't care. When he accepted the request of the great emperors to enter and become the demon race's territory, he had already expected today's situation. The words of others passed through his ears, so he didn't take them to heart. The large flag in the crowd was too conspicuous. It was blood red and had large black and gold words on it, so it was difficult not to notice it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab it. He was clearly hundreds of meters away, but by the time he pulled back, the large flag had already been caught. The disciples holding the flag suddenly saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. How could the flag in the hands of others be so similar to their own? They looked up at their own flag. Where was it? Only then did they understand that their flag had been snatched away. Mountain split sect? Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged venerable emperor. The middle-aged venerable emperor's throat was on fire and his mouth was dry, but he held his sword behind his back with one hand and formed a seal in front of him with the other. He had the demeanor of an expert. "Yes, this king is Li Kai Shan, and the sect I founded is naturally the mountain split sect. May I ask if your excellency is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace? That's me. Yang Kai nodded gently. What advice does Sect Master Li have? How could he dare to have any advice? Li Kaishan only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, the further the better. Although Palace Master Yang had a pleasant expression on his face, Li Kaishan couldn't help but feel his blood run cold, as if there was an invisible guillotine hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Calming himself down, Li Kaishan said, I heard that Palace Master Yang became the demon race back then and became the demon race. The High Heaven Palace was also listed as an evil sect and was cursed by everyone. Therefore, this Li brought his disciples here to defend the Tao and eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary. However, seeing Palace Master Yang's righteous aura now, this Li is afraid there has been some misunderstanding. This Li was rash, so I hope Palace Master Yang can forgive me. Yang Kai smiled, you are not mistaken, and there is no misunderstanding. This king did indeed become the demon race and become the demon race. As soon as he said this, Li Kaishan was stunned, Su Yan and the others were stunned, and Meng Wuya and the others were also stunned. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai looked perfectly normal at the moment. How could there be any sign of a misfire that would become the demon race? A misfire that would become the demon race would cause one to lose one's mind and not recognize one's relatives. In the worst case, one's cultivation would be crippled and one would perish. However, Yang Kai looked perfectly fine no matter how they looked at him, so they just thought he was talking nonsense. Li Kaishan forced a laugh. Palace Master Yang is joking. Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, and said faintly, do I look like I'm joking? As soon as he finished speaking, rolling demonic qi gushed out from his body. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black qi, and only his eyes reflected a terrifying light. The black qi on the surface of his body was extremely evil, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If this wasn't demonic qi, then what was it? Su Yan and the others had strange looks in their eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. To them, there was no difference whether Yang Kai become the demon race or not become the demon race. Meng Wuya and the others looked worried. They glanced at each other and thought of 3 words at the same time, demonic path. Li Kaishan, on the other hand, turned pale with fright and took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic qi, with a face full of shock and disbelief. In his heart, he screamed that the rumors were true. This person had actually become the demon race. There was no reason for anyone to become the demon race. He had provoked him first, so how could he have a good ending? Therefore, when he saw the demonic qi rolling, Li Kaishan's first thought was to quickly leave this place. But how could he leave? He didn't know when, but the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the more he was bound. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. But this scene was completely different in the eyes of the hundreds of disciples. Their own sect was facing the demonic qi, but he was indifferent, as steady as an immovable mountain. Their morale was greatly boosted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. In the pitch-black demonic qi, a pair of scarlet eyes jumped like flames. His tone was gloomy, you just said that you want to eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary. Li Kaishan kept his mouth shut. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. The blood in his chest was rolling, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, blood would gush out. If you really want to, you should go to the Western Territory. Why are you looking for wild food in front of my door? Yang Kai sneered, there are countless demon race there. Sect Master Li can kill however he wants. You've come to the wrong place here. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, this palace master left the palace for several years. The High Heaven Palace was ordered by the great emperors to close the mountain. It wasn't because they were afraid that the world would come knocking on their door, but because they had other duties. Did the great emperors ever say that the High Heaven Palace is an evil sect? Instead, it's you little rascals who come to stir up trouble every few days in the name of eliminating the demon race, splashing dirty water on my High Heaven Palace and ruining the reputation of my High Heaven Palace. You really deserve to die. Since you're courting death, then this king will fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly pointed at the flag in his hand. With a whistling sound, the flag turned into a stream of light and shot straight towards Li Kaishan. Cries of alarm rang out all around. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others all shouted, "No!" It was inevitable that the High Heaven Palace would be misunderstood by the world because of Yang Kai. Others using the name of the High Heaven Palace to stir up trouble was despicable, but they didn't deserve to die. If Yang Kai really killed him here, it would only confirm that Yang Kai was an evil demon. With his reputation ruined, how could he establish a foothold in the star boundary? But Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others were only Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could they stop him? The only one present who had the ability to stop Yang Kai was Zhu Qing, but Zhu Qing was completely indifferent. Li Kaishan's eyes widened when the flag turned into a stream of light and shot towards him. He never thought that Yang Kai would really kill him. He exclaimed in his heart that the demon race was really unreasonable. At this moment of life and death, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence before retreating. But he couldn't retreat. Just as he spat out the blood essence, Li Kaishan felt a huge force coming from the front and hitting his chest. He was like a deflated balloon, all the strength in his body leaking out from his chest. Looking down, there was a huge hole in his chest. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels could be seen clearly. Looking up, Li Kaishan opened his mouth. He only spat out a single word before he fell on his back, no longer breathing. On the other side, Yang Kai was wrapped in black qi, his scarlet eyes indifferent and cold. Ever since his emperor qi had been converted into demon qi, Yang Kai had hidden an evil aura in his heart. Although he had the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind and wouldn't completely become the demon race, his strength would more or less affect his temperament. If not for this, he wouldn't have half-forced Yu Meng in the first place. It was the same today. In the War of the Two Realms, countless cultivators had gone to the Western Territory to shed their blood. It was fine if some people didn't contribute, but they were fighting among themselves. Since they didn't go to the Western Territory, what was the point of having the Emperor Realm's cultivation? In addition, Zhou Cheng's appearance and words just now made him very unhappy. However, Zhou Cheng was just an alchemist and wasn't very strong, so he couldn't bully the weak. Li Kaishan's appearance gave him an outlet to vent his anger. Since he was here, he might as well die here. It would save him from any blind people coming to the High Heaven Palace in the future to eliminate the demon race and smear the High Heaven Palace's reputation. For the current Yang Kai, killing Li Kaishan wasn't a big deal. On the contrary, his thoughts were clear and he felt very comfortable. Just as Li Kaishan was about to die, a strange cackle rang out. Gue Zhu brazenly made his move. Just now, he had asked Yang Kai if he wanted to kill his way out. Now, he had the opportunity to make his move. A large banner flew over and wrapped around the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators, immediately disappearing without a trace. Chapter 36-21. The large banner was like a living creature, vibrating a few times before spitting out more than a dozen shriveled corpses and returning them to Gue Zhu's hands. In just a short moment, these dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators had their souls sucked dry by the 10,000 soul banner. Gue Zhu's methods were truly terrifying. In terms of visual impact alone, he was far superior to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-splitting sect master and a dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators were all wiped out. The hundreds of disciples who were watching from behind instantly felt their limbs turn cold, and their bodies turn cold. All of them looked ahead with terrified expressions. Their strengths weren't high, and they didn't even understand what had happened, but the experts from their families had already turned into corpses. Only now did they understand that their mountain-splitting old ancestor had acted so arrogantly before only because the other party did not want to pay attention to him. When the other party really wanted to, their mountain-splitting old ancestor was no more difficult to kill than a mosquito. In front of such a tragedy, several female disciples were so scared that they cried. Their old ancestor was dead, so how could they survive? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want to die here? Ling Tai Su shouted at those people. A loud shout finally pulled those people back to reality. Someone screamed in horror and turned around to flee. With someone taking the lead, naturally there would be others who followed. For a moment, hundreds of people turned around and ran for their lives. Many people were so scared that their legs went soft and they fell to the ground after running for a few steps. Then, they scrambled to their feet and staggered to run. After a dozen breaths of time, the hundreds of people had all fled. Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would kill them all. If that were the case, they really did not know what to do. Li Kaishan and the dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators who attacked the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had died. After all, no one sect defending array could be attacked casually. Attacking the sect defending array was tantamount to provoking the sect. If they overestimated themselves and were killed, they would only have themselves to blame. However, those hundreds of young people were still ignorant and had only followed the orders of their sect's elders, so they probably did not know the consequences of their actions. Now that everyone was running for their lives and Yang Kai didn't stop them, they were all relieved. Yang Kai gradually withdrew his demon qi and returned to his original appearance. Just by looking at his calm face, it was impossible to imagine that evil side of him just now. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace will be open for business. Yang Kai ordered calmly. When Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing heard this, their expressions turned solemn, and they said excitedly, "We obey the palace master's decree." There was no way they wouldn't be excited. For the past few years, the name of the evil sect and the order of the great emperors to seal off the mountains had been pressing down on the High Heaven Palace's head. It was as heavy as 2 mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. Perhaps the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't feel it too deeply. After all, most of them came from the Star Territory and weren't very strong now. Most of them were in closed-door training. However, the higher-ups of the High Heaven Palace were very concerned about it. Opening the gates to the world was the same as dispelling the clouds and revealing the moon. It was towering palace proving themselves to the world. "Sister Hua," Yang Kai shouted again. Hua Qingxi hurriedly stepped forward, "Subordinate is here. Which sects have acted like the mountain-splitting sect in the past few years? Did you remember?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Hua Qingxi glanced at him and showed a helpless look. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she still nodded and said, "I remember." It was because she understood Yang Kai that she remembered all the sects that had come to provoke and cause trouble in the past few years, all for the sake of today's question from Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, "Very good. I'll have to trouble Sister Hua to take some people to those sects and send all the cultivator above the Origin King realm to the Western Territory battlefield." The Western Territory. I'm afraid there will be some big movements in the near future. We are currently lacking people. Hua Qingxi bowed her head and said, "Yes." Meng Wuya gnashed his teeth in pain. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Palace Master, there won't be any problems with this, right?" There was another explanation for killing the people who came to provoke them, but forcing them to serve in the Western Territory battlefield was a bit unreasonable. One had to know that the recruitment orders issued by the great emperors in the past few years were voluntary. Even the great emperors did not force anyone to participate in the War of the Two Worlds. Yang Kai's actions were too overbearing. What problems can there be? Yang Kai smiled happily. If they want to make a name for their sect, the best place to do so is on the battlefield. That's a good place to make a name for themselves. Me sending them there is a way to help them achieve their goals. Everyone was speechless. The battlefield was indeed a good place to make a name for oneself, but the premise was that one had to survive. In the past few years, the half-saint of the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary had fallen on the battlefield. Who could guarantee that they could escape unscathed from such a great war? However, those guys had been hiding in the northern territory all these years to enjoy life, so they were not worthy of sympathy. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his head to look into the high heaven palace. Everyone did not know what was going on, so they all looked in that direction. A moment later, a stream of light shot out from the sect and flew to the front, revealing a young man with an arrogant and indifferent expression. After he appeared, he did not look at anyone but Yang Kai. In an instant, everyone looked at this young man vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. For no other reason than the fact that this young man was showing extremely obvious hostility towards Yang Kai, as if he was facing an enemy. This young man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but his aura was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. This made everyone unable to help but mutter in their hearts, wondering which family this rising star was from to have such charm. Brother Yao, the only one who recognized him, was Ji Ying. The young man was insufferably arrogant, his eyes almost reaching his forehead as he looked down his nose at everyone, but he was very polite to Ji Ying, cupping his fists and greeting, Grandmaster Ji. What brings Brother Yao here? Ji Ying asked curiously. I'm looking for him. The young man pointed at Yang Kai, his expression returning to indifference. Yang Kai smiled and asked, Is there something you need, Brother Yao? In the past 2 or 3 days, even though no one had seen this young man before, they could guess his identity from the conversation between Ji Ying and Yang Kai. After all, the surname Yao was very rare. In the entire star boundary, there was probably no one else with the surname Yao. The son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun, Hyoji. It was said that the Serene Soul Great Emperors had a son and a daughter. Among all the great emperors, he had the most children. The other great emperors either had no children or only one, and most of them were daughters. Only Yao Jun had a son. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder this young man looks so dignified. It turns out that he is the son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors. Yang Kai and Hyoji weren't very familiar with each other, only having met a few times. The first time they met was in the Shattered Star Sea, and after that, they didn't have much contact. However, he was more familiar with his younger sister, Yao Lin. This little girl had a bad temper and had suffered a lot at Yang Kai's hands. Last time, when Lan Sun, Gao Zhan, and the others were captured, it was Yang Kai who rescued them. It was at that time that Yu Rumeng transformed into Li Shiqing and planted a heart seal secret technique on Yang Kai, opening the prelude to the war between the two worlds. The two were not familiar with each other, so Yang Kai didn't know why Hyoji was looking for him. However, he didn't feel any pressure. One of his women was a demon saint, so a son of the great emperors wasn't worthy of his attention. By the order of the great emperors, Yang Kai receives the order. Hyoji suddenly raised his hand and held up a jade plate. The jade plate shone brightly under the scorching sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was filled with the aura of the great emperors, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Everyone's complexion changed. Yang Kai had just killed an emperor from the Emperor realm who came to make trouble and showed the characteristics of his demon chi. He even ordered the High Heaven Palace to open its gates from today onwards. It hadn't been long since the great emperors issued an order, which inevitably made people feel a little uneasy. They didn't know if the matter here had already been spread, so the great emperors wanted to do something to Yang Kai. Everything else was fine, but the key was that Yang Kai's power couldn't be explained. The demon chi covering his body was exactly the same as the people of the demonic path in the legends, and the demonic path was an existence that was hated by the entire star boundary. Only one person showed a look of schadenfreude. Zhou Cheng's face was originally pale. Previously, Yang Kai had been all bark and no bite at him in the High Heaven Palace. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have enough confidence, so he chased him all the way here to demand an explanation. He watched as Yang Kai activated his demon chi and killed an emperor from the emperor realm without saying a word. Only then did he understand that this guy was vicious by nature and wasn't as easy to talk to as he seemed on the surface. When Li Kaishan was killed, he was really scared and felt that he really had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Yang Kai could even kill someone who provoked and made trouble, let alone someone who had the intention to snatch a woman from him. Originally, he had made up his mind not to tangle with Yang Kai anymore. He would go back and say a few soft words, and today's matter would be reduced to a small matter. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn and the great emperors would actually send an order? This was really a case of good being rewarded with good, and evil with evil. It wasn't that there wasn't any retribution, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. He subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was definitely going to suffer. No matter how capable he was, if the great emperors really wanted to deal with him, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Once the jade disc was released, everyone bowed their heads and listened to the order, including Yang Kai. Hyoji's lips curled into a sneer. Originally, the person who sent the order was not him. After all, this kind of thing could be done by just sending someone else. There was no need for him, the son of the great emperors, to personally do it. However, he forcibly took on this task. One of the reasons was because he wanted to see Yang Kai's respectful attitude in front of him. Although this respect was for the great emperors and not him, it was a fact that he bowed his head in front of him. Among the loud cheers, Hyoji shouted, "By the decree of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace Master Yang Kai has risked his life alone and become the demon race's territory to spy on the enemy. This is a great merit. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace's order to seal off the High Heaven Palace is revoked. Disciples of the High Heaven Palace may freely enter and leave." Hyoji's voice was not loud, but he circulated his emperor's chi, so it spread throughout the High Heaven Palace. After a brief moment of silence, the High Heaven Palace instantly boiled over. Chapter 36-22. Everyone around Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he had already met with the great emperors, no one doubted him. They knew that since he could return safely after meeting with the great emperors, it meant that he had already been cleared of the traitor's name. However, no one expected that the great emperors would actually pass down a decree to clarify this matter for Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace. No one in the High Heaven Palace doubted Yang Kai's words, but it was hard to say for outsiders. Without evidence, no one could say for sure. However, now that the great emperors had passed down a decree, it was the final conclusion. Yang Kai was not a traitor who had betrayed the astral boundary. He was a great hero who had taken the risk to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and spy on them. These were the words of the great emperors. Who dared to doubt them? Their palace master had turned from a traitor to the evil sects to a great meritorious official who had to endure humiliation for an important mission. Even the name of evil sect had been cleared. This change happened too quickly, and all the towering palace disciples felt their emotions surge, which was why they cheered so loudly. With their palace master, they felt honored. Their years of forbearance had finally paid off. It was not over yet. Hyoji continued, "Order the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, to be the commander of the GZ army. All personnel of the GZ army are to prepare their own supplies. If there are any objections, they can report them to the Seven Mist Sea Army Commander Li." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Hyoji. He blinked, thinking that he had misheard. If he had such a reaction, there was no need to talk about the others. They all sucked in a breath of cold air and then held their breaths. The astral boundary currently had 54 legions named Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. This newly established GZ army should be the 55th Legion. When Yang Kai was escorting Fan Xian and the others back to their base, he had talked to Fan Xian about this, so he knew the general situation of these armies. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, there were currently 54 armies in the astral realm. The last army's banner was the Wu Mao army. According to the order, the 55th army should be the Wu Chen army, followed by the Wu Si, Wu Wu, Wu Wei, Wu Shen, Wu Su, and Wu Hai legions. They had to wait for the Wu heavenly stems to be sorted before it was the GZ army's turn. There was nothing wrong with the great emperors allowing Yang Kai to establish a new army. But now, they had directly skipped 6 banners and given the GZ army's banner. Moreover, this banner was no ordinary banner. Among the existing 54 legions, all the legions with the banner, Z, were led by fake emperor-level masters without exception. This was because a legion with the banner, Z, was the beginning of an earthly branch. The legion commander had to report to Army Commander Li Wu-yi and supervise the other legions on the same day. In other words, the legion commander of a legion with the banner, Z, was half a superior to the other legion commanders on the same day. For example, if he created Ji Chou army, Ji In army, and Ji Mao army, Yang Kai would be able to supervise the army commanders of these armies. If he gave orders to these army commanders, as long as it didn't affect the overall situation, these army commanders would unconditionally cooperate. Therefore, only fake emperors were qualified to be the legion commanders of legions with the banner, Z. A third order the emperor realm couldn't convince the masses. So far, among the 54 legions in the astral realm, only 5 legions had the banner, Z. These 5 legion commanders were the 5 strongest fake emperors. Li Wu-yi and Yang Yen were among them. This was why Yang Kai was surprised and why everyone was shocked. If the great emperors had specially passed down a decree to clarify Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace's name as a traitor to the evil sect as compensation, then this appointment was a great favor. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was why the great emperors wanted him to prepare and establish a legion. He had told the great emperors in the 7 Mist Sea that he would have many things to deal with in the coming days. How could he have the time to prepare a legion? What's more, now that Yu Ru Meng, Bai Li Mo, Chang Tian, and the others had arrived in the astral realm, they had many masters under them. The passage between the 2 worlds was sealed by Yang Kai. The demon race was isolated and without help, but the astral realm's army was ready to go. No matter how one looked at it, it was only a matter of time before the demon race was wiped out. What was the point of having more or less legions? But the great emperors must have their own reasons for doing this. Even if Yang Kai didn't understand, he could only suppress his doubts. He was going to ask Li Wu-yi about the situation when he had time, or ask Zhan Wuhen. In any case, he had his own space spirit bead, so it was convenient for him to communicate. Yang Kai, you still don't want to accept the order? Yao Si snorted, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Yang Kai acting so respectfully in front of him was very pleasing to the eye, but this kind of act of giving benefits to others made him very uncomfortable. High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, accept the order. Yang Kai had no choice but to shout loudly, respectfully stepped forward, and received the jade plate. The moment it entered his hand, the jade plate flowed with brilliance, and after a while, it changed into a ferocious order with the words, "My son," written on it. This should be the order of the Legion commander. Not only was it a symbol of status, it also contained a secret divine technique that was sealed by the great emperors. It was hard to say how powerful it was, but it was definitely not something that a half-saint false emperor could contend against. It could be said that this was a life-saving talisman, a treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. The Legion commander's role was very important. If they were really careless and fell on the battlefield, the entire army would be scattered. Therefore, every order of the Legion commander had been refined by the great emperors, sealing a different divine technique inside. The great emperors had an agreement with the demon saint not to appear on the battlefield, but this kind of thing was not included in the agreement. Congratulations, Palace Master, congratulations, Palace Master. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. From now on, wherever your son goes, all demons will retreat. Hua Qingxi congratulated with a smile. As soon as she opened her mouth, the surrounding people immediately became noisy and congratulatory voices filled the air. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale again. There was no punishment, no condemnation. Not only did the great emperors revoke the order of the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain range, but they also cleared the name of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. They even bestowed him with the position of Legion Commander of the GZ army. What kind of honor was this? One had to know that the ancestral founder of Iceheart Valley, Bing Yun, who was also a fake emperor, was only the Legion Commander of the Bing Chen army. Although they were both Legion commanders, the GZ army's status was undoubtedly higher than the Bing Chen army's. At this moment, Zhou Cheng really wanted to find a hole and hide in it. The corpses of Li Kaishan and the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators were still lying there, ignored by everyone. Zhou Cheng didn't know if he would become the next one. Looking up, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was because Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him at all. He was just talking to the people around him with a smile on his face. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was elsewhere. Even though he wasn't far away, Zhou Cheng couldn't hear what he was saying. Palace Master, why don't we just send the people from those sects to the GZ army? If they are under your command, you can deal with them however you want, Hua Qingxi suggested with a smile. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to take a trip to those sects that had provoked the High Heaven Palace and send their origin King Realm and above cultivator to the Western Territory. She hadn't expected such a change to occur. If the GZ army was to be established, it would indeed require a large number of people. Not to mention the character of those people for the time being, there were quite a few from the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm cultivators among them. If they were to fill the GZ army, it would be beneficial to the army. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "This king is only sending them to the Western Territory to give them a chance. How could I deal with them? My star boundary's population is inferior to that of the demon territory. In this battle between our two realms, anyone who can go on the battlefield is a precious resource." After a pause, he continued, "But if they follow this king can take care of them a little, lest they die too quickly on the battlefield. Let them join the GZ army in the future." Hua Qingxi lowered her head, "Yes." The corners of her mouth curled up as she tried to hold back her laughter. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at Hyoji with a smile, "Brother Yao, you must have worked hard. Since you are here, why don't you come in and have a seat? This Yang can also play host to you." Hyoji's expression was indifferent as he looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "No need. I came here this time to pass down orders on behalf of the great emperors and also because I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai was in a good mood and nodded cheerfully, "Brother Yao, if you have something to say, I won't refuse." Hyoji was just being polite. Although he was the son of the great emperors, there was no friendship between the two of them. How could Yang Kai be so straightforward? Moreover, Hyoji had a condescending look on his face. Even if there was something to be said, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Hyoji didn't waste time. He retracted his gaze from the sky and said directly, "Fight with me." Yang Kai was stunned. Although he knew that Hyoji definitely didn't have anything good to say to him, he didn't expect this to be the matter he wanted to talk about. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Is this person crazy? "There's no enmity between us," Hyoji said. "I only have one sister, and I treat her like a treasure." Without saying much, Yang Kai already understood what he meant. He wanted to avenge his sister. When Yang Kai and Yao Lin met for the first time outside the ancient wild lands, the other party suffered a great loss. At that time, Yang Kai almost killed her, but the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended and saved Yao Lin's life. Although he didn't kill her, he wanted to kill her, but he didn't succeed. From another perspective, if someone wanted to kill Yang Shui, regardless of whether they took action or not, Yang Kai would never let them off easily. He also had a sister, and it was a little sister. So, Yang Kai could understand Hyoji's feelings very well. He nodded and said, "There's no need to say thank you. The last time I saved your sister was just a coincidence. It was just a small effort." Hyoji looked at him coldly, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Is there anything else? Don't play dumb." Yao Si was naturally indifferent and was not good with words. What's more, what Yang Kai said was the truth, so there was no point in arguing. Since he couldn't argue, then there was no point in arguing and just directly attacked. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yao Si leapt up high, turned upside down, and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. The power of this punch caused the wind and clouds to change color. After all, this was the son of a great emperor, so although his cultivation wasn't at the peak, his strength was still unfathomable. 90% of the people present suddenly let out a muffled groan, feeling that this punch was not aimed at Yang Kai, but themselves. If this punch had really hit them, would they have been able to block it? They couldn't block it, they could only stretch out their necks. Chapter 36-23. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and raised his head, not daring to move at all. As his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, Zhu Qing dashed forward and greeted him with a punch. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Hyoji, who was 10 meters away, let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and raised his head, sighing, "Why bother?" Zhu Qing was a 9th-order giant dragon and possessed extraordinary strength. Even a half-saint might not necessarily be her opponent, let alone a mere 2nd-order emperor realm Hyoji. Zhu Qing had already shown mercy by only sending him flying. In any case, he was the son of great emperors. If he had really been injured or killed, it would have been difficult to explain to the serene soul great emperors. But soon, Hyoji, who had been sent flying, rushed back with a gloomy face. He shouted angrily, "The palace master of the High Heaven Palace, a famous figure in the star boundary, only knows how to hide behind a woman? Don't you even have the guts to fight me one-on-one? If that's the case, Yang Kai, you've really disappointed me." Yang Kai smiled, "You're not my opponent, so there's no point in bullying you." Hyoji said, "How do you know I'm not your opponent if we haven't fought before? Don't think that you're really strong just because you're a minor realm higher than me. I'm Hyoji, not some random cat or dog you've encountered before." Yang Kai glanced at him with a strange expression. "Do you really want to fight that much? If you really want to fight, you can go to the Western Territory battlefield and fight however you want." Hyoji coldly snorted, "After the War of Two Realms broke out, I fought in the Western Territory and killed more than 3 to 5 high-rank demon kings." His arrogance reappeared. A high-rank demon king was basically the same as a 3rd-order emperor realm master. If he could kill a high-rank demon king, a 3rd-order emperor realm master would naturally be able to as well. After speaking, he shouted angrily, "I'm only asking you, do you want to fight or not?" Yang Kai sighed, "What's the point of fighting if there's no benefit to it?" "You want benefits?" Hyoji's eyes flashed as he sneered, "Good, then let's add some stakes. If I lose today, Hyoji's life will be yours." Yang Kai lowered his eyes, "Why would I want your life?" Calm, Yang Kai was Yang Kai's, if I lose, Yang Kai. Of Yang Kai's, I. Gee, but. Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. "You want to be the army commander of your own army? If you want it, I'll go talk to the great emperors and have them change their orders." Although the great emperors made him the GZ Army's legion commander out of kindness and compensation, Yang Kai didn't have such thoughts. He still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have the time to build an army. Even if he finished building an army, he would have to lead a large army on the battlefield in the future. Mobilizing troops to besiege a city was too much for him. He was more than willing to listen to someone else's orders. He didn't want to have to worry about the safety of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The position of Legion commander sounded high and mighty, but any military order would involve the lives of countless people. Hyoji snorted, "If I want something, I'll take it myself. There's no need for you to say anything." Yang Kai frowned. "But even if you win, what's the point? Do you have the confidence to convince the great emperors to let you take this position? If the great emperor's orders could be changed so easily, then it would be too outrageous." "You don't need to worry about that," Hyoji replied indifferently. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about Hyoji's words. He faintly felt that this was the real reason he came to the High Heaven Palace. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yaolin, and also because he wanted the position of Legion commander of the GZ army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background, he had to be the Legion commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the Serene Soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the second-order emperor realm. In time, even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the Legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 corps were third-order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion commander was very important, so who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace, and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now, he was the deputy legion commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a legion commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire Star Boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a legion commander faster than him? If it was any other legion commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivator in the Star Boundary that hadn't been recruited, there weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wuchun army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate, unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "So, if you win against me, this GZ army will be yours?" Too much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. His face was full of joy as he stood there, beaming with joy. He waved at Hyoji and said, "Since you insist on fighting, then this king can only do as you wish. Make your move." He had made up his mind. As long as Hyoji made his move, he would immediately surrender. In his opinion, the Legion commander of the GZ army wasn't as practical as the Legion commander's order. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to establish and manage a corps. If he could throw this hot potato to Hyoji at this time, it would be something that he couldn't wish for more. Hyoji's realm was a bit low, but his strength wasn't low either. He was from the Serene Soul Palace and had fought on the battlefield for many years. He was very familiar with the situation on the battlefield and was definitely more qualified to be the Legion commander than Yang Kai. Hyoji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. How could he not see that Yang Kai was deliberately letting him win? However, he definitely wouldn't say that he had an unfair advantage. Yang Kai didn't resist, that was Yang Kai's business. Yang Kai had come here to defeat Yang Kai. He only cared about the result. The process wasn't important. This was because he firmly believed that even if Yang Kai attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be no match for him. He had this confidence because he was Hyoji, the son of Serene Soul. However, Hyoji still glanced at Zhu Qing standing next to Yang Kai. He didn't care about the others, but this bad-tempered Huolong really made him wary. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Qing, step aside." Zhu Qing glanced at Hyoji and retreated without saying a word. With no more obstacles and no more hesitation, Hyoji rushed forward, his emperor's qi surging and the divine technique secretly prepared. No matter how Yang Kai responded, he had already used all his strength. At this moment, Hyoji suddenly felt the surge of a woman's divine sense nearby and sent a message to Yang Kai. He glanced at the woman and recognized that she should be the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. He didn't know what Hua Qingxi said to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before his eyes lit up. An extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. Hyoji was shocked, and as he whispered in his heart, "Space Divine Technique," the divine technique he had secretly prepared was instantly displayed. As the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji had been influenced by the great emperors since childhood, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual energy. His most powerful move was naturally a soul secret technique. His divine sense surged like a tide and pure spiritual energy turned into 999 small sharp swords, breaking through Yang Kai's knowledge sea and stabbing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to do this, because such a fierce move was very likely to directly kill the opponent. He and Yang Kai didn't have a life and death feud, so there was naturally no need for him to do this, but since Hyoji had displayed this move, he naturally had a way to control it. Even if the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he could still control them, ensuring that they wouldn't harm Yang Kai's life. Hyoji's mouth curved into a sneer. He naturally knew that Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so if Yang Kai had fought with him, it would have been a little troublesome, but since Yang Kai had actually recklessly rushed in front of him, it could only be said that this guy had overestimated himself. When the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Hyoji's expression changed greatly. Because at that moment, he actually lost contact with the 999 small swords, and under this sudden change, he lost control of his mind and a white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in front of him. The whole world seemed to be filled with this lotus flower, and his body inexplicably fell into the stamen, unable to extricate himself. The blooming petals slowly closed, and the world was sealed. Hyoji struggled with all his strength but still couldn't escape, and could only watch as he was sealed in this lotus flower world. The world was dark, and he could no longer see anything, and even his perception was completely blocked. A feeling of loneliness came over him, as if he would sink into this sealed world for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until forever. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and even someone as strong as Hyoji couldn't help feeling drowsy. Chapter 36-24. Hyoji was shocked. How could he not know that he had been tricked? In a fit of anger, he bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stimulate his body with pain and restore his consciousness. The pain came, but there was no smell of blood. Hyoji was stunned. There was no smell of blood, which meant that he was not a physical body. Was he now, in the state of a soul avatar? If he hadn't taken a bite, Hyoji wouldn't have even noticed this. The child of Serene Soul was especially aware of the soul secret technique of others. As this thought flashed through Hyoji's mind, he completely lost control of his mind. When the soul-warming lotus was evolving, Yang Kai had comprehended a secret technique. This secret technique was strange, unpredictable, and difficult to guard against. Coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul cultivation, it could often surprise the enemy and seize the initiative. It was called the blossoming lotus. As soon as the blossoming lotus was formed, a white bud could rush into the enemy's knowledge sea and devour their soul power. However, after so many years, apart from the blossoming lotus secret technique, Yang Kai had not been able to comprehend any other soul secret techniques from the soul-warming lotus, nor did he deliberately cultivate any other secret techniques. After all, the blossoming lotus Dao was more than enough for the divine soul secret techniques. However, after having sex with Yu Ru Meng and his soul cultivation sword, Yang Kai discovered that his blossoming lotus secret technique had another transformation, the raging lotus. It was completely different from the blossoming lotus. It could even be said that it was a completely opposite soul secret technique. When the blossoming lotus was used, the enemy's vision would be filled with a bud, and when the flower bloomed, the enemy's soul power would be rapidly drained. When the raging lotus was used, it was a white lotus in full bloom that wrapped around the enemy's soul. When the lotus closed, it would seal the enemy's soul, cutting off the connection between the enemy's soul and body. If any creature wanted to live, walk, or speak, they had to become one with their body and soul. However, the angry lotus could cut off this state of unity. The connection between the soul and the body was cut off. Then, the body would become a walking corpse without any thoughts of its own. No matter how powerful it was, it would not be able to use it. Just like Hyoji at this moment, the world was completely sealed, and there was no light at all. Even his perception could not be sensed. Before he fell asleep, Hyoji's mind filled with anger, evil, treacherous bastard, I've been tricked. One couldn't blame him for thinking this way. The main reason was that when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai seemed ready to give up the position of army commander, as if as long as he rushed over, Yang Kai would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the position of army commander. However, when he was about to make a move, Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to make a move. Hateful, absolutely hateful. And had of the great of soul of serene soul. Of serene soul. And of soul thought. Yang. Serene soul power he. The great emperors didn't even look at him. They just said that he was inferior. Hyoji refused to accept it. He brought the great emperor's order to the High Heaven Palace to issue a challenge. He never thought that he would end up in such a state. And now, Hyoji was even more unwilling to accept it. He felt that if he fought openly with Yang Kai, it would be hard to say who would win. However, Yang Kai was so treacherous. It was too unfair. Hyoji was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a deep sleep. This battle may have been dangerous for Hyoji, but to outsiders, it was only an instant. When Hyoji rushed over, Yang Kai met him head-on. Then, the two of them passed each other and stood still. Because Hyoji was facing him, everyone could clearly see that the light in his eyes had faded. He stood there with empty eyes. Yang Kai slowly turned around, sighed, and patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, where Yang Kai was standing before, an afterimage gradually faded away. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Ling Tai Su frowned and said, "Nothing happened to him, right?" Although Hyoji's previous performance was not very likable, it was only because of his personality. He had no enmity with the High Heaven Palace. The other party was also the son of the great emperors. The High Heaven Palace really couldn't do anything to him. "Nothing, he just fell asleep," Yang Kai replied. Fell asleep, everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Hyoji was only for a short moment, the divine sense fluctuations that burst out at the same time were extremely clear. Thinking about the whole process, how could anyone not know that the two of them fought at the divine sense level? But in the end, one was safe and sound, while the other was asleep. The one who was safe and sound was Yang Kai, while the one who fell asleep was Hyoji. If it was any other second-order Emperor Realm Master who encountered such a thing, everyone wouldn't be too surprised, but this person was the son of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, the leader of the younger generation who had been personally nurtured by the great emperors of the Serene Soul since childhood. How strong was Yang Kai's soul to be able to do this without batting an eyelid? They couldn't figure it out, and they didn't dare to think about it. But in any case, most of the people present had the same thoughts as Hyoji. Yang Kai had clearly shown mercy before, so why did he suddenly attack at the last moment? The only thing that was certain was that this was definitely related to Wuxia Xianxia's sound transmission. After all, it was because of Wuxia Xianxia's sound transmission that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly soared. They just had to ask Wuxia Xianxia later to find out. He will wake up in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Sister Hua, please take care of him for a while. And, when he wakes up, let him understand his current situation. Heh, this is really interesting, Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head as he spoke, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Wuxia Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, rest assured, Palace Master, this subordinate will definitely let him understand. Yang Kai nodded and bowed to the crowd, I haven't returned for several years, and I still have many things to attend to. This junior will take his leave first. I will pay my respects to the elders later. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to say anything. He spread his arms like an eagle's wings and gathered Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and Zhu Qing to his side. Like herding sheep, he walked towards the High Heaven Palace. What bullshit was there to be tied up with? It was obvious that he was going to be intimate with his wives. Seeing this, the group of elders couldn't help laughing and shaking their heads. Only Meng Wuya was not very happy, pulling a long face as if the whole world owed him millions. Everything had happened so suddenly that Su Yan and the others were all a bit stunned. After regaining their composure, how could they not understand Kai Yang's intentions? But in broad daylight, with so many elders in front of them, each and every one of them blushed and were driven away by Kai Yang. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Ji Ying and the others. Grandmaster Zhou, you wanted this king to give you an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want? Zhou Cheng was originally hiding behind Ji Ying, but who knew that Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go? Hearing this, his body swayed and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Ji Ying had used his Emperor Qi to protect him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. However, being called out by Yang Kai, he couldn't not respond. He lowered his head and said in fear and trepidation, this Zhou has misspoken. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. When he saw Yang Kai transform into an evil demon and directly kill Li Kaishan, Zhou Qing realized that Yang Kai was different from the rest of the Emperor realm. He really dared to kill and didn't care about reputation at all. Later, the great emperors passed down a decree to clear Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace's name. They also gave him the position of commander of the GZ army. How could Zhou Qing dare to be presumptuous again? Previously, he could talk nonsense because he was in a position to criticize Yang Kai's identity as an evil demon. Now that he no longer had this position, his previous accusations were all a joke. Yang Kai glanced at him. Seeing that Zhou Cheng had admitted defeat, he didn't say anything else. He used his demon chi to wrap his 5 wives and rushed towards the High Heaven Palace. Within the black clouds, Xia Ningchang's cry of surprise could be heard. After he left, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, before Meng Wuya left, he coldly snorted at Zhou Cheng and waved his sleeve. Ji Ying frowned and muttered to himself for a long time before he sighed, Zhou Cheng, go to the 7 Mist Sea. The High Heaven Palace has enough people. Last time, I heard from Army Commander Li that they needed more people. Zhou Cheng looked at Ji Ying and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He was obviously unwilling. Of course, he was unwilling. Although the Seven Mist Sea was considered safe, how could it compare to the High Heaven Palace, which was behind the star boundary? What's more, he had heard that the alchemists at the Seven Mist Sea would sometimes have to go to war with the army. Since they had to go to war, their lives might be in danger. However, before he could say anything, Ji Ying said, "Yang Kai is a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have provoked him, how could he let you go so easily? Now that he has the position of GZ army commander, you will only end up being recruited by him if you stay here. Do you want to go to war with the GZ army and kill the enemy? If you want, you can stay here." Zhou Cheng's expression changed and he quickly cupped his hands. "I will follow Grandmaster Ji's arrangements." Ji Ying nodded. "Don't worry, the Seven Mist Sea is also very safe." After saying this, he led the group of alchemists and flew towards Medicine Pill Peak. An inexplicable sense of joy flashed through his heart. Yang Kai had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just his alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou Cheng really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Yang Kai didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wuya probably wouldn't let Zhou Cheng have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the Furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. "He hasn't woken up yet?" Hua Qingxi smiled. "Palace Master said it would take an incense stick to burn, so it will take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon." Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. "Today's weather is really good." Hua Qingxi also said, "Yes, it's really good." Yang Kai returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down an order to reopen the mountain gate. The GZ Army's Legion Commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. Chapter 36-25. Today's events could no longer be described as a double blessing. It was 3 blessings. If Hyoji was included, it would be 4 blessings. Thus, Hua Qingxi was in a particularly good mood. "Sister Hua, what did you say to the palace master just now?" Bian Yuqing asked curiously. She wasn't the only one who was curious about this question. Everyone else was as well. It was just that she was the first to ask. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. 2 points. 2 points. Bian Yuqing frowned. Hua Qingxi chuckled. "First, no matter who becomes the army commander of the GZ army, at least 20,000 disciples from the High Heaven Palace will join the GZ army. The palace master will be in charge of the army. It's better than handing the lives and futures of the disciples to others. The disciples will also be more willing to follow the palace master into battle." Bian Yuqing nodded. These words were correct. The great emperors had ordered Yang Kai to become the army commander of the GZ army. However, the recruitment of personnel and the preparation of resources had to be handled by the palace master himself. The High Heaven Palace had also accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Just in terms of personnel, the palace master would have at least 20,000 disciples joining the GZ army. This was the only way to support the general framework of the army. Rather than letting these 20,000 disciples follow the orders of others, it was naturally better to let Yang Kai control them. If they really went to the battlefield and fought against the demon race, even if the High Heaven Palace disciples weren't given special treatment, Yang Kai could at least treat them equally. It could be said that the first point that Hua Qingxi and Yang Kai had said was enough to make him value the position of the GZ Army's army commander. He was indeed not interested in this position and didn't want to be ordered around. However, not being interested was one thing, and assessing the situation was another. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had a second reason to persuade him. What's the second point? Bian Yuqing asked again. The second point is that if we win against the Yao family, according to him, his life will belong to the palace master. As the son of the great emperors, I don't think he'd go back on his word. Since even his life belongs to the Asgard master, then it's only natural that the Asgard master would do something for him, for example, taking charge of the GZ army. Bian Yuqing revealed a look of understanding. She knew that Hua Qingxi was right. Hyoji had spoken in front of everyone, so he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. His life belonged to Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai asked him to do something, he definitely wouldn't refuse. If Yang Kai wasn't willing or liked the position of army commander, it didn't matter. He could just let Hyoji take charge. All the affairs of the army commander would be handed over to him. Yang Kai only needed to stand behind the scenes and do what he needed to do. He wouldn't waste his time and wouldn't interfere with his normal life. It was precisely because Hua Qingxi mentioned these 2 points that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. He felt that Hua Qingxi was right. The GZ army should be under his control. It would be even more profitable to get an army commander to work for him. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. This person from the Yao family tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Hua Qingxi said, I can only say that he underestimated the palace master. If Hyoji could hear this evaluation, who knew how he would feel? How dare he underestimate Yang Kai? He was the son of the great emperors. It wasn't wrong for him to think highly of himself. It wasn't wrong for him to treat others with arrogance because he had the ability to do so. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here, he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength and thought that he was a level higher than him. However, one move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bian Yuqing asked curiously, what other benefits are there? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment of personnel or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss. These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yun and Wenzi Shan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and Wenzi Shan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70% and he would give him 30%. Wenzi Shan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, if it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more, He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up. Almost without hesitation, his emperor qi surged out and turned into a protective force that lingered around him. At the same time, a mirror appeared in front of him out of thin air and fluttered around his body. The mirror was not big, only about the size of a palm, but it was a top-grade defensive emperor artifact. He seemed to be still immersed in the moment when he fought with Yang Kai and did not recover. As soon as he woke up, he went all out and put on a defensive posture. He turned his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone else. Only two women were standing not far away, looking at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hyoji frowned and finally remembered what happened before he fell asleep. For a moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, his back was dripping with cold sweat. His expression was ugly because he had realized that he had lost. He had lost completely. Cold sweat because in the situation just now, if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he was afraid that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Even though he was sure that Yang Kai would not kill him, he still felt like he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his emperor qi and his protective mirror. He stared at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where is he?" He did not care about the others, he only asked about Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi took a few steps forward and bowed. High Heaven Palace's Chief Hua Qingxi greets Army Commander Yao. What Army Commander Yao? What did you say? Even in the face of such a delicate beauty like Hua Qingxi, Hyoji's face was cold and indifferent, as if she was nothing in his eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, "Army Commander Yao, have you forgotten? Just now when you challenged my palace master, he had set some stakes." Hyoji's expression stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yes, I did set a stake with that, traitor. Now that I have lost, if he wants my life, I will give it to him." He still felt that Yang Kai had underestimated his opponent and deliberately made him lower his guard, then suddenly used the divine technique. If such a treacherous person was not a traitor, then what was he? But it was undeniable that Yang Kai's attainments in soul cultivation were indeed strong. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qingxi's face as she replied, "My palace master has already said that he won't take Yao Zhangjun's life. However, since we have already made a bet, we can't go back on it now. Otherwise, if news of this matter spreads, it will only tarnish the reputation of our serene soul palace. However, if we just let it go like this, it will only make Yao Zhangjun feel like he has been underestimated. This is truly a headache." Saying so, she slowly shook her head, causing her fine black hair to flutter in the wind. Hyoji snorted coldly, "He won't take my life, but he wants a stake." "Just say it, what does he want?" Hua Qingxi said, "What does he want? What's more, although my High Heaven Palace is not comparable to the great emperor's sects, we still have a strong foundation. Most of the things that exist in this world can be obtained by the High Heaven Palace, so my palace master doesn't want anything from Army Commander Yao. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't explain yourself, I will leave." Hyoji couldn't be bothered to argue with Hua Qingxi. After all, it was Yang Kai who didn't want the stake, not him, so there was no pressure to leave. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "Palace Master said that he wants you to take charge of the GZ army, and that you can do whatever you want in the army." When Hyoji heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, "Is that what you meant when you said that?" Hua Xianxia smiled faintly at him. Taking charge of the army is naturally taking charge of the army. He wants me to work under him. Hyoji's tone was extremely unfriendly. Below one person and above millions. Hua Xianxia looked at him with a sincere expression, and there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Wishful thinking. Hyoji was furious. It was already embarrassing enough that he lost, and now he was actually being asked to work under Yang Kai. This was simply intolerable. Although he was only a vice-army commander now, he was under another army commander, but that was because Li Wuyi had appointed him, so he had nothing to say. However, if he were to become Yang Kai's subordinate, he might as well kill him. Hua Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Palace Master said that he won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Master Yao, please return." This response was extremely unexpected to Hyoji. He stared at Hua Xianxia in a daze for a long time before confirming that she wasn't lying. Then, he coldly snorted, turned around, and walked towards the space array. He moved very quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Xianxia suddenly waved her hand, and Bian Yuqing immediately closed her mouth. Chapter 36-26. 10 breaths passed. Hua Xianxia and Bian Yuqing waited quietly. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. The two women were still waiting. After a stick of incense's worth of time, just as Bian Yuqing was about to lose her patience, a figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Hyoji? Seeing that he had really returned, Bian Yuqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. She looked at Hua Xianxia with admiration. With his hands behind his back, Hyoji tried his best to restrain the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, "I accept the position of army commander. Tell him that I will come to the High Heaven Palace to take up the position within 3 days. With Army Commander Yao Zhang, the GZ army will definitely soar into the sky in the future." Hua Xianxia smiled sweetly and bowed. Humph. Hyoji held back his anger and turned around to fly away. This time, he really left. After watching him disappear from her sight, Hua Xianxia patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she thought she had screwed up her task, but fortunately, Yao Si didn't go back on his word. "Sister Hua, are you sure that he will come back?" Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Xianxia's smile was a bit forced. "I'm not sure, but I think that even if he doesn't care about his reputation, the Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul still care about their reputation. He has to worry about the sect and the great emperors behind him." Although she didn't have much contact with Hyoji, from his performance just now, he wasn't a pedantic and rigid person. He might be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve victory. It wouldn't be strange if this kind of person went back on his word. However, just as Hua Xianxia said, even if he didn't care about his reputation, he still had to worry about the great emperors and the Serene Soul Palace. Thus, Hyoji had no choice but to return. The GZ army hadn't been established yet, but they already had a powerful commander. Even if Hyoji didn't have the ability to command the army, with his addition, the GZ army would have more weight. This was a good thing. 3 days. Hua Xianxia turned her head to look at the High Heaven Palace. She seemed to be able to see through the layers of the Great Formation and see the scene inside Ling Shao Peak. She couldn't help but blush and had a headache. "I don't know if there's enough time." "What do you mean by enough time?" Bian Yuqing didn't understand. Hua Xianxia's face turned even redder as she whispered, "Haven't Second Chief Steward heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master hasn't returned for several years, and just now." Bian Yuqing understood now and couldn't help glancing towards the High Heaven Palace, covering her mouth and chuckling. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Hua Xianxia's expression became solemn. But no matter what, we have to get busy. With the establishment of the GZ Army and Palace Master as its army commander, my High Heaven Palace must provide Palace Master with the greatest support possible. With 20,000 disciples joining, the framework will be established first. As for the other members, there is no need to rush. I'll have to trouble Second Chief Steward to go to the Southern Territories branch sects and register the names of the Origin King Realm and above disciples. As for the main sect, I'll take care of it. It must be settled within 3 days. Okay. Bian Yuqing quickly agreed. The two women had been working together for many years and had a tacit understanding with each other, so they each went their own way. Under the orders of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace had not only sealed the Northern Territory's main sect, but also the branch sects in the Southern Territory. Now that the great emperors had granted them a generous reward, the Southern Territory's branch sects were still unaware of the situation. When Bian Yuqing went over and reported the news, the entire Southern Territory's branch sects burst into cheers. Hearing that the GZ army had been established and that Yang Kai had been appointed as its army commander, all the disciples above the Origin King realm rushed to sign up. 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the territory of the Lower Star. A large number of them were from Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, and many of them were outstanding cultivators selected from the various cultivation stars in the Hangluo star field. These people had been in the star boundary for a long time, and all of them had greatly improved their strength. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators above the Origin King realm, and many Dao Source realm cultivators had also recently appeared. Although there were fewer cultivators in the Emperor realm, it was not a big problem for them to establish a framework. As long as the framework was established, it would not be too late to slowly expand the army in the future. The main sect and the branch sects were bustling with activity. High Heaven Peak was also in full swing. The room was filled with a decadent atmosphere, and the ground was covered with scattered clothes. On the big bed, several naked bodies were entangled, and the sound of collision was endless. The little senior sister's veil had been torn off, revealing her beautiful face that ordinary people could not see. Su Yan's hair was flying in the wind, and Shan Qing Luo was dripping with sweat. Shuiyu had long been turned into a pile of mud, lying on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, her body convulsing uncontrollably. On the battlefield, only Zhu Qing was still struggling to hold on. As the water and milk blended together, the dragon roars continued. Unlike the other 4 women, this was the first time Zhu Qing had experienced this kind of battle. Originally, she was unwilling, as she could not bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, her clothes were torn apart by Shan Qing Luo, and Yang Kai took advantage of her, causing her will to crumble instantly. When she first met Yang Kai, she was invaded by his dragon nature, causing her to lose her mind and allow Yang Kai to take advantage of her. Now, in this kind of environment, how could she resist? In the end, she could only comply with Yang Kai's wishes. She was the first to go, but she still managed to hold on until now. After all, in the dragon race, her physical fitness was not something Su Yan and the others could compare with. Lying on the side, Shan Qing Luo's seductive eyes were like silk as she gently gritted her teeth and whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Damn it, how can this woman's physical strength be so good?" Su Yan did not even have the strength to move a finger, so how could she have the strength to answer her? She just slowly shook her head. Shan Qing Luo propped herself up, knelt on the bed, and crawled towards the battlefield, her fine black hair scattered around her waist and buttocks. Along with the graceful curves of her body, she moved in a breathtaking arc, adding a different kind of allure. In the midst of the battle, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As if feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Shan Qing Luo raised her eyes and smiled at him charmingly. Then, she came behind Zhu Qing, reached out her hands, and hugged her, her slender jade fingers gently wandering over Zhu Qing's silky smooth body. Zhu Qing quivered, as if she had been greatly frightened. Reluctantly turning her head, she saw Shan Qing Luo giving her a wicked smile, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick her red lips, and then leaning over to press her chest and abdomen. Zhu Qing was terrified. She had always been strong in front of Shan Qing Luo, but at this moment, she actually revealed a trace of pleading. How could Shan Qing Luo pay attention to her? She had long been displeased with this dragon girl, and had suffered losses at her hands several times. Unfortunately, her strength was inferior, and she could not retaliate even if she wanted to. If she did not take revenge now, when would she? The low moans suddenly changed and became louder. At first, it sounded like she was crying, but in fact, that was not the case. The atmosphere in the room became even more decadent. To the side, Xia Ningchang, who was originally drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded. Su Yan reached out and covered her eyes. After a few moments of lingering passion, flowers bloomed several times. Day and night were unknown, and the room seemed to have become another world. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. At his level of strength, unless he was severely injured, he didn't need to sleep at all. But when he returned home and was surrounded by his wives, he felt at ease and fell asleep without knowing why. His left hand was holding Xia Ningchang, his right hand was holding Su Yan. Shan Qing Luo directly lay on his body, the fragrance of her hair lingering at the tip of his nose. There was also 2 heads on his thighs. There was no need to look, it was definitely Xueyu and Zhu Qing. It was just that he did not know who was on the left and who was on the right. Shan Qing Luo's eyelashes trembled a few times, then she slowly opened her eyes, directly facing Yang Kai's pair of bright eyes. Smiling slightly, the beguiling demon queen said, "You're awake?" Yang Kai nodded. "Satisfied?" Yang Kai shook his head. How could he be satisfied with a husband and wife? He would never be satisfied in this lifetime. These few beautiful faces, these few tender bodies, he would never be satisfied. Shan Qing Luo laughed, "My sisters won't be able to hold on much longer." Saying so, she leaned over and kissed Yang Kai lightly on the lips, but it was just a light touch. Supporting herself with both hands on Yang Kai's chest, she stood up, but for some reason, her brow suddenly furrowed, revealing a pained expression. Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. Shan Qing Luo glared at him. After climbing up with great difficulty, Shan Qing Luo knelt on the bed and looked at the other women, sighing, "Why are you still pretending? It's not your first time, hurry up and get up." None of them were ordinary people. Although her movement of getting up and her voice was soft, how could it not alarm the others? It's just that the other 4 women were sleeping soundly, none of them had opened their eyes. When they were acting presumptuously, they didn't feel anything, but after calming down, they felt awkward. Basically, this was the case every time, so Shan Qing Luo was already used to it. Originally, the situation was a little better. After all, the 4 sisters had been together for a long time, so after getting familiar with each other, they didn't care so much. But the key point was that this time, there was Zhu Qing. After Shan Qing Luo finished speaking, seeing that the 4 women still didn't respond, she couldn't help but sneer, raising her hand and slapping Xia Ningchang's butt, making it ripple like water. "Ningchang, if you don't get up, your husband won't be able to hold back, can you take it when the time comes?" Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes, not because she was frightened by Shan Qing Luo's words, but because Yang Kai's large hands really were roaming around her body. When their eyes met, Xia Ningchang showed an apologetic smile to Yang Kai, then gently kissed Yang Kai on the cheek, breaking free from his embrace and shrinking to the corner of the bed to get up. "Big sister, Xueyu, and that's so-and-so." Shan Qing Luo called out one by one. One by one, they all got up with red faces, and for a time, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of clothes being put on. It was another scene of stunning beauty. Yang Kai laughed as he laid on the bed, his eyes looking from one to the other, his heart filled with joy. After putting on their clothes, the women combed each other's hair, and when they were all dressed, they looked back, only to see Yang Kai leisurely lying on the bed. Su Yan helplessly sighed, let's do it. The 5 women split into 2 sides, helping Yang Kai get up and get dressed. Chapter 36-27. In the conference hall of the High Heaven Palace, Hyoji sat on a chair with an ashen face. Hua Qingxi sat across a table with a smile on her face. There were several jade slips on the table. These jade slips recorded the names, genders, cultivation levels, and other detailed information of the 20,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace. The tea on the table had already turned cold. Hua Qingxi signaled outside with her eyes, and a maidservant immediately came forward to serve tea. This was the umpteenth time. Army Commander Yao, have some more tea. The palace master will be here soon. Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile. Hyoji turned his head and glanced at her coldly. 4 days ago, you said the same thing. It was no wonder that Hyoji's expression turned ugly. 3 days later, he returned to the High Heaven Palace on time to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving him wasn't Yang Kai, but Hua Qingxi. This wasn't a big deal. It was just a small matter. Hyoji wasn't happy, but he didn't care too much. However, he waited here for 4 days. For 4 whole days, there was still no sign of Yang Kai. Hyoji's patience was almost worn out. He didn't know how many cups of tea he had in the High Heaven Palace. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi accompanying him with a respectful attitude, Hyoji would have suspected that Yang Kai was playing with him. Hua Qingxi felt awkward. She could guess what Yang Kai was doing at this moment, but she couldn't tell outsiders. Moreover, she couldn't disturb Yang Kai at this time. She felt very depressed. Her palace master was good at everything, but he was a bit too indulgent when it came to the matters between men and women. Almost every time he went out, he would run amok with his wives for a few days. Previously, she felt that Hyoji's 3-day agreement wasn't enough time. Now, it seemed that it really wasn't enough. However, it wasn't easy to recruit Hyoji into the GZ army. She couldn't just let him go like this. If he really left, it would be Yang Kai's loss, and also the GZ army's loss. Yang Kai was used to being a hands-off boss, but as the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, she had to worry about this. Why don't we take a look at the information of these disciples? When the GZ army is really established, wouldn't Yao Zhangjun have an idea of who will hold what position? Hyoji said coldly, there's no need to look. I've already memorized the information of a cultivator above the Dao source realm. Then, Hua Qingxi felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to stall for time. Originally, she had delayed Yang Kai for 4 days, which was already the limit. In her opinion, if Yang Kai still didn't appear in half a day, Hyoji might really leave. Sure enough, Hyoji snorted, I'll wait at most for 4 more hours. After 4 hours, if Yang Kai doesn't appear in front of me, the previous bet will be cancelled. After saying that, he chuckled, it's not that I, Hyoji, didn't keep my word. It's that traitor who doesn't put me in his eyes. With his background and strength, no matter which corps he went to, any corps commander would welcome him with open arms, but after coming to Yang Kai's place, he had sat here for 4 days without even seeing his face. He didn't want to work under Yang Kai, but because of the reputation of the Serene Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Great Emperors, he reluctantly agreed. Now that he had found an excuse, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Traitor? Where did this traitor come from? A voice suddenly sounded. Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this and turned her head to look outside the hall. When the voice first spoke, it was clearly still a few dozen kilometers away, but by the time the last word fell, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. His steps were majestic, and it was obvious at a glance that he had been in a good mood these past few days. Bian Yuqing came with him. These days, Bian Yuqing had been waiting outside Lingshao Peak, waiting for Yang Kai to finish and immediately reporting to him about Hyoji's situation. So, although Yang Kai had just walked out of Ling Shao Peak, he already had some understanding of the situation here. Yao Jun was in charge of the army. Not bad. When Hua Qingxi was in charge, he could always be at ease. Palace Master. Hua Qingxi got up and bowed. She was obviously relieved, and her anxious heart was finally put down. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so courteous. He only looked at Hyoji. Hyoji ignored him and only gave a cold snort, showing no intention of standing up. Yang Kai was magnanimous and didn't bicker with him. He walked to the seat of honor, swung his robes back, and sat down. The maidservant served tea and respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, his eyebrows jumped, and he revealed a surprised expression before he began to drink. Hua Qingxi opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Yang Kai signaled her with his eyes and she closed her mouth. Yang Kai didn't speak, and Hyoji also remained silent. In the entire hall, only the sound of Yang Kai drinking tea could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Hyoji coldly looked at Yang Kai for a long time and said, "Palace Master Yang, Great Chief Steward." Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi and played with the teacup in his hand. "What is this tea? Is Palace Master not used to it?" Hua Qingxi didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but since he asked, she could only answer, "It's okay. Where did you buy this tea?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "We didn't buy them, they were planted by our High Firmament Palace. There are a few acres of variant tea trees on Jade Peak, and they were probably planted by someone from Seeking Passion sect. Madame Ning Chong was very fond of them when she saw them, so she personally took care of these variant tea trees. The tea leaves collected were refined by her." "Did Ning Chong plant them?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Hua Qingxi nodded and said, "Yes, Madame said they could be used to entertain guests." "Entertain what guests?" Yang Kai felt distressed. "Send the rest of the tea leaves to High Heaven Peak. In the future, use other tea leaves to entertain guests." As he spoke, he glanced at the teacup in front of Hyoji and calculated in his heart how many cups of tea he had drunk. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the muscles on his face twisted slightly. "Yes." Hua Qingxi bowed her head and responded. Hyoji was furious. He had come here and waited for Yang Kai for 4 days before seeing him, and now he couldn't even bear to let him have a sip of tea. In anger, he picked up the teacup and drank it all. Putting the teacup on the table with a heavy thud, Hyoji spoke for the second time, "Palace Master Yang, that's right, in the years that I wasn't here, did anything big happen in the palace?" Yang Kai seemed to be completely against Hyoji, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately interrupt him. Hua Qingxi lowered her eyes, replying to Palace Master, "After you left, the great emperors ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. In the past few years, the palace has not had any contact with the outside world, and has only been responsible for refining pills and tools. There hasn't been anything big." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "That's good. Palace Master Yang." Hyoji was already gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi again, and just as he opened his mouth, Hyoji suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the table. With a bang, the table shattered, and the several jade slips that recorded the information of the 20,000 disciples also exploded into powder. "Yang Kai." Hyoji said each word clearly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Brother Yao, why are you so angry? Is there anything that Towering Palace has done wrong in our hospitality?" He turned his head and said to Hua Qingxi, "Head Chief, Brother Yao came to my High Heaven Palace, so you should treat him well. Did you neglect him in any way? Look at him now, you've angered Brother Yao. What a scandal." Hua Qingxi lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she were in Hyoji's shoes, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. She just couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. If it was said that the delay of 4 days before was pardonable, it was because the palace master and the madams were inseparable from each other. But now, it was somewhat wrong to ignore them several times. Was it a show of strength? But there was no need for that. Seeing that Yang Kai was pretending to be confused, Hyoji was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Yang Kai, 7 days ago, we had a bet, and I lost, so I have nothing to say. You wanted me to be the commander of the GZ army, and I kept my word. You ignored me for 4 days, and I endured it. But if you still have this attitude today, then don't blame me for turning hostile. Yang Kai asked curiously, Brother Yao, did you just say that you came here to take up the position of commander of the GZ army? Hyoji frowned and subconsciously glanced at Hua Qingxi. He thought that Hua Qingxi had made the decision on her own without informing Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but ask, did you not know about this? Yang Kai smiled, the head chief reported this to me, so how could I not know? Hyoji was furious, if you already know, then why ask? Yang Kai pointed at his own nose, then does Brother Yao know what my current position is? Hyoji said coldly, the great emperors have decreed that the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, will be the commander of the GZ army. This matter has already been passed through the 7 Mist Sea and spread to all the armies. Yang Kai nodded, you will be the commander of the GZ army, and I will be the commander of the GZ army. As he spoke, the smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared, and he slowly straightened his back. The aura of a high-tier demon king surged, and his figure seemed to have grown much taller. His voice was solemn as he said, since you know these 2 things, and have you ever treated yourself as a member of the GZ army, why should I care about you when you don't know your own limits? Hua Qingxi, who had her head lowered all this time, suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Kai had always ignored Hyoji, and even deliberately changed the topic a few times to ignore him. It turned out that it was a matter of attitude. However, Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Hyoji coming to the GZ army as the commander would only bring benefits to the GZ army. However, if he didn't treat himself as a member of the GZ army, then he wouldn't be able to consider the GZ army at all times. Yang Kai was indeed trying to show off his power, but it wasn't to establish his prestige, nor was it to humiliate him. It was just to change Hyoji's attitude and position. Hyoji said angrily, if I didn't treat myself as a member of the GZ army, then I wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't be humiliated by you. Yang Kai shook his head, no one is humiliating you. You're standing here right now, and you're talking to me as the son of the great emperors, not as the commander of the GZ army. If you don't understand this, then you can go back to where you came from. The GZ army doesn't need you. Chapter 36-28. As soon as he said this, Hyoji's eyelids twitched. His emperor's chi surged, creating a gale that swept through the hall. His entire aura became extremely dangerous. He was truly furious. He couldn't help but feel like he had been snubbed. Hua Qingxi had said before that it was Yang Kai who wanted him to become the commander of the GZ army. He had reluctantly agreed and came to the High Heaven Palace to discuss the army's plans with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect to receive such a response. Return to where he came from? Where else could he go? He was originally the deputy commander of another army. He had spent a few days resigning from this position after returning to the 7 Mist Sea and handing over various tasks to the new commander. Now, the entire 7 Mist Sea knew that he was going to become the commander of the GZ army. Many people congratulated him for this. Although the deputy commander's authority wasn't small, how could it compare to the commander who had millions of people under him? This was already a promotion. At this time, Yang Kai actually told him to return to where he came from. If he really went back and someone asked, would he have to tell them that he was chased away by the commander of the GZ army? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul couldn't afford to lose face like this. If Hyoji still had a choice 7 days ago, then he had no way out now. It wasn't that he had blocked his path of retreat, but that he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an attitude. He was clearly desperate for talent before, but now he was abandoning him like a worn-out shoe. Was this still a fucking human? Hyoji felt like he had been played. However, his path of retreat was cut off. No matter how angry Hyoji was, he didn't immediately explode. He only asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Kai's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "It's not me who wants to do anything. It's Brother Yao who needs to recognize his position and identity." Hyoji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As he inhaled and exhaled, the air in the hall became restless. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were secretly on edge. They were afraid that the two of them would fight again. They weren't worried that Yang Kai would suffer any losses, but if they really did, the GZ army would completely miss out on Hyoji. Fortunately, although Yao Si was arrogant and unruly, his temperament and cultivation were quite good. He knew when to be angry and when to endure, so there was no need for others to teach him. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he cupped his fists to Yang Kai, tilted his head to the side, and quickly said, "Yao Si, greet Sir Corps Commander." That was truly an accusation that was filled with blood and tears as he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with grief and indignation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai laughed loudly and suddenly appeared in front of Hyoji. He grabbed his arm and warmly said, "Yao Zhangjun is too polite, too polite. In the future, we will all be one family. We should support each other and take care of each other. There's no need to be so polite." His attitude suddenly underwent a huge change. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that Yang Kai and Hyoji had a very good relationship. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. At this point, she finally understood Yang Kai's intentions. Palace Master had emphasized his position and identity twice, all for the sake of this title of army commander. After all, after seeing Yang Kai today, Hyoji kept calling him Palace Master Yang. Under normal circumstances, this kind of address wouldn't have mattered, but it couldn't be done now. Yang Kai was the GZ Army's army commander, while Hyoji was the GZ Army's commander. This was the relationship between superior and subordinate. Military law was majestic, and military orders were like mountains. No matter what, Hyoji had to call Yang Kai master. This was the only way to prove that Hyoji saw himself as a member of the GZ army. He clearly understood his position and identity, and not the high and mighty son of great emperors. This was why Yang Kai's attitude changed. Hyoji's face twitched as his arm was held by Yang Kai. His eyes were spitting fire. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He said to Hua Qingxi, "Come, bring some wine. Today, Commander Yao is the GZ Army's new position. This army commander wants to drink with Commander Yao to our heart's content." Before Hua Qingxi could respond, Hyoji shouted, "Let's see who dares to bring wine." How could he be in the mood to drink with his stomach full of anger? Even if he wanted to drink, he couldn't drink with Yang Kai. Hyoji was willing to call Yang Kai master because of the great emperor's orders. However, even the army commander couldn't interfere with his personal matters. Hua Qingxi was about to go get the wine, but now that she heard this, she found it difficult to do so. She could only look at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled, "If Commander Yao doesn't want to drink, then we won't drink. Let's sit down and talk. In the future, the army will rely on Commander Yao for many things. Although you and I have known each other for a long time, we aren't familiar with each other yet. Just nice. Sir." Hyoji shook off his hand and said with a cold expression, "I didn't come here to drink with you. Secondly, I didn't come here to chat with you. If Master wants to drink and chat, it's better for you to go to someone else. I don't have time to accompany you." When he first called Commander Master, his expression was difficult and he was obviously reluctant. However, after that, it was much smoother. Yang Kai was shaken off by him. He coughed lightly and nodded with a serious expression. The great emperors ordered me to create and prepare the GZ army. Although it's great kindness, it's also a burden and responsibility for me. The great emperor's expectations are deeply felt by me and I don't dare to disappoint them. Today, with the help of Commander Yao, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The war in the Western Territory is anxious, and time waits for no one. Since Commander Yao is here today, let's discuss in detail the formation of the army. Hyoji's eyes twitched, but he saw that Yang Kai had already sat down. Taking a deep breath, Hyoji suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down as well. Hua Qingxi quietly ordered a maid to serve new tea, but it was not the same tea as before. The chief steward carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. Since he said that he was to send the tea leaves to Lingxiao Peak, he naturally had to do it. Master, I know that you've been in the demon territory for the past few years and know very little about the matters of the star boundary. May I ask, Master, do you know about the structure of the army? Hyoji did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. When it came to business, Yang Kai's expression became much more serious. I know a thing or two. Here in the star boundary, we imitate the demon territory and set up 54 legions. Each legion has a legion commander and 10 towns under their jurisdiction. Each town has 10 people, each camp 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 has 10 guards, each guard has 10 teams, each layer has a clear hierarchy. Seeing that he was not completely ignorant, Hyoji nodded lightly and said, Yang Gong. Master is right, this is the basic structure of each legion. As for the specific details, there may be some differences between each legion, but in general, there is not much difference. Then, Master, do you know who can hold the position of head town and camp commander? Yang Kai smiled and said, isn't it based on cultivation? Hyoji said, in the early stages, it depends on cultivation, in the later stages it depends on battle achievements. Battle achievements. Yang Kai raised his brow. Hyoji nodded and said, with enough battle achievements, soldiers will be promoted to generals, and generals will be promoted to commanders. If they are mediocre, it is not strange for commanders to be demoted, and generals to be demoted. After saying this, he had a proud look on his face. Yang Kai did not quite understand why he was so proud at first, but soon realized and said with a smile, I heard that Yao Zhangjun was previously a vice-legion commander in a certain legion. I am very curious, what position did Yao Zhangjun hold when he first joined? Vice-legion commander. As if he was tickled by Yang Kai, Hyoji's expression became even more arrogant, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a second-order emperor realm master and the son of great emperors, so it was reasonable for him to be a vice-legion commander after joining the army. What's more, his battle achievements over the past few years had been outstanding, and he had been promoted from vice-legion commander to general, and then to vice-legion commander. It could be said that he had been promoted step by step. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. In any case, words of praise were not cheap, and since Hyoji liked to hear it, he could just say more. Hyoji did not linger on this topic any longer, and his expression became solemn again, but Master is right. At the beginning of the army's establishment, no one has any battle achievements, so it is true that positions are appointed based on cultivation. However, the position of camp commander must be held by someone from the emperor realm, and the higher the cultivation, the better. The position of martial guard must be at least a Dao source realm cultivator. As for captain, the requirements can be lowered. A third-order origin king should be enough. Yang Kai nodded and said, Army Commander Yao has experience in this matter, so I will listen to Army Commander Yao. Hyoji felt much better after hearing him say this. He glanced at him and said, but here's the problem. Our GZ army doesn't have enough people to hold the positions of camp commander and vice-legion commander. Yang Kai raised his brow, that is to say, we don't have many people from the emperor realm. Yes, in High Heaven Palace, including Master, there are 14 people from the Emperor realm, but 13 of them are first-order emperors. With such cultivation, they can only hold the position of camp commander, and it is impossible for them to be promoted further. 14 people? Which 14? Yang Kai asked curiously. He did not know that there were 14 people from the Emperor realm in High Heaven Palace. Hyoji opened his mouth and said, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Hua Qing Si, Bian Yuqing, Gui Zhu, Aio, Chiyu, Chai Hu, Gutsang Yun, Yi Hen, Ruan Bai Ting, Southern Gate Army, and Ho Yu. These 13 people, together with Master, make up 14 people. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qing Si, and Hua Qing Si gently nodded, indicating that Hyoji was right. Hyoji could understand this because Hua Qing Si had sorted out the information beforehand. There are 14 people from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai chuckled. Among them, Yi Hen was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, and also Yi Jing Han's father. He had advanced to the Emperor realm a few years ago, and Su Yan had also made a breakthrough in the past few years. Ruan Bai Ting was Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect in the ancestral territory. Her aptitude was not bad, and when Yang Kai brought her over from the ancestral territory, she was already in the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, due to the restrictions of the world principles, she was unable to break through. After coming to the High Heaven Palace, it was natural for her to advance. There are only 12 people. Hyoji could not bear to see Yang Kai's smug expression and immediately said, that Southern Gate Army and Ho Yu are not included. These two people are not allowed to enter the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. An Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master were both extraordinary talents. Who would be willing to let them enter the battlefield to fight the demon race? Chapter 36-29. 12 people? Good, good. Yang Kai laughed happily. He thought back to when he first entered the star boundary and saw the masters of the Emperor realm. He was shocked. But in just a few short decades, the High Heaven Palace he created already had more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm. Moreover, these people were basically all cultivated by his own sect. The heritage of such a large sect was slowly showing. It had only been a few decades, but what if it took hundreds or thousands of years? Only such a sect would live up to its reputation as a top sect. Therefore, Yang Kai was laughing very happily. After laughing, he said, since there are so many masters from the Emperor realm, then there's no need to worry about the position of camp commander. Hyoji sneered, could it be that Master wants to appoint all the camp commanders of the GZ army as members of the High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai asked. Hyoji said, if the High Heaven Palace could support the entire GZ army, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the current situation is that the High Heaven Palace can't support it, so the GZ army has to recruit people from the outside. Since we need to recruit people, we naturally need suitable positions for them. If the position of camp commander is assigned to the High Heaven Palace, then how will the other First Order Emperor Realm Masters join us? Isn't there still a deputy camp commander? Yang Kai smiled, also, under the camp commander, there are still martial guards. Then, the position of left guard can also be held by a First Order Emperor Realm Master, right? Han Zhengqing, who they met on the way back, was a left guard. He was also a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but that was just a part of the Bingchen army. The Bingchen army was so rich that they used the Emperor Realm as their left guard. There was no reason for the GZ army to be inferior to them. Hyoji shook his head and said, although that's the case, it's still inappropriate. Doing so will give outsiders the misconception that the GZ army is the High Heaven Palace's army. The GZ army belongs to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai interrupted. Hyoji stared at him with his mouth open. Yang Kai continued, I want this king to issue a military order so that the army will not dare to disobey. I want the entire GZ army to be united as one. I don't want any noise inside or outside the army. Hyoji said anxiously, Master, you're right to think that way, but if we implement it according to your idea, Yang Kai grinned. I know it's difficult. Aren't you in charge of the army? Hyoji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the GZ army wasn't a good job. He had accepted a hot potato, and the most hateful thing was that he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Hyoji slowly shook his head and changed the topic. Let's put aside the matter of the camp commander for now. I want to talk to Master about the position of chief. According to Master's idea, the position of chief needs to be held by someone from the High Heaven Palace. Does the High Heaven Palace have that many second or third order Emperor Realm Masters? Naturally, they didn't. He knew how many people from the High Heaven Palace were in the Emperor Realm. He asked this to make Yang Kai back off. Didn't you want to put all the important positions in the High Heaven Palace? If you don't even have enough people in the chief, how are you going to do that? The High Heaven Palace doesn't have them, but I can find them. Yang Kai smiled slightly. How about this, I'll make a list later. I'll have to trouble Army Commander Yao to go to the Seven Fog Sea and find Army Commander Li to ask for them. Hyoji's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, poaching people? Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Hyoji said, it's better for Army Commander Master to personally deal with this matter. Yang Kai wanted to poach some masters to be the chief of the GZ army, but how could such people be unknown in the various armies? They were definitely the chief of a certain army. This was basically poaching people. Hyoji wasn't afraid of offending people, but it was better to avoid doing it if he could. Yang Kai chuckled, having Army Commander Yao is enough. I still have other important matters to attend to. I really don't have the time. Army Commander Yao will have to put in more effort in establishing the GZ army. Hyoji wasn't willing to accept this. He chattered with Yang Kai for a while. In any case, he didn't want to accept this task. In the end, Yang Kai helplessly said, how about this, Army Commander Yao will deal with this matter first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll personally deal with it. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hyoji's response. He patted his shoulder and said, that's all. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory and blurred, disappearing without a trace. Master! Hyoji stood up and shouted, but how could he get any response? Yang Kai had long since disappeared. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had come here to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, as soon as they started talking, Yang Kai, as the army commander, actually ran away. He still had many things to say. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. When she saw Hyoji's flustered and exasperated appearance, she couldn't help but smile apologetically. Army Commander Yao, please calm down. Army Commander Yao was furious. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, this should be what the palace master left for Army Commander Yao. She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Hyoji didn't know when Yang Kai had left it behind. He coldly snorted and took a look at the jade slip. He saw a row of names inside. Xia Wuwei, Ying Fei, Shi Lei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, Qi Lian, Fu Ling, Li Jiao, Mi Qi. Hyoji's face was still cold and angry. However, after seeing the names on the list, the coldness on his face slowly melted. In the end, he actually smiled and reached out to hold the jade slip as if he was holding something important. When he heard Yang Kai say that he was going to poach someone else, he instinctively felt that it was an annoying task. Moreover, how could the other army commanders let someone go so easily? If they didn't let someone go, then he, as the army commander, would have to argue with the other party. But now, it seemed that although this task was still annoying, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. At the very least, Xia Wuwei, Ying Fei, Shi Lei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Qi Lian, these 6 monster kings, had a close relationship with the High Heaven Palace. The savage wildland also had a very good relationship with Yang Kai. Now, these monster kings were all under the command of the three saint sages. If he went to ask for someone under Yang Kai's order, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't refuse. As for Fu Ling, there was no need to talk about her. She was a member of the dragon race. Ordinary army commanders couldn't control her at all. Therefore, she had always been under Li Wui's Jia army. Together with the elites she had brought from Dragon Island, Li Wui had organized them into an invincible fierce wind army. With the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the Jia army. Poaching Fu Ling was equivalent to poaching the entire elite team from Dragon Island. That was over 10,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of powerful reinforcements from the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fu Ling's name didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's strength. There was also Li Jiao and Mi Qi. These two were the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory. They definitely had disciples from their own sects under them. Poaching the two of them over was equivalent to poaching the people from Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect. It had long been rumored that the sects in the Northern Territory only followed the lead of High Heaven Palace. Now that Yang Kai's Jia army needed manpower, Li Jiao and Mi Qi definitely wouldn't refuse. With so many third-grade Emperor realm cultivators and Zhu Qing, the position of commander was more than enough. And once the positions of the chief commander and camp commander were properly assigned, it would be much easier for them to set up the base, because the positions did not require them to be too powerful. Towering Palace could be completely self-sufficient. The Jia army could really become the army of High Heaven Palace. This wasn't a bad thing. Admittedly, it would have some influence on the people who joined, but this way, the cohesion of the Jia army would be extremely terrifying. No other army could compare to it. After understanding this point, Yao Zhangjun couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai anymore. He put away the jade strip and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was contemplating whether he should first return to the Seven Mist Sea and ask Li Wui for people, or go to the army that those people were in and inform them of Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he decided to go to the Seven Mist Sea and greet Li Wui first. In the army, the transfer of personnel required Li Wui's approval. If he wanted to poach someone's commander and deputy commander, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give Li Wui a heads up first. When he arrived at the space array, Hyoji suddenly realized something. He had clearly accepted the position of commander unwillingly, so why was he so excited to help Yang Kai do things? After thinking about it, he felt that he wasn't happy because of Yang Kai, but because of the bright future of the Jia army. While Yao Zhangjun was running around the Seven Mist Sea to poach people from the various army bases, Yang Kai was leading his wives to the High Heaven Palace to greet the various elders. He had already made his intentions clear, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't greet them now. However, he didn't waste any time. He went from one spirit peak to another and visited them one by one. In the end, he went to the residence of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suzhu. After spending a few days with his parents, the two of them were naturally happy. But Kai Yang was able to detect that under his mother's laughter, there was a hint of worry and anxiety. It couldn't be helped. There was still no news of Yang Shui. Back then, Yang Kai brought Yang Xiao and Qiongqi back from Dragon Island. He didn't think that the brat Yang Xiao would run away with Qiongqi while he was away. Not only did he run away, he even took Yang Shui with him. Lu Yan didn't feel at ease and also followed to protect them. In the end, the four of them entered the Four Seasons realm together. Until now, there was no news of them. Although she knew that Yang Shui would be fine with Lu Yan's protection, her daughter was her own flesh and blood. As a mother, how could she not miss her? What's more, how old was Yang Shui? She was only 7 or 8 years old when she left and had just started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the training ground of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even with Qiongqi and Lu Yan's protection, who knew what would happen inside? Every time he thought of this matter, Yang Kai was furious. Yang Shao, that brat, was asking for a beating. It was fine if he went alone, but he even took Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, Dragon Island already knew about this matter. For this matter, the second elder Fu Xiu specially came to the High Heaven Palace to inquire about the situation. He even went to the Four Seasons realm in the Southern Territory to investigate for half a year, but he didn't find any clues. Before he left, he told Zhu Qing that Yang Kai should immediately go to Dragon Island to see her. Chapter 36:30. Yang Shao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end, he was still the son of Fu Dun and Zhu Yan, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Yang Shao was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb, but Fu Dun was eager to love his son and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dun doted on Yang Shao to the extreme, and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Yang Shao. If Yang Shao hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dun was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her, otherwise, she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dun left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dun. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Shao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse, it was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yan and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse. Eastern Territory, Ancients' Wild Ancient Lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet Clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The Wild Ancient Lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Luan Feng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the Wild Ancient Lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Shao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. It was said that many divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace, and if they could be opened soon, many monster race clans in the wild ancient lands might benefit. The reason why Shi Lei and the others were willing to follow Yang Kai was because of the opportunities in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, and his speed had become much faster. In just half an hour, he had arrived at the Blood Door. There was nothing on a bare mountain peak. If he hadn't known that the Blood Door was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid too much attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed entered the Divine Spirit Palace from this place. A great battle had broken out in the surrounding valleys. The Divine Spirit Stone Fire had been killed by Zhang Ruoxi with a single move and had extracted its Divine Spirit source, benefiting the embodiment. Not seeing the Blood Door, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, if the Blood Door had really reopened, it would have been impossible for all sides of the star boundary to not receive any news. He just came here to take a look and confirm. Two strange sounds rang out, and Yang Kai turned his head to look. What he saw was a person hanging upside down under the trunk of a big tree, with his arms crossed and one foot hooked on the trunk, seemingly sleeping. Yang Kai had noticed when he arrived that this was a monster general, but he didn't pay any attention to him. However, this monster general's perception wasn't weak, and he noticed something while sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he met Yang Kai's eyes. When their eyes met, the monster general was startled for a moment, then immediately cried out and accidentally fell to the ground from the trunk. He hurriedly stood up and ran over, nodding and bowing. This lowly one greets Lord Yang. Lord Yang, may you live a long life and be in good health forever. Goo goo. Yang Kai looked at him and saw that this monster general had a square head, a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a small nose, and a sharp mouth, like a bird's beak. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know me?" The monster general nodded hurriedly. "Who in the ancient lands doesn't know you?" Back then, this lowly one was a servant of Master Flying Eagle and saw you killing everywhere, majestic and awe-inspiring. Goo goo, what race are you from? Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general said, "This lowly one is an owl that gained intelligence and became a monster. However, something went wrong with my cultivation back then, and this transformation technique isn't perfect. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master." No wonder he looked a little strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws when a monster general transformed into a human form, but this one in front of Yang Kai had very obvious demonic characteristics. An owl that gained intelligence and became a monster, and he did look like one. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, "I'm following my king's orders to guard the Blood Door." "Oh, right, my king said that this was an order from the Holy Masters. You're the only one here." "Just me, goo goo." Yang Kai glanced at his lower body. "How did you get injured?" The monster general replied proudly, "I was fighting with the demon race in the West Territory. This lowly one killed him and he cut off one of my legs. The blood flowed all over the ground, and it was very painful. However, this lowly one was lucky and kept my life." "Heh, a leg in exchange for his life, it wasn't a loss at all. This lowly one still wanted to kill him, and this lowly one still had a leg that could be exchanged for the life of a demon race. However, my king asked me to come back and guard the Blood Door, so this lowly one came back." Yang Kai opened his mouth. He didn't expect there to be so many things related to the broken leg. He raised his hand and patted the monster general's shoulder. "Good job." The demon general immediately revealed a flattered expression. He didn't know what to say. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Fighting on the battlefield is what men like us should do, but the matter of the Blood Door is also very important. Guard this place well, and if there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message to inform your great king and the Holy Senior. Yes, you can rest assured. This lowly one will stay here and not go anywhere." The monster general straightened his back and patted his chest to assure him. "All right, I'm just here to take a look." Yang Kai nodded to him before turning around and walking back the way he came. After 2 steps, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving the monster general dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered and cupped his fist. "This lowly one will see you off, master." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on his hand. He opened his palm and saw a space ring. Yang Kai didn't know when a space ring had appeared on his hand, but after releasing his divine sense to investigate it, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Inside the space ring, there were thousands of monster beasts' monster cores, all of which were extremely extraordinary. Although there was no 12th order monster beast's monster core, it was exactly what he needed. How could he not know that this was a reward from Yang Kai? He knelt down and kowtowed in the direction Yang Kai left, constantly thanking him. Another hour later, Yang Kai appeared in Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Even if he didn't dare face them, he still had to come to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu, Fa2, had been welcomed back to Star Soul Palace by Lei Hong. Yang Kai came here to send the great emperors off and apologize to Lan Sun in person. Before coming here, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself. Even if Lan Sun scolded him or hit him, he wouldn't resist. After all, Mingyu did die at his hands. He had even imagined that Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him. But when Yang Kai really set foot in Star Soul Palace, he never expected that the mainstay of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors, would experience such great turmoil. The space array was empty, and there was not a single Star Soul Palace disciple guarding it. Not only that, but outside the main hall, a brilliant 5-colored light flowed like a river. Between the heavens and earth, the world energy was restless, and an extremely dangerous aura was fluctuating from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, as if it could collapse this world at any time. Yang Kai was shocked and rushed out of the hall, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. Star Soul Palace hadn't been invaded by an external enemy. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the Great Emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yang Kai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended mid-air, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yang Kai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shui Zhengmao, and Xiao Yu Yang, the 3 great elders, had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor realm assisting them. There were also countless Dao Source realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic chi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, when he tried to release his demonic chi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all and was repelled by the 5-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the 5-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic chi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Dao had invaded their sect, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yu Yang and Shui Zhengmao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong. "Great Elder, what happened?" Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, Her Royal Highness entered the Yin-Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now, it seems that something has happened. The Yin-Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave. Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan. Only now did he know that this five-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly, yes. Yang Kai angrily said, Why didn't you stop her? The Universe Tower was an ancient exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Mingyu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable, but now that the great emperors Mingyu were gone, Lan Xun, as the only descendant of Mingyu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Xun was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower. But, she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda? Not to mention a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master, even a fake emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Xun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Xun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Xun knelt for several days, motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Chen followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Xun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Xun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the great emperor's bright moon. As soon as she entered, the entire Universe Tower was sealed, and all the disciples who were still inside were thrown out. No one else could enter. After that, the Universe Tower became turbulent, and the five-colored light flowed out, forming the current state in front of them. Hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai's face became heavy. He knew that he couldn't blame others for this. If Lan Xun insisted on doing this, no one could stop her. Palace Master Yang, save junior sister, please save junior sister. Xiao Chen, who was not far away, turned his head at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. This guy and Yang Kai had always been at loggerheads. In the past, whenever they met, he had never given Yang Kai any face. What's more, as the son of Xiao Yu Yang, he thought highly of himself and felt that there was no other outstanding talent in the world besides him, Xiao Chen. At this moment, this outstanding talent's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. Obviously, he had exhausted too much strength and failed to look after Lan Xun, allowing her to sneak into the Universe Tower. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with self-blame, and at this moment, he was desperate. Yang Kai glanced at him and gently nodded, I'll do my best. Turning his head, he asked Lei Hong, is there really no one who can go in? Lei Hong slowly shook his head, no one can. Will the great emperors know about this? Now that there was a space crossing array, it was convenient to travel. If the other great emperors knew about such a big thing happening in Star Soul Palace, they would definitely not ignore it. Lei Hong said, half a day ago, they sent disciples to the Seven Fog Sea. Just as they were speaking, Yang Kai and Lei Hong's expressions both shook. They turned their heads and looked behind them, because the auras of the great emperors had suddenly appeared. The next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of the two. The iron-blood great emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had personally arrived. He stood in the void and looked at the universe tower silently. There was nostalgia in his eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. Master. The universe tower was in a bad situation. It looked like it could fly away at any time. Now that Lan Xun was still inside, if the universe tower really flew away, it would probably never be found again. Even Lan Xun would die of old age inside. Yang Kai was anxious, but Zhan Wuhen kept staring at the universe tower without saying a word, so he couldn't help but shout. Zhan Wuhen looked down and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "Why are you standing here?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I came to offer my condolences to the great emperors and happened to see this." Zhan Wuhen smacked his lips, "I'm asking, why are you still standing here?" Yang Kai was confused by his question and looked at him inquiringly. "Get in," Zhan Wuhen said. Yang Kai was even more confused, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, you may not know, but Great Elder Lei said," he wanted to explain to Zhan Wuhen, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he raised his hand and put it on Yang Kai's shoulder, snorting, "Too much nonsense. If I tell you to get in, then get in." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw Yang Kai directly into the universe tower as if he was throwing a ragged rag. Yang Kai let out a strange cry. Lei Hong was also shocked, and the nearby Star Soul Palace masters who saw this scene also cried out in surprise. No one expected Zhan Wuhen to suddenly do this. The moment he was thrown out, Yang Kai only had one thought in his mind: the great emperors are really extraordinary. Zhan Wuhen put his hand on his shoulder and threw him out. He clearly saw the whole process, and the other party's movements weren't fast, but he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment before Kai Yang felt as if he was about to become dizzy from the impact. The great emperors made a move with ferocious strength, and Yang Kai's entire body crashed into the universe tower at an incredible speed. Even if he had a half-dragon body, he probably wouldn't have a good end. But just as he was about to hit the universe tower, the tower trembled slightly, and a doorway-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in the direction he was going. Yang Kai directly rushed into this whirlpool and disappeared. He went in. He actually went in. A group of Star Soul Palace masters from the Emperor realm were stunned. Lan Xun had entered the universe tower, causing it to react strangely. How could the elders of Star Soul Palace not want to enter? They wanted to help Lan Xun or persuade her to return, but Lan Xun had a special seal left by the great emperors, so the entire universe tower was completely sealed. No matter what method they used, there was no way to enter. They could only try to maintain the stability of the tower from the outside and help Lan Xun. But at this moment, after Zhan Wuhen threw him, Yang Kai actually directly entered the universe tower. What kind of mysterious method was this? Lei Hong and the others all looked at Zhan Wuhen in surprise. With Zhan Wuhen's method, they didn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wuhen seemed to be aware of their thoughts and said faintly, "Only he can go in, don't think too much about it." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and grinned, "This king means that even I can't enter." Huh? Lei Hong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. But these words came from Zhan Wuhen, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. "If you really want to say it, I can also go in." Zhan Wuhen changed the topic, but that will inevitably damage the universe tower. At the very least, I will have to break most of the barriers left behind by Mingyu, and that will take several months. A few months was a long time. Who could wait that long? Xiao Yuyang was puzzled. Even Master can't easily enter the universe tower, so why did Palace Master Yang? What do you think? Zhan Wuhen smiled slightly, his face unfathomable. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Not only did he understand, but Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao also understood. It was because Yang Kai had inherited the world will of the great emperors Mingyu. The universe tower was refined by the great emperors Mingyu, so no matter who the tower stopped, it couldn't stop the great emperors Mingyu. Even if Yang Kai wasn't Mingyu, he had inherited the world will of the great emperors, so he naturally carried a part of Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower wouldn't stop him. Lei Hong and the others couldn't see it, and even Yang Kai himself didn't feel it, but Zhan Wuhen saw it as soon as he arrived. There was a subtle connection between Yang Kai and the universe tower. This connection was left behind by the dead Mingyu. Lei Hong said excitedly, "So, Palace Master Yang will be safe after entering the universe tower?" "Did I say that?" Zhan Wuhen slowly shook his head. "He can go in, but the universe tower is full of mysteries. Even if he goes in, this king can't guarantee what will happen to him. He might not even be able to find Lan Sun. Then what should we do?" Lei Hong, Xiao Yang, and the others' faces changed. "We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate." Zhan Wuhen said solemnly, "Anyway, as long as the universe tower exists, they won't die. That little brat is quite capable, so he will find Lan Sun sooner or later." Lei Hong's face was full of worry. "But what if the universe tower leaves before that?" Zhan Wuhen smiled. "If it leaves, it leaves. That little brat has the space divine technique, so are you afraid that he won't be able to find his way back? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, he will be able to find it." Chapter 36-32. 100 years, 1,000 years, Lei Hong and the others listened with worried expressions. If it was only 100 years, it would be fine. Although it was not a short time, it was not too long either, but if it was 1,000 years or even longer, by the time Yang Kai and Lan Sun came back, they would have had a lot of children. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a man and a woman were to live together for 1,000 years. "Get out of the way," Zhan Wuhen waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the many masters of Star Soul Palace were all shocked, knowing that the great emperors were going to take action personally. Without hesitation, they withdrew their Emperor Qi and retreated. The five-colored light on the universal tower suddenly soared, and the entire huge tower trembled. The surrounding void shattered, as if the universal tower would break through the void in the next moment. A scarlet flag suddenly appeared, and a bloody sense of conquest filled the air, causing everyone's mind to focus. The flag was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. The Iron Blood War Flag. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's life source treasure was not an ancient treasure, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner, but the manifestation of Zhan Wuhen's cultivation. Using the Iron Blood War Flag meant that Zhan Wuhen had gone all out, which showed how magical the universal tower was. Even the great emperors had to go all out to suppress it. Today, if Zhan Wuhen had not come in person, Lei Hong and the others would not have been able to stabilize the universal tower. Sooner or later, Star Soul Palace would have lost this treasure. The scarlet flag's color was incomparably gorgeous, like a blood wall that covered the sky and earth. The rolling color made it seem as if blood was flowing and rolling within it, giving people an indescribable visual shock. The war flag covered the universal tower, wrapping it up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire universal tower was tightly wrapped. The five-colored light disappeared, and the trembling tower quickly stabilized. The whole world was filled with the scarlet color, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Zhan Wuhen stood in front of the universal tower with his hands behind his back, quietly staring and waiting. At the same time, Yang Kai was complaining incessantly. He was thrown into the Qianquan pagoda by Zhan Wuhen. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was greeted by a strange, hairy monster. The aura of the long-haired monster was extremely strange. He couldn't see through it at first glance. His original intention was to test the waters and see its depths, but who would have thought that this guy would open its mouth wider than the sky, swallowing Yang Kai before he could even react. Soon after, Yang Kai arrived in a strange world. The crimson clouds in the sky were brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to be burning. It didn't seem like it was burning, but it was really burning. What kind of clouds were those in the sky? It was clearly a fire that was burning the heavens. On the ground, there was flowing magma. Boiling bubbles burst, emitting a pungent smell. Hot. It was extremely hot. There seemed to be only one of the 5 elements in this world, fire. Yang Kai couldn't feel the existence of the other 4 elements. It was his first time encountering such a strange place. Before he could take a closer look at the situation in this world, a ferocious figure rolled out of the magma. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, the scales of a fish, and 2 horns on its head. Its entire body was on fire, and its feet were covered in black flames. It looked strange but majestic. Qilin. The ancient divine spirit, Fire Qilin. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Fire Qilin's ranking among the divine spirits was relatively high. If the divine spirits of the world were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, with dragons and phoenixes being the most respected, then the Qilin would definitely be among the top 3 classes. Its ranking was almost the same as Qiongqi's. Yang Kai knew a little about how strong Qiongqi was. Normal fake emperors were no match for him. Then what about this Fire Qilin in front of him? Therefore, when the Fire Qilin appeared, Yang Kai acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He communicated with the sealed world bead and was ready to throw out his 3 half-saint protectors at any time. There was now more than 1 Dharmakaya in the sealed world bead. Bailey Mo and Yu Rumeng had forced Bai Zhua and Bai Ye to him so that he could keep them by his side. If 3 half-saint protectors joined forces, then no matter how powerful the Fire Qilin was, it wouldn't be a match for them. Before this thought came to his mind, there was a gurgling sound, and 1 Fire Qilin after another rolled out of the magma on the ground. Each of them was ferocious and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins on the magma. They surrounded Yang Kai tightly and stared at him with their fiery red eyes. Yang Kai's expression became strange. If there was only 1 Fire Qilin here, then he could understand. The Yinyang Pagoda was extremely mysterious, and there were countless small worlds sealed inside. It wasn't impossible for there to be such a strange world. However, there was something wrong with so many Fire Qilins appearing all of a sudden. No sacred spirit had such an outstanding reproductive ability. The dragon race couldn't do it, the phoenix race couldn't do it, no sacred spirit race couldn't do it. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins in this world. The way of heaven was to take what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Sacred spirits were so powerful. If their reproductive ability was also so strong, then how could there be room for other creatures to survive in this world? In order to prove his thoughts, Yang Kai raised his hand and slashed at the Fire Qilin closest to him with a crescent blade. The crescent blade cut through the air and slashed the Fire Qilin's body. With a mournful cry, the Fire Qilin's body was cut in half. As expected, it wasn't a real Fire Qilin. If it was a real sacred spirit Qilin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill it in 1 move, but for some reason, these guys looked like real sacred spirit Qilins. Even with Yang Kai's excellent eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attack seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The surrounding Fire Qilins pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, the world was filled with flames and magma, and even the burning clouds in the sky were burning even more fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and immediately summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these Fire Qilins weren't real sacred spirits, they were definitely not weak. From the test just now, it seemed that each of them had the strength of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't care about 1 or 2 of them, and he could deal with 10 or 20 of them. However, if there were 100 or 2 of them, Yang Kai could only flee. However, this world of pure fire should be one of the countless small worlds sealed in the Yin Yang Pagoda. Unless the barrier of this small world was broken, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape. It would take a certain amount of time to break the barrier of this world, so naturally, he would need someone to protect him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, the embodiment summoned its demonic war hammer and slammed its fist on its chest, causing its body to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. The demonic war hammer also grew bigger. The embodiment stood on top of the magma and waved the demonic war hammer. The strength of a half-saint was released and the fire chilants that pounced on him were smashed into pieces. Baiya and Baizhua didn't have such fast reaction speed. When they arrived, they were at a loss. When they saw the situation around them, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" While the other asked, "What's going on with Brother Yang?" Yang Kai responded, "Just kill." Then what was there to hesitate about? The two half-saint obeyed and started killing. With 3 half-saint protecting him, no matter how many fire chilants there were, they couldn't get within 300 feet of Yang Kai. Every fire chilan that pounced on him died. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and closed his eyes to sense. At the same time, he carefully recalled his encounter after entering the Universe Tower. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. After a while, Baiya exclaimed, "Brother Baizhua, something's wrong." Baizhua nodded. "We can't kill them all." Although there were many fire chilants, with 3 half-saint attacking together, they would eventually be wiped out. However, the number of fire chilants in front of them didn't decrease at all. No matter how many fire chilants they killed, they would still pounce on them. The 2 half-saint took a moment to observe the situation. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Every time they killed a fire chilan, another one would emerge from the magma. That was why they couldn't kill them all. What the hell is this place? Baizhua smiled bitterly. The fire chilants weren't real objects. They were condensed from the power of the Earth's fire. Unless they extracted the power of this entire world, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. They were half-saint, so killing these fake fire chilants was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, if they delayed for too long, even ants could bite an elephant to death. This is a training ground. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and calmly explained. The Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. For countless years, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace had come here to train and become stronger. The countless small worlds sealed inside were all for this purpose. The small world in front of them was naturally the same. If they didn't have an endless supply of fire chilants, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. "Brother Baizhua, come with me." Yang Kai called out and flew into the sky. Baizhua immediately followed after hearing this. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of feet into the sky. Looking at the tumbling flames in the sky, Baizhua solemnly said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Although he didn't know what the tumbling flames were, Baizhua still perceived a dangerous aura from them. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had one leg. A Baifang. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire chilants that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Baizhua were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Baizhua rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic qi rolled and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of baifangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword qi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Chapter 36-33. In just a few hundred feet, thousands of baifangs had been killed by the two of them. However, these baifangs were like the fire qilins, they were inexhaustible. Even if they killed 10,000 of them, it would be useless. However, they had already reached the bottom of the fire clouds. Yang Kai swung his sword in the sky. His body was wrapped in the sword's radiance as he charged forward bravely. Baizhuo protected him from behind. He raised his hand and cleared the enemies. The fire clouds kept rolling, but the burning fire couldn't block out the dazzling cold light. In the next moment, the fire clouds broke. Yang Kai and Baizhuo charged into the sky. There were still fire clouds above the sky, connecting heaven and earth. There was no end to them. The two of them charged forward without stopping. After a long time and killing countless baifangs, Yang Kai stopped. Baizhuo saw this and immediately stopped as well. They activated their devil aura to protect themselves. In the lava below, the Dharmakaya was informed by Yang Kai. He hurriedly called out to Baiya, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to human size. He carried the demonic war hammer and charged into the sky. Behind him, the fire qilins chased closely. They charged into the fire clouds and faced the large group of baifangs. The fire qilins stopped. It was as if the sky and the ground were two different territory. The fire qilins were in charge of the ground while the baifangs dealt with the enemies in the sky. The fire clouds and baifangs couldn't stop Yang Kai and Baizhuo. Similarly, they couldn't stop the Dharmakaya and Baiya. After a while, the two sides met up. 30 minutes. The Dharmakaya spoke on behalf of Yang Kai. Baiya and Baizhuo nodded. The three half-saints spread out and surrounded Yang Kai to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes were closed tightly as he stood motionless in place, but anyone could feel the space principles emanating from his body. These space principles weren't strong, but they spread out in all directions, as if they were searching for something. What else could he be looking for? Naturally, he was looking for the weakest point of this world's barrier. This place was one of the countless small worlds in the universe tower. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the barrier of this small world. Previously, Yang Kai had searched on the ground, but he couldn't find any flaws. He could only continue to search in the sky. Even though Yang Kai's current attainments in the space laws were not weak, it was still not easy to break through the seal of a small world. However, every world had its own weak point. For example, the astral world. The place where the passage between the two worlds existed was where the astral world's world barrier was weak. That was why the demon race had the opportunity to open up the passage between the two worlds. Even a large world like the astral boundary had weak points, not to mention a small world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already discovered something, but he still needed some time. Most importantly, this world was not that big, so Yang Kai could easily find it. If he were to enter a very large small world, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As the space laws filled the air, Yang Kai's mind was like a sharp blade. As the space laws were used, he cut into the weak point and slowly pried open a gap. The three half-saint beside him were in a frenzy. The Baifang was condensed from the power of the world, so it did not fear death and did not feel pain. It died and came back to life again, and this cycle was endless. The Dharmakaya was slightly better. He was born with the body of the stone mongoose, and he also had the stone fire origin. Even so, he did not feel tired. Baizhuo and Baiya, on the other hand, were using up a portion of their strength. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. Almost every attack was done with their full strength. In such a state, it was difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, it was only the time for one incense stick to burn. If it was just a few days, the two half-saint did not know if they could hold on. While fighting, they also paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side. As time passed, the originally weak fluctuations of the space laws slowly became stronger. Obviously, Yang Kai had made some progress. Sure enough, after an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. The fluctuations of the space laws were extremely strong. Around him, the void became illusory, and layers of ripples appeared. He moved forward, his hands formed into knives, and stabbed forward. Strangely enough, when the two hands stabbed forward, they actually disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. His devil chi erupted like a tsunami, and he shouted, "Open!" As his voice sounded, his hands suddenly tore to the sides. The sky was torn apart like a fine piece of brocade. Amidst the buzzing of the world, a crack slowly appeared in sight. The crack was dark and empty. As Yang Kai moved, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a ferocious crack that was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yang Kai turned around and called out to the three half-saint, "Let's go." This damned place was simply not a place for humans to stay. Now that they had broken through the world barrier, it was naturally better to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Baiya and Baizhua used their secret techniques to kill the enemies on their left and right. Their figures floated back directly to Yang Kai's side. Their Dharma bodies swung their hammers, and they also retreated. Yang Kai urged his devil chi to wrap them up and plunge into the crack in front of them. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Not far from them, a strange-looking monster covered with long hair covered its abdomen. It looked at Yang Kai and the others in horror. Then, it turned around and fled. Yang Kai recognized that it was this guy who had swallowed him in one gulp before entering the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a foot-long wound where the monster was covering its abdomen. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but flames from the small world. Baizhua and Baiya did not understand the situation. When they saw the monster, they wanted to kill it. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped them. "What is this?" Baizhua saw the monster escape and frowned. He was from the demon race in the demon territory. He thought that the monster was unique to the astral world. He had never seen such a creature before. That small world. Yang Kai also frowned. Small world? Baizhua looked at him in shock. "Brother Yang, do you mean that the small world has already taken shape?" "It should be." Yang Kai nodded. If not, he would not have entered the small world after being swallowed by the long-haired monster. After he tore open the space barrier and came out, there was a wound on the monster's abdomen. All these showed that the long-haired monster was the manifestation of the small world. How is that possible? Baizhua and Baiya turned pale with fright. A world taking form after transforming into spirit was simply unheard of, and if it was like this, then wouldn't the devil territory and star dimension be able to transform into spirit as well? If that day really came, wouldn't the demon race and the human race live in the same creature's stomach? Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten my sealed world bead? Baizhua and Baiya were stunned. They just remembered that the sealed world bead could also take shape. They had seen the huge rolling ball with their own eyes. Therefore, they were relieved. Moreover, there is a change in this place. I can't tell what the situation is, but what I see is indeed the manifestation of a small world. It was precisely because the long-haired monster was born from a small world that it was shrouded in world force that Yang Kai hadn't been able to see through its details at first, resulting in him being swallowed whole. However, at this moment, it seemed that the long-haired monster did not have much intelligence, only some instincts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape so easily with the power of a small world. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Universe Tower, nor did he know what Lan Sun did inside. He also did not know where Lan Sun was now or what she had encountered. However, encountering such danger as soon as he came in made Yang Kai somewhat anxious. He had to find Lan Sun as soon as possible to see if he could help her solve the current problem. At the very least, he had to take her away from here. He was already blaming himself for not being able to take Ming Yu away from the demon territory. If he could not take Lan Sun away, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After putting away the 3 half-saint realm cultivators, Yang Kai moved forward alone. He remembered that the 5-colored treasure pagoda had a total of 5 floors, and each floor could allow a cultivator with different cultivation to enter. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the universe tower, she must go to the center of this tower, which should be above the 5th floor. However, Yang Kai could not find the way to the next floor. It seemed that this was the only floor left in the entire universe tower. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of fierce monsters, but without exception, all of them were formed from small worlds. These monsters had different temperaments. Some were as timid as mice and immediately fled when they saw Yang Kai, while others were as fierce as the long-haired monster. After discovering Yang Kai, they immediately pounced on him. Yang Kai avoided them as much as he could. Fortunately, the Space Divine technique allowed him to avoid a lot of killing. However, if one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not all the small worlds transformed into fierce monsters. Some small worlds even transformed into stones that looked ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by them, the stones opened a big mouth and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As a result, Yang Kai fell into an inexplicable small world and had to find a way to get out. These small worlds varied in strength. The strong ones were like the long-haired monster he encountered the first time. Yang Kai had to summon the 3 half-saint realm cultivators to protect him, while the weak ones could break through the world barrier with just a thought and escape. Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo were exhausted. Although they were strong, they could not withstand a continuous battle for a long time. Every time they were taken back into the sealed world bead, they would quickly rest and recover, ready to deal with the next battle at any time. But without exception, Yang Kai did not do anything to these transformed small worlds. Any small world or secret realm here was a treasure in the universe pagoda, left to Lan Sun by the great emperors. He would not destroy them, let alone rob them. After a few days, there was no clue at all. Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Lan Sun would be. On this day, while searching, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw a small figure standing on a slope, quietly looking in his direction. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had 2 small braids and was wearing a beautiful little skirt. Her eyes were big and bright, and she looked like she was carved from jade. Yang Kai frowned. This was the second time he had encountered this little girl. Although the other party looked small, Yang Kai did not have the slightest contempt for her. This was because in this universe pagoda, all the living and moving things were formed from small worlds. The stone was like that, the long-haired monster was like that, and this little girl must be like that too. When he met her yesterday, the little girl was also watching from a distance, but Yang Kai was vigilant and avoided her. He did not expect to meet her again today. It could not be a coincidence. The other party was following him. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yang Kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yang Kai's direction, blinking her 2 big eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yang Kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yang Kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yang Kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the two people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared and could summon the 3 half-saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me, but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Xiao Chen did before. Although Yang Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear and they only acted on instinct. Now, this one seemed to be a little different and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yang Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yang Kai shook his head in disappointment and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned slightly. The little girl flew in that direction again. This time, she didn't fly very fast. However, while she was flying, she kept looking back at Yang Kai. Then she looked ahead, then she looked back at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Was she trying to guide him? Having someone to guide him was better than running around like a headless fly. A dead horse could only be treated as a living horse. Yang Kai immediately moved and chased after Nan Nan. Seeing that Yang Kai was following her, she didn't look back anymore. Instead, she increased her speed and flew forward. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt even more certain that she was trying to guide him. Along the way, there were no more obstacles. He didn't encounter any more small worlds. After flying for an unknown distance, Nan Nan suddenly stopped outside a mountain valley. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai. There was an entrance to the mountain valley. From the outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, it was as if he had fallen into a dense fog. There was no response. Here? Yang Kai asked. The little girl clenched her small fists and nodded vigorously. This was the first time she had directly responded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He revealed a harmless expression and smiled, "Thank you." It was unknown whether or not Nan Nan understood. She lowered her head and blushed. Taking large strides, Kai Yang entered the mountain valley. Regardless of whether Lan Sun was among them or not, since he had come here, he had to investigate. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The narrow path was not too long, only a few dozen meters at most. After passing through the path, Yang Kai entered the mountain valley. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Yang Kai looked ahead and couldn't help showing a dazzling look. There was an endless sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. There were red, blue, white, and gold flowers of all colors blooming in the valley. It was a dazzling and colorful scene. Dense light flowed in the valley, making the entire place look like the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was magnificent. Yang Kai had never been to 10,000 Flower Valley, but he had heard that it was also a beautiful sea of flowers. Now it seemed that the sea of flowers in this mountain valley was not inferior to 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could live in such a place for the rest of his life and become a hermit, he would be free and unfettered. However, the enchanting beauty of the sea of flowers did not attract Yang Kai too much. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a figure in the middle of the sea of flowers. The graceful body was lying across the sea of flowers, supported by fragile flowers, swaying left and right with the breeze, as if she was sleeping. Lan Sun. She really was here. The little Nan Nan from before had indeed been guiding him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm, only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent, but only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that, there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the Universe Tower, but he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the Universe Tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the Universe Tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the Universe Tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qinkuan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false Emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu. Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, his eyes could not help but turn red, even though this was just a remnant soul. Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. Fa2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperor's Mingyu had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Mingyu? Mingyu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. Master. Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. No need to be so polite, get up. Chapter 36-35. Yang Kai didn't get up and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed, this is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same, but you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again, Mingyu smiled slightly, Sun Er really did it, and you really came to save her. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, did you expect this? Mingyu chuckled, Sun Er is my child, how could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the Universe Tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the Universe Tower. Mingyu replied leisurely, since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the Universe Tower. Inside the Universe Tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier, so everything in the Universe Tower was stable, but when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the 5-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Er broke into this place to refine the Universe Tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Er and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the Universe Tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the Universe Tower? Mingyu didn't answer but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this Universe Pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Mingyu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer: 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Mingyu continued, "The Qianquan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of one makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How can it be missing one?" Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. Thousand Illusions Dream World? He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the Thousand Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only one missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing, but now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Mingyu must have known about it at that time. Mingyu smiled. "You can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter." How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said seriously, "Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the Thousand Illusions Dream World to complete the number." Mingyu shook her head and said, "You won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Qianquan Tower once or complete the Qianquan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again." Yang Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the Thousand Illusions Dream World, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis, but if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, "You have to rely on yourself." "Rely on myself?" Yang Kai was suspicious. "Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you create your own universe?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, "Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realm?" Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the Universe Tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers, so the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe, but who knew that after entering this Universe Tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions Dream World from here, causing the Universe Tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation, so Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the Sealed World Bead. However, this thing had too many implications and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the Universe Tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the Universe Tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original Sealed World Bead should have no problem being accepted by the Universe Tower. But now, the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the Universe Tower's ability. "Can you do it?" Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself, even if he didn't, for the sake of the Universe Tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. Master, do you think this can be used? Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. So you were prepared. Yang Kai laughed and said, I didn't refine this thing. How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery? It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested, there were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wu Yi. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but he never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside, so it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here, but if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself, but it would take some time, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, no one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, but he still asked, can you use it? Naturally. Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wu Yi come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wu Yi and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wu Yi. Yes. Yang Kai replied, I just obtained it a few days ago. That's really a coincidence. Mingyu smiled and nodded, this will save us a lot of time. Alright, you can leave the valley, you can't intervene in the matters here. Master. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master. Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the Universe Tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be an existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time, so Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nanan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 36-36 Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhang Wuhan had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperor's personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood War flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long, with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now, they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the Great Emperors were here and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhang Wuhan couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the Great Emperors left and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhang Wuhan about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhang Wuhan, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhang Wuhan didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light and rushed into Zhang Wuhan's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time and was completely resistant to Zhang Wuhan's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai will not disappoint you." If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda, but what about Lan Sun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "What about Her Highness?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it?" Xiao Yuyang frowned. The previous anomaly in the Universe Pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it, so why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Shui Zhengmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior sister has Master Ming Yu's help, so there should be no problem this time." Great Emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Ming Yu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him, and after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Ming Yu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the Universe Pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared, but when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the Universe Pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the universe pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the universe pagoda. Now that the universe pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhan Wuhen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperor said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself, so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yan were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the small sealed world. As long as the matter of the small sealed world's territory was not resolved, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the demon territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the demon territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms, so the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Wuxia Xianxia. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor realm. His cultivation was similar to Wuxia Xianxia's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Zhengqing suspected that he was a member of the Demon Path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the Demon Path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the Demon Path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated, or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic chi. In battle, their demonic chi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered who were eroded by demonic chi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor realm was similar to that of Wuxia Xianxia. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Wuxia Xianxia would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor realm was very vicious. When fighting with Wuxia Xianxia, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Wuxia Xianxia to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Wuxia Xianxia sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor realm from the demon path had found a flaw and rushed towards Wuxia Xianxia. This guy was holding 2 huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic chi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned and swept them towards Wuxia Xianxia's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Wuxia Xianxia. The 2 hammers smashed towards the 2 people. Wuxia Xianxia had used up all her strength, and her emperor chi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had 2 choices, one was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl, at this moment, broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Wuxia Xianxia made a decisive move. Her hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Daoist the Emperor realm was vicious and ruthless. Wuxia Xianxia could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples, and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Daoist the Emperor realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Wuxia Xianxia's cultivation. Even Wuxia Xianxia understood this, so how could the Emperor realm master of the demon heavenly path not understand it? Seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her, he cursed in his heart, "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Daoist the Emperor Realm's face was full of ridicule. You want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might. With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Wuxia Xianxia was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, it only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Daoist the Emperor Realm seemed to have seen through Wuxia Xianxia's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant. Seeing that Wuxia Xianxia was about to die, how could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness, without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple since she was a child and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers, it was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But, it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed, the sword flowers were shattered, the hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Wuxia Xianxia saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Wuxia Xianxia returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the chi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Wuxia Xianxia felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, two millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the devil sky paths the Emperor Realm was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic chi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Wuxia Xianxia and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Paths the Emperor Realm fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. Two groups of people, two different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, the Emperor realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and fear. Yang Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fallen the Emperor realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor realm was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name," but who knew that behind him, Wuxia Xianxia exclaimed, "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Wuxia Xianxia, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first, I'll talk to you later." Although Wuxia Xianxia wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai? You are Yang Kai?" The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the great emperors, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar, it turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Wuxia Xianxia, he had clearly escaped into the Demon Sky Path's territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Wuxia Xianxia with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers, in the blink of an eye, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm's vision blurred and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of Demon Sky Path's people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them, but how could they? They were not in good condition, all of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the Demon Sky Path's disciples, and then smiled, "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. The bow's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin, but when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 36-38. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor Realm who was being strangled by Yang Kai also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of Demon Heavenly Way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Boya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside and the Demon Heavenly Way from the inside, so it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of Demon Heavenly Way? Wasn't the Demon Heavenly Way and the demon race a family? Feather Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing Demon Heavenly Path disciples fell to the ground one by one, without exception. All of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Boya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor Realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor Realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Murong Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this Demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yang Kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Boya was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Little White, long time no see." Yang Kai smiled at him. Xiao Bai, like Murong Xiao and Xia Sheng, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xia Sheng was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Bai-yi, but Yang Kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Bai-yi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. Yang Kai. Xiao Bai-yi frowned, looked at Yang Kai, and then at Boya, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yang Kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Bai-yi pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Bai-yi was shocked. Before he could react, Boya had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Bai-yi did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Boya tilted her head and asked. "Cut the crap." Yang Kai smiled and glared at her. Boya curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. "Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yang who saved me." Murong Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Bai-yi realized that he had made a mistake after taking action, because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Murong Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Murong Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yang Kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Murong Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai here and Murong Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain, so Yang Kai did not want to waste his breath and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Bai-yi took the token and looked at it, only to see the 2 words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. "But, when did the star boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news?" Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai-yi knew nothing about the GZ army. "When did this happen?" Xiao Bai-yi frowned and asked. "Half a month ago." Xiao Bai-yi was relieved and gently nodded. "For the past month, junior sister and I have been outside." It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them, otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm and entered the 4 Seasons realm together. Now, he, Murong Xiao, and Xia Sheng were all First Order Emperor realm masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third Order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Bai could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the southern territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, 2 elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Bai said, "We are investigating the demon heavenly way." The star boundary situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the star boundary's enemy on the surface, then the demon heavenly way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the demon heavenly way, countless people in the star boundary had been harmed by them. The entire star boundary hated the demon heavenly way. However, the demon heavenly way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the demon heavenly way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the star boundary's energy, making it impossible for the star boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the 2 realms. Every sect in the star boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the demon heavenly way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the demon heavenly way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the star boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao's strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a Demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Murong Xiao Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Bai arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiao Xiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. "So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed?" Yang Kai asked after listening. Murong Xiao Xiao slowly shook her head and frowned. "I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here." This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here, but who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. "It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help." Murong Xiao Xiao heard this and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, "Big brother means, a mole." Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple, but at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Murong Xiao Xiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? "I thought you didn't notice," Boya was still squatting in front of the Emperor Realm and said without raising her head. "You noticed?" Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Boya sneered and pointed to the Emperor Realm in front of her. "They have the same smell, a sour smell." Xiao Baiyi's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened and were all suspicious. Chapter 36-39 Being stared at by several people, the petite woman's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Squeezing out a smile on her face, she asked timidly, "Do you have any instructions for me, elders?" Xiao Bai did not answer. Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Murong Xiao spoke bluntly, "Du Wan, are you from Demon Heavenly Way?" Murong Xiao found it hard to accept that the fellow disciple who had followed her through life and death was actually a member of Mo Tian Dao. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that Du Wan had suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Her wounds were still bleeding, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. How could such a disciple be from Demon Heavenly Way? But this was Yang Kai's speculation, so she couldn't ignore it. 2 years ago, a large number of spies planted by Demon Heavenly Way were purged from various sects and families. Many sects and families suffered great losses during that investigation. Azure Sun Temple was still fine, only a few dozen disciples were found. If this Du Wan was really from Demon Heavenly Way, it meant that the investigation 2 years ago was not complete. There were still many spies in the entire Azure Sun Temple and even other sects. If such a storm happened again, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Murong Xiao's heart was heavy. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples changed drastically, and they all looked at Du Wan. Du Wan herself was stunned, and immediately said bitterly, "3 elders, this disciple is not from Demon Heavenly Way. This disciple is innocent." Murong Xiao turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you are innocent or not, words are no proof. Whether you are or not, it is not up to you to decide. Look into my eyes." When the words fell, Yang Kai's right eye suddenly turned pitch black, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Du Wan instinctively looked over, and with just one glance, she could no longer look away. Under the gaze, the woman quickly trembled like a sieve, and her petite body was filled with a trace of dark qi. The dark qi aura was only wisps at first and was not very obvious, but after just a few breaths, it erupted like a tide and completely enveloped her. Demonic qi rolled, full of an evil and brutal aura. There was no need to ask again as the answer was obvious. Many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were shocked. Xiao Bai sighed softly, and Murong Xiao's eyes were dull. After her identity was exposed, Du Wan's previous meekness and shyness disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. With a fierce howl, she pounced towards the nearest fellow disciple. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight anyone from the Emperor realm. She just wanted to capture a hostage and escape. That fellow disciple was still in shock and was injured. How could he react in time? By the time Du Wan reached him, it was already too late to resist. She screamed in her heart that her life was over. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, she didn't die. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Du Wan. No matter how the petite person struggled, she couldn't get rid of the invisible shackles. In desperation, Du Wan sneered, "Sooner or later, this world will be the world of the demon race. You are all stubborn and will die without a burial place. If you want to live, why don't you follow me and join Demon Heavenly Way? That way, you will have a chance to live." After her identity was exposed and she was captured by Yang Kai, not only did she not beg for mercy, she even threatened him. She was really arrogant. Murong Xiao's face was filled with grief. The easily shy Du Wan in her memory was not like this. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you?" Du Wan coldly snorted, "On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the Star Boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the Star Boundary can stop him?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it." "What changes?" Du Wan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "The passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, it is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out." Du Wan was startled and said coldly, "Stop trying to mislead people." Yang Kai smiled, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms." Du Wan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon chi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time, she sneered, "I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic chi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Murong Xiao Zhao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, "Demonic blood purification, brother, be careful." How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Du Wan's aura was so obvious, whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Du Wan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the demon heavenly way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Du Wan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world, under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Du Wan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim. Xiao Bai-yi and Murong Xiao also had inquiring expressions, wanting to know where Yang Kai had taken Du Wan. Yang Kai informed them through divine sense transmission, and the two of them were relieved. However, there was actually a mole in her team, which made Murong Xiao's mood heavy. Xiao Bai-yi also brought a team with him, but she didn't know if there were any hidden demon heavenly way members. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Boya both had insight, so they only needed to wait for that team to come and take a look to know the result. "What did you find?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Boya. Boya said, "It should be a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, but I've never heard of it before. I'm afraid it was only recently developed. Why the people of Demon Heavenly Way could still maintain their consciousness after being eroded by the demonic chi, and why they could even hide in the star boundary without being detected was something that the people of the star boundary had never understood. If they could crack this key point, maybe they would be able to discover some flaws when they met the people of Demon Heavenly Way in the future." Boya was studying this just now. Hearing her say that it was a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. He sent his divine sense into the small sealed world and materialized in front of Baizhua and Baiya. Although Baizhua was a general under Yu Ru Meng's command, he was from the Blood Demon clan. If the people of Demon Heavenly Way used a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Baizhua should be able to see through it. At the same time, Yang Kai also summoned Du Wan over. The demonic blood extermination was suppressed and failed to self-destruct, so Du Wan was unconscious at this moment. She lay there quietly and returned to her original appearance. Her petite body was curled up into a ball, making her look very lovable. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Baizhua glanced at Du Wan and asked. Yang Kai said, "I remember that Brother Baizhua went back and forth between the two-world battlefield and the demon territory several times?" Baizhua nodded and said, "That's right. After several years of war, he returned to the demon territory several times and returned to the battlefield several times. In that case, have you ever heard of Demon Heavenly Way? Yang Kai pointed at Du Wan in front of him. Baizhua smiled and said, of course I've heard of it. Why? Is this woman from Demon Heavenly Way? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Boya said that she should have been affected by some secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, so I wanted to ask Brother Baizhua to examine her and see if you can save her. Baizhua heard this and said, those people from Demon Heavenly Way were indeed affected by my Blood Demon clan's secret technique, but I'm not too sure what this secret technique is because I'm not in charge of this matter. However, I can examine her. As for whether or not she can be saved, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Baizhua. Brother Yang is too polite. Oh right. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, can you tell the difference between the real demon race and the people from Demon Heavenly Way when you see them? Baizhua looked at the unconscious Du Wan and said, I can see that although the demonic qi on her body is deeply hidden, there are still traces of it. Baya also nodded and said, that's right. Yang Kai thought for a moment before raising his hand and summoning another person. It was the demon race member that Yang Kai had first taken into the small sealed world, Huoluan. This guy seemed to be meditating and cultivating. When he was summoned by Yang Kai from the third peak, he was still in a cultivation posture, but after a while, he realized that something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he was startled and quickly bowed. Yang Kai didn't waste time with him and just pointed to Du Wan on the ground and said, look at this woman, do you see anything special about her? Huoluan didn't know the situation and carefully looked at Yang Kai's expression before paying attention to Du Wan. After a long time, he carefully said, this woman is petite and young, her appearance is average, and her figure is average. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him, is there anything else? Anything else? Huoluan felt the pressure and gulped, I don't know what Master is referring to, she's been infected by the demonic qi. She's been infected by the demonic qi? Huoluan was stunned. He looked down at Du Wan carefully and then shook his head vigorously, I can't see it. This was strange. Boya could see it, but Huoluan couldn't. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't very big. Huoluan was a low-rank demon king. If even Huoluan couldn't see it, it could only mean that the demonic qi in the demon race was hidden very deeply. As for Boya, Yang Kai thought about it and could only conclude that it was because she was born with extraordinary eyesight. After all, she was a feather demon and cultivated an eye technique, so it was reasonable that she could see what others couldn't. Chapter 3640. Inside the small sealed world, the divine sense projection was communicating with Baizhua and Baya. Outside, Yang Kai wasn't idle either, directing Boya to interrogate the Demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor Realm to find out where their stronghold was. Although the Demon Heavenly Path's people were very well hidden, since this person was from the Emperor Realm, he must have access to some information that ordinary disciples wouldn't have access to. It was rare to capture one alive, so naturally, Yang Kai had to make some inquiries. Boya didn't disappoint Yang Kai. She was a demon king, so although she wasn't good at interrogation, she still had her own methods. The Demon Heavenly Path's leader in the Emperor Realm had a seal planted by Yang Kai, so he couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before he couldn't bear it and confessed. There were countless strongholds of the Demon Heavenly Path, and he didn't know about the others, but he had rushed over from a place called Whitehorse Town. According to him, Whitehorse Town didn't seem special on the surface, but there were many Demon Heavenly Path members hiding in it, mingling in the streets. They were no different from ordinary people, but if they were summoned, they would immediately rush to different places to perform tasks. This time, he came here because he was summoned. However, halfway there, he felt that someone was following him, so he carefully circled around the area, trying to find out more. At this moment, Du Wan quietly sent a message over. After learning about the personnel and deployment of Azure Sun Temple, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm decided to beat them at their own game and ambush Wuxia Xianxia's group. After that, Yang Kai saw what happened when he arrived. There are no demon Heavenly Path strongholds here? Xiao Bai frowned. Then what are you doing here? I don't know, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm shook his head. I'm just following orders. Who told you to come? Xiao Bai asked again. I don't know. Before he could finish speaking, Boya, who had been squatting in front of him, smiled charmingly at him, placed her jade hand on his shoulder, and poured her demonic qi into his body. The next moment, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan and showed an extremely pained expression. Under his exposed skin, there seemed to be small snakes slithering about, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 3 breaths of time, his eyes were bloodshot as he howled miserably, as if he was being tortured. While he howled, I really don't know who I'm here. I'm here. For what reason, I don't know anything. Boya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him remain indifferent, she continued. The screams became louder and softer as the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path screamed until his voice was hoarse. His clothes were soaked in sweat as he fell to the ground, twitching and convulsing, his eyes rolling up as if he could die at any moment. The 4 Seasons realm. Suddenly, a low voice came from the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path. Although the voice was small, Yang Kai heard it clearly and quickly asked, You want to go to the 4 Seasons realm? Although his movements were weak, the Emperor realm still nodded gently. Yang Kai frowned and asked, What do you want? He was also going to the 4 Seasons realm, and this place was not far from the 4 Seasons realm. He did not expect that the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path would also want to go to the 4 Seasons realm. No wonder they met here. Since everyone had the same goal, there was naturally a chance for them to meet. This time, the Emperor realm master couldn't answer. Even after Boya tortured him until he fainted, he still couldn't provide any useful clues. Either his willpower was strong enough to keep the secret, or he really didn't know. The latter was more likely. If he really had a strong willpower, he would not have spilled the beans. Since there was nothing he could ask, Yang Kai raised his hand and put this person into the small sealed world. It was not that he took pity on his life, but that he could give Baizhua another experimental subject. If he could borrow this person's body to let Baizhua study a way to crack the blood demon's secret technique, then in the future, when he captured those from demon Heavenly Path, he might be able to set things right and restore their sanity. However, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this matter involved the 4 Seasons realm. After pondering for a while, he said, Xiao Bai, take the disciples back to the temple first. I'll go to the 4 Seasons realm to see what demon Heavenly Path is up to. I'll go with you. Xiao Bai said concisely. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to Murong Xiao. If you go with me, what will happen to junior sister Murong? Do you feel assured letting her return to the temple alone? With Murong Xiao's current state, he really could not rest assured. What's more, most of the disciples in her team were injured. Since demon Heavenly Path had been ordered to go to the 4 Seasons realm, there would definitely be more than one group. If they were to encounter them on the way back, the temple's disciples would be doomed. Xiao Bai frowned. He knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, but he still said, Can't you put them away? Duan and the Emperor realm had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, so the others could naturally do the same. For Yang Kai, this was a piece of cake. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I want you to go back not only because junior sister Murong and the others need to be treated, but also because there is another matter you need to take charge of. For the temple, this matter is more important than the 4 Seasons realm. What happened in the 4 Seasons realm could not be determined for the time being, but the temple's matter was urgent. Xiao Bai listened to his serious tone and was puzzled. What do you mean? Yang Kai said seriously, We found Duan today, but is there no second, third, or even more Duan in the temple? Saying so, he beckoned to Boya and waited for her to come to his side before saying, "Take her back and quietly find all the spies in the temple." Just now, Boya was able to detect Du Wan's abnormality, which meant that she could see through Demon Heavenly Path's disguise. It was unknown whether there were more spies in the temple, but Yang Kai was too busy right now, so it was best for Boya to go. Boya did not expect that Yang Kai would instruct her to do this and could not help but glare at Yang Kai, but she did not object. Anyway, it was better than staying in the sealed world bead. Since Li Shiqing was sent out of the sealed world bead, she had nothing to do in the sealed world bead. Xiao Bai glanced at Boya hesitantly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, although she is from the demon race, she is still one of my people. Since I asked her to go back with you, there will be no problem." Xiao Bai gently nodded. As a person from the star boundary, he instinctively rejected and hated the demon race, but since Yang Kai said so, he did not doubt him. "Who is in charge of the temple now?" Yang Kai asked. "Great Elder Qiu." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Explain the matter to Great Elder in detail and be careful. Don't leak the news and alert the enemy." "I know," Xiao Bai responded. After the discussion, Xiao Bai did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited in place. His team of disciples had not yet arrived. Du Wan was in Murong Xiaoxiao's team, so he did not know if there were any Demon Heavenly Path members hiding in his team. However, Yang Kai could not wait that long. He told Boya to cooperate fully with the temple and left her a space spirit bead. Under everyone's gazes, he left for the Four Seasons realm alone. After a stick of incense, another team of Azure Sun Temple disciples hurried over. After everyone was gathered, Xiao Bai turned to look at Boya. Boya slowly shook her head, and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to delay, so he immediately led everyone back to Azure Sun Temple. However, despite Yang Kai's assurance, Xiao Bai still had a certain degree of vigilance towards Boya. After all, she was a Demon King level master. If Boya suddenly attacked, with the current state of the temple, although they could deal with her, they would have to pay a price. Especially with the injured Murong Xiaoxiao, Xiao Bai always stood between her and Boya. In addition, there was another problem that made Xiao Bai feel a little helpless. That was, the characteristics of Boya's demon race were too obvious. As a feather demon, with a pair of white wings on her back, it was difficult for others not to notice her. If he really took her back like this, it was likely that before they reached the temple, someone would jump out to subdue her. Fortunately, Boya could use a secret technique to temporarily retract her wings. Whitey then found a black hooded jacket and wrapped it tightly around Boya. Only then did they set off on their way. The Four Seasons realm was not far from the location where the Azure Sun Temple disciples were in danger, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai came here just to investigate the situation in the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even have much hope of finding out anything. He just wanted to give his parents some comfort and an explanation. Who knew that the people of Demon Heavenly Way would be so interested in the Four Seasons realm, which made him a little puzzled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could enter the Four Seasons realm because Qiongqi opened the way. Qiongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the great emperors fell, they slept for countless years in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm. It was not surprising that he could open the Four Seasons realm. Why would the people of Demon Heavenly Way come to the Four Seasons realm? One had to know that this place had existed in the Southern Territory for countless years and would open every once in a while. Any cultivator below the Dao Source realm could enter to gain experience. There was still a long time before the next opening, so even if the people of Demon Heavenly Way came, how could they enter? Or perhaps, the goal of Demon Heavenly Way was not the Four Seasons realm, but something in that small territory that was worthy of their attention? No matter what the specific situation was, Yang Kai had to quickly investigate. Just as he arrived, Yang Kai found something unusual. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in the sky above a nameless valley. When the time was right, there would be no clues, but when the time was right, the door to the Four Seasons realm would appear in the sky. The valley was nameless and had no precious treasures, so usually, there were few people in this valley and no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were many people gathered in the valley. Teams of various sizes were scattered in every corner of the nameless valley. All of them had concealed themselves and were hiding in the forests and caves. These teams had a large number of people and a small number of people. The largest had hundreds of people and the smallest had a dozen people, but without exception, they were all led by someone from the Emperor realm. Chapter 36:41. More than a dozen teams and hundreds of people were gathered in the nameless valley where the Four Seasons realm was located. They were quietly lying in wait, and no one knew what they were up to. Among the dozen or so Emperor realm masters, there were some with high and some with low cultivations, ranging from the first order to the third order. If it had been Yang Kai before he went to the demon domain, he would have had to be more careful today to avoid being discovered. But now, his soul cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was much stronger than a false emperor or half-saint. If he deliberately hid his aura, these people in the valley would not be able to detect his existence. There was nothing unusual, but Yang Kai felt that these people gathered in the valley were most likely from the demon heavenly way. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai decided to wait and see. If this matter involved the Four Seasons realm, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If he took action now, with the help of Bai Zhua and Bai Ye, he could certainly kill these people, but it would not be easy to find out their purpose here. After all, even the person from the Emperor realm who was thrown into the small sealed world before didn't know the purpose of this place, so the others from the Emperor realm might not know. These people were probably here on orders. Since they were here on orders, it meant that someone had given them the order to gather here. This person definitely had a high position in the demon heavenly way and was most likely a false emperor. Killing these small fries was naturally not as good as catching a big fish, so it was easy to choose. For the next 10 days, Yang Kai hid somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, secretly observing the movements of the demon heavenly way. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to blend in, but the people in each team seemed to know each other. Yang Kai hadn't learned any appearance-changing techniques, and he also didn't have any tools to disguise himself, so he could only give up on the idea. During the day, these people from the demon heavenly way were very quiet, hiding in their hiding places to meditate and cultivate, but at night, they were busy. Yang Kai observed for more than 10 days and found that these people seemed to be setting up a spirit array, a large-scale spirit array that almost covered the entire nameless valley where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located. Array formations weren't something that just anyone could fiddle with. However, there was a skilled array master among the Devil Sky Dao's people. Under his command, the inexplicable Great Array gradually took shape. Yang Kai memorized all the key points of the array formation and put his brand into the jade slip. During the day, he found an opportunity to send the jade slip back to the High Heaven Palace with the Space Spirit Bead to consult the South Gate Army. However, the demonic Heavenly Dao's array formation was set up bit by bit, and the information that Yang Kai obtained wasn't complete. Therefore, even though the Southern Gate Army was an Emperor Array Master, it still took them some effort to crack it. Several days later, the Southern Gate Army sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him that this should be a summoning array. However, there were some changes made to the ordinary summoning array and the array was incomplete. The Southern Gate Army was unable to determine what the Demon Sky Dao's people were summoning. They immediately requested to rush over from the High Heaven Palace to take a look with their own eyes. He was very interested in formations. Yang Kai decisively refused. The Southern Gate Army only had First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really came here, they definitely wouldn't be able to conceal their aura. Even if they were covered, they might still be exposed. Since Yang Kai didn't agree, the Southern Gate Army was helpless. He could only warn Yang Kai, let's not talk about the power of this array for now. Since it is a summoning array, Palace Master should be on guard against the demon Sky Dao's people summoning some kind of peerless monster. If that is the case, Palace Master should be careful. Yang Kai replied, I know. The Southern Gate army didn't know that there were 3 half-saint hidden in the sealed world bead. Even if the demon Sky Dao's people really summoned some kind of peerless monster, it wasn't certain who would kill who. Yang Kai didn't believe that the demon Sky Dao's people could summon something more powerful than 3 half-saints' combined strength. Hearing Yang Kai's perfunctory tone, the Southern Gate army solemnly warned again, Palace Master, please observe carefully for the next few days. This array should be missing something crucial. If you find anything, please inform this subordinate immediately. Yang Kai didn't know what it was missing, but since the Southern Gate army made such a judgment, Yang Kai naturally had to observe it more carefully. A few days later, the great array seemed to be getting more and more complete. The array foundation was hidden in the valley, and no clues could be seen from the outside. The entire nameless valley was shrouded in an inexplicable aura that made people feel a little depressed. At this moment, a message from the embodiment suddenly came from the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was delighted when he noticed it. He continued to observe the changes in the great array while projecting his divine sense into the small sealed world bead. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Baiya and Baizhua cupped their fists and greeted, Brother Yang. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his brow, and asked, You saved him? This middle-aged man was Mo Tian Dao, who had been captured alive in the Emperor realm. These days, Baizhua had been studying how to crack the secret technique planted by the Blood Demon clan on Mo Tian Dao, and only today did he make some progress. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the man hurriedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder, indicating that he should just sit. This man probably didn't have much strength, so he could only sit and salute Yang Kai. Many thanks for saving my life, Palace Master Yang Kai. You really saved him? Yang Kai raised his brow. Baizhua flipped his wrist and a drop of dark red blood squirmed on his palm like a living creature. However, this drop of blood was full of demonic nature and evil. This was a drop of demon blood. Baizhua said, This is the root of the disaster. Yang Kai looked at the drop of demon blood and frowned. What do you mean? Baizhua said, A blood demon has planted its own blood essence in him, causing it to flow through his meridians and flesh. Normally, it won't show, but during battle, it will arouse the demonic nature. So, if you want to save him, you need to completely extract this drop of blood essence. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, he didn't actively become the demon race's heavenly Tao, so he subconsciously rejected this drop of demon blood. This is the only way to set things right. But even so, before the secret technique is used, his chances of survival are 50-50. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. In other words, even if I can capture someone from Mo Tian Dao in the future, I can't guarantee that I can save them? Baizhua slowly shook his head. I don't have enough ability. He was a half-saint and even he said he didn't have enough ability. Could he go find Shueli? Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved one and comforted him. He turned to the unconscious Du Wan and asked, How is she? Can you save her? Baizhua didn't dare say anything. I will do my best. Yang Kai knew that this was the only way. He turned to the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and asked, What is your name? The other person weakly replied, Zhao Quan. After some questions and answers, Yang Kai learned that Zhao Quan was an elder of a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war broke out in the Western Territory, he became the demon race's hands in order to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. He thought he would die but the demon race just imprisoned him. After a while, a powerhouse of the demon race took him to a secret room and planted an evil technique on him. Then he became a member of Immortal. This was the reason why Baizhua said that he didn't become the demon race's heaven's path on his own initiative. He became the demon race's hands in order to cover for his fellow disciples. According to him, many of the cultivator captured by the demon race were planted with the blood demon's essence and transformed into a part of Immortal. A large number of them couldn't bear it and died on the spot. However, as long as they didn't die, they would be loyal to the demon race and become a different person. Now that the evil technique in Zhao Quan's body was broken, his consciousness returned to clarity. He recalled the previous days and couldn't believe that he was willing to work for the demon race. Zhao Quan might be weak, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Yang Kai smiled. Now there is a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come with me? Zhao Quan immediately replied, why wouldn't I dare? As long as we can kill the demon race, what's wrong with Zhao Quan giving up his life? I should have died a few years ago. You don't need to give up your life. You just need to take me to become the demon race's heaven's path. Yang Kai smiled. He originally intended to become the demon race's heaven's path, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that Baizhua had rescued Zhao Quan, it gave him a chance. Zhao Quan was also a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Palace Master Yang is referring to the Four Seasons realm? Yes, I am now in the Four Seasons realm. I won't hide it from you. There are many people from Immortal gathered there. Zhao Quan nodded. This is just right. This Zhou will accompany Palace Master Yang. Restore yourself first, I'll take you out of here later. Yang Kai flipped his hand and handed over a jade box containing a spirit pill for healing injuries. Zhao Quan took it and thanked him before taking the pill and sitting down to meditate. In the valley, the people of Immortal were still busy. However, it seemed that the day of the Great Array's success would be in the next few days. The Array Master patrolled back and forth, constantly issuing various instructions. When dawn arrived, everyone from Demonic Sky Path dispersed and returned to their hiding places to conceal themselves. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Quan appeared beside him. Please instruct me, Palace Master Yang. Zhao Quan cupped his hands. After a night of recovery, his face was still pale, but it was much better than last night. At the very least, he had some ability to move and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him about the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Then he said, you will be in charge of this trip. I will follow you and don't need to do anything. We just need to let them recognize us and let us join. Zhao Quan replied, this is simple. When the time comes, Palace Master Yang will act according to my signal. That's good. Let's go. Yang Kai smiled. Zhao Quan immediately led the way while Yang Kai followed behind. At the same time, Yang Kai put on the clothes he had prepared to cover his head and face. There was no other way. His popularity in the star boundary was too high. If he met one or two people who had seen him before, his identity would be exposed immediately. Chapter 36-42. Although such a disguise was a bit suspicious, as long as it was handled properly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After observing for a few days, he found that many people in the demon path had traces of disguise. There were also some who covered their heads and faces like him. Although these people were ordered to gather here, they didn't want to let each other know their origins and identities. Thus, his current appearance shouldn't be too abrupt. Once they were ready, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the valley where the Four Seasons realm's gateway was located. After flying for a short time, Yang Kai chuckled. Brother Zhou, we are just going to become the demon race's heavenly Dao. We won't immediately kill people. You should restrain your murderous aura. Zhao Quan took a few deep breaths and calmed his mood. Once his murderous aura was restrained, he said, thinking of my sect's disciples, this Zhou couldn't help it. Palace Master Yang, please forgive me. Yang Kai replied, I understand, but there will always be a chance. Zhao Quan was reminded to continue moving forward and didn't reveal any flaws. After entering the Valley of the Four Seasons realm, he immediately felt a divine sense probing from not far away. Yang Kai felt it clearly and knew the direction of the source of this divine sense. It should be the location of the Array Master. Before the big fish behind them showed up, everything here was presided over by the Array Master. Zhao Quan turned his head in that direction and heard Yang Kai's voice. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai in that direction. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave. In front of the cave, a tall man with a white face and no beard was blocking the entrance. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation was also very good. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had been following the Array Master all this time, responsible for protecting the Array Master's safety. During the days Yang Kai secretly observed, this person was inseparable from the Array Master. Seeing Zhao Quan and Yang Kai arrive, the pale-faced man didn't move and just looked at them coldly. Zhao Quan didn't say a word as he directly took out a black token and threw it at the person. The person took it, checked it and confirmed it before throwing it back. However, he still didn't show any intention of giving way. Instead, he reached out and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Quan looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and activated his demonic qi. In an instant, his demonic qi rolled and enveloped his body. He did not reveal his cultivation as an upper-rank demon king, only revealing the aura of an lower-rank demon king. He was not afraid that others would see through his disguise. Unless their spirit cultivation was stronger than his, no one would be able to see through his disguise. The pale-faced man was a third-layer Emperor Realm Venerable, so he naturally couldn't see through him. Seeing Yang Kai reveal his demonic qi, the vigilance on his face relaxed a lot. Everyone in Motian Path had demonic qi. Thus, even if they didn't know each other, as long as they showed traces of demonic qi, everyone would know that they were on the same side. The token Zhao Quan took out earlier was just an additional layer of identity verification. When Yang Kai revealed his demonic qi, Zhao Quan said, I was ambushed on the way here and was injured. It is temporarily inconvenient for me to use techniques. Please forgive me. The demonic blood in his body had already been drawn out by Baizhua, so it was impossible for him to show any trace of demonic qi. However, he did look like he had yet to recover from his injuries, so there was nothing wrong with his excuse. In any case, Yang Kai had already revealed his identity. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Motian Path. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, Who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws? Zhao Quan nodded. Don't worry, they have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only Junior Brother and I are left. The pale-faced man gently nodded. It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first. Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the Array Master. The Array Master was the Master Sun mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, Master Sun was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, Master Sun nodded slightly. I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days, I will need your help. Yes, I will follow Master Sun's instructions. Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, Master Sun suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, Junior Brother, why are you hiding your face? Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior Brother encountered a fire when he was young and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master Sun glanced at Yang Kai again but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yang Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master Sun didn't pursue this matter and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns but they finally passed. It seemed simple, but if Yang Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Motiandao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yang Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yang Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Motiandao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed and he really needed to heal. Yang Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to observe more. Just now, Master Sun had said that he would need them in 3 days, so Kai Yang secretly guessed that the spirit array should be completed in 3 days. When the time came for the spirit array to operate, he didn't know what they would need to do. The Southern Gate Army said that this large array was a summoning array and might summon a peerless monster. But what kind of peerless monster was there in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, since it was a summoning, there must be a certain price to pay. The array was only the foundation, so what was the price? Was it a blood sacrifice for the people of Motiandao? If so, he didn't know if the people of Motiandao would be willing. In any case, things should be clear in 3 days. Yang Kai could only wait quietly. In the next few days, the people of Motiandao were still dormant during the day and went out to arrange the array at night. However, Master Sun didn't have any intention of calling out to Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. First, the two said that they were injured. Second, the array was about to be completed. It didn't matter whether they were needed or not. They only needed to contribute when the array was activated. Thus, the two people stayed in the cave for a few days. On the night of the 3rd day, when the moon was high in the sky, Master Sun suddenly got up. Yang Kai, who had been secretly paying attention to him, saw that his expression had become much more excited. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, come out with me." After speaking, he took the lead and walked out. The dozens of people didn't hesitate and chased after him. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai found that the people of Motiandao who had been hiding in the valley these days all came out at this time, each leading their own people and flying over. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered in one place. Master Sun's eyes swept over and he smiled faintly. "Everyone from the Emperor realm, take a step forward." After speaking, more than 20 people stepped forward, including Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. Grandmaster Sun nodded when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 jade slips flew out, each corresponding to an Emperor Realm Master. At the same time, Grandmaster Sun said, "These jade slips contain the method and location of the spirit array. Remember them well." Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slips. Using his divine sense, he found that it was as Master Sun said. The jade slips recorded the method to operate the array and the position they needed to stand in. The method should be the same. The position of the array was different for everyone. This nameless array actually required more than 20 people from the Emperor realm to work together to activate. No matter what its use was, this scale was extraordinary. It was no wonder that it took a long time to arrange it. Yang Kai looked up at Zhao Quan. His divine sense surged and he quietly sent him a message. Zhao Quan nodded imperceptibly. The method in the jade slips wasn't difficult to understand. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm weren't fools and naturally memorized it quickly. Master Sun also flew to a position at this moment and said in a clear voice, "Today's matter is done. Once it is done, there will be no shortage of rewards. Everyone, enter the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so Emperor Realm Masters flew up and landed in their respective positions. Yang Kai and Zhao Quan were separated by a few li and were in two different positions. This way, if there really was a change, he wouldn't be able to take care of the other. However, he had secretly informed Zhao Quan so he could safely escape. The array was about to be activated and the people from the Emperor Realm entered the array. Yang Kai was puzzled. According to what the South Gate Army said before, this array was still missing a key. These days, he hadn't seen Master Sun do anything special. Had the so-called key been unknowingly filled? At this time, it wasn't convenient for him to contact the South Gate Army to inquire. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, the big fish he guessed hadn't appeared. He didn't know if his guess was wrong or if the time wasn't right. If it was the former, it was easy to handle. Although there were many people in front of him, it wasn't enough for him to kill. If it was the latter, he needed to wait and see. In any case, things had already reached this point and Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what this array was doing. Chapter 36-43. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm entered their respective positions while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation under the command of Master Sun and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation." The cultivators of the Emperor Realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. "The injuries I suffered before," Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him, "Waste." He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar and threw him out. His hand seals changed and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yang Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Wind Monarch." The Wind Emperor raised his hand. "No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here." Master Sun said, "It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch." "It's not hard at all." Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. However, from the limited information, he knew that the demonic sky path's path master was the great emperors Kenyi, and Kenyi had the 4 great emperors of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain great emperors, all of whom had the cultivation of a fake emperor. The person who came was a fake emperor, and Master Sun called him the Wind Monarch. It was obvious that this guy was definitely one of the 4 great emperors under Kenyi. This time, he had really caught a big fish. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows, afraid that he wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement and reveal any flaws. Master Sun said again, reporting to the Wind Monarch, "Everything here has been prepared." "Very good." The Wind Monarch smiled. "Mister, you have done well here. When we return, I will definitely ask the Path Master to reward you." Master Sun's face lit up with joy. He bowed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Wind Monarch." The Wind Monarch didn't say anything else. Instead, his expression turned solemn. He held his hands in front of him with a devout expression, as if he was holding some sacred object, but there was clearly nothing in his hands. The next moment, a white bone appeared out of thin air. The bone was more than a foot long and curved at both ends. It looked unremarkable. It wasn't a rare treasure, nor was it the remains of a strange beast. It didn't even have the slightest bit of spirituality. However, the Wind Monarch treated this bone like a treasure. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this bone. If he wasn't wrong, this bone should be a rib, and it was a rib under a human's abdomen. From the color, the owner of this rib should have died many years ago. He didn't know how such an ordinary-looking rib was preserved. After the white rib appeared, the Wind Monarch suddenly raised his hand and slapped downwards. Below him was where the hundreds of disciples of the demonic heavenly path were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, these cultivators were all closing their eyes to regulate their breathing. How could they have expected such a sudden disaster? But then again, these people weren't even from the Emperor realm. Even if they knew that the Wind Monarch would attack them in advance, they probably couldn't resist. Under the slap, a strong wind blew and a tornado appeared, wrapping the hundreds of people inside. In an instant, miserable howls filled the air. Within the array, the expressions of the 20-odd people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. They looked at the Wind Monarch in horror. They obviously didn't expect the Wind Monarch to do this. Those people were brought here by them. Since the Wind Monarch attacked, wouldn't he also kill them? Even if they had become the demon race path and a part of the demonic heavenly path, their attachment to life still wouldn't change. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone would only think about themselves. Master Sun shouted in a timely manner, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. If the array is interrupted during operation, everyone will suffer a backlash. Moreover, the Wind Monarch already needs enough blood sacrifices, so there's no need for you to do anything. Everyone just needs to continue maintaining the array." Once these words were said, regardless of whether they were true or not, the experts of the Emperor realm were more or less relieved. However, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy that Master Sun had concealed this matter. What was even more unpleasant was that once the array was in operation, it couldn't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting it would cause a backlash to everyone. The only one who remained calm was Yang Kai. This was because he had the ability to compete with the Wind Monarch. Moreover, this array really did require a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that the Wind Monarch had done this, it undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Within the tornado, the screams stopped after a few breaths of time. Although there were many disciples of the demonic heavenly path, hundreds of them, they were still not enough in front of the fake emperor. With one move, everyone died on the spot. The Wind Monarch hooked his hand, and a gap appeared in the rotating tornado. From that gap, a dark red river of blood slowly flowed out. Following his guidance, it flowed to the front of him and flowed into the rib bone in his hand. The blood entered the bone and disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. There was nothing magical about the bone, but it could devour blood without any change in color. Hundreds of people were killed, so there was a lot of blood gathered. However, under the guidance of the Wind Monarch, the blood continued to flow into the rib bone. Slowly, the plain rib bone finally changed a little. Several complicated patterns appeared on the rib bone. These patterns seemed to be on the rib bone, but it was unknown what kind of mysterious technique was used to make them appear. Normally, they wouldn't be visible, but after the Wind Monarch did this, they were revealed. After seeing these patterns, the Wind Monarch's expression clearly became more excited. As the blood continued to be devoured, more and more patterns appeared, gradually covering the entire rib bone. At the same time, an extraordinary aura spread out from the rib bone. Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel it. It was the aura of the great emperors. An ordinary rib bone, after devouring blood, had many patterns appear on it. Then, it actually emitted the aura of the great emperors. At first, he thought he had sensed wrongly, but although the aura was weak, it was becoming more and more obvious. It was weak because it had been too long. However, no matter how long it had been, the power it contained wouldn't change at all. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He was already pleasantly surprised that he had caught such a big fish this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the situation. The aura of the great emperors wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it was related to the rib bone, it meant that the rib bone should belong to one of the great emperors. Whose was it? He had seen the 10 great emperors in the world. He had even met the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong, a few times. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that the rib bone didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't the rib bone of one of the great emperors, it must belong to one of the great emperors of the past. In a flash, the title of one of the great emperors popped up in Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, the Wind Monarch suddenly groaned. Yang Kai quietly looked over and saw that the rib bone he had been holding in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was going to fall out of his hand at any time. The Wind Monarch naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He grabbed the rib bone in the palm of his right hand. The rib bone was still trembling, and the groan sounded again. Yang Kai clearly saw that the Wind Monarch's right hand, which was holding the rib bone, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed in his right hand. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had guessed correctly. This place was the gateway to the Four Seasons realm. Apart from the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who else could it be? It was just that he didn't know where the Wind Monarch had obtained the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. He had people set up a large array here and used evil techniques to stimulate the hidden spirituality in the rib bone. His goal was definitely not small. Although it had been countless years, and although it was only a rib bone, the flowing time great emperor's power of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor's power of time was a brand in every part of his body. The power of time flowing in the rib bone caused the Wind Monarch to suffer a lot. Chapter 36-44. In any case, the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, while the flowing time Great Emperor was a figure who had died countless years ago. Just a piece of the Great Emperor's remains was still majestic. The power of the flowing time Great Emperor was simply shocking. It was no wonder that throughout the history of the Star Realm, only the Great Emperors were comparable to the Great Emperor's Wukong of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. However, the two were not born in the same era, otherwise, it would have been a fierce battle. Although the remains of the flowing time Great Emperors were powerful, it was still a dead object after all. The Wind Monarch was not unable to resist it. The demonic chi was activated, and under the rolling of the demonic chi, it resisted the principle of time hidden in the remains. The withered right hand that had faded in color recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Wind Monarch sneered and raised the remains in his hand high up. In an instant, the light of the entire valley seemed to converge on that rib. The Wind Monarch made a seal with one hand and entered the array, becoming the eye of the array. In just a moment, the remains of the Great Emperors were inseparable from the entire array. More than 20 people of the Emperor realm activated the power of the array and poured it into the remains of the Great Emperors. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the Emperor realm turned cold, and Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This was because when the entire array became complete, everyone felt that they had become a part of the array. The power of others flowed into the array, circulated in the array, and converged into the remains of the Great Emperors, circulating endlessly. This situation was in line with what Master Sun had said before. Once the array was activated, no one could casually stop it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer an extremely serious backlash. The backlash was the combined attack of all the people of the Emperor realm present. Who could resist such power? Even the Wind Monarch might not be able to. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He had only come here to find out the intentions of this group of people from Devil Sky Dao, and he had only cooperated with them to hide his identity. Who knew that he would end up in such an awkward situation? Although he was strong and had a half-dragon body, if he really suffered the backlash of the array, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. However, he wasn't too willing to continue maintaining the array and working for the demonic way. Although it seemed like a dead end, there was still a way out. Yang Kai only had a few thoughts in his mind before he calmed down. It wasn't the critical moment yet, so he had to wait and see. The power of the array continued to flow into the remains of the Great Emperors. Under this power, the remnant spirituality in the remains seemed to be gradually excavated. The aura of the Great Emperors became more and more obvious and rich. The law of time wreaked havoc in a certain place high up in the sky. The flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making that place look different. At a certain moment, when the aura of the skeleton reached its peak, the Wind Emperor, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He shouted, "Open!" Grabbing the skeleton with his right hand, he slowly pointed at the void in front of him. With a tap of his finger, an expanse of ripples appeared in space. With the corpse as the center, it swiftly spread out in all directions. The ripples didn't vanish but continued on, causing the expanse of space ahead to become illusory and unreal. And in this illusory void, a huge silhouette gradually appeared. At first, the silhouette was blurry, making it impossible to see what it was. It was like a mirage, but as the Wind Emperor changed his hand seals, the silhouette gradually became clearer and was no longer so illusory. The people of the Emperor realm who were maintaining the array all looked up in shock, unable to take their eyes off it. It was the silhouette of a palace. In the void, a huge palace was being pulled out by the Wind Emperor. As the silhouette gradually became clearer, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts. It was as if the Wind Emperor wasn't pulling out a palace, but a peerless monster that wanted to swallow everyone. Grandmaster Sun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly, "The Wind Emperor is mighty, the flowing time temple has appeared. In 10,000 years, the demonic path will unify the star boundary." The flowing time temple was actually the flowing time temple. It wasn't until this moment that the people of the Emperor realm understood what the palace that the Wind Emperor pulled out of the void was. It was actually the Flowing Time Temple. The legendary palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. This was the valley where the gateway to the Four Seasons realm was located. Everyone knew this, so the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple in the void wasn't so unexpected. It was also at this time that they realized what kind of grand event they had participated in. For a moment, they were all excited. Today, the Tao Master would reward them handsomely in the future. As for the subordinates killed by the Wind Emperor as a blood sacrifice, they were nothing. Yang Kai and Tsong De Lu also showed the same excited expression as the others. Looking at the somewhat familiar Flowing Time Temple, they thought that the South Gate army was right. The array presided over by Grandmaster Sun was indeed a summoning array. However, what it summoned wasn't some peerless monster, but the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm. These guys from the Demon Sky Path were really quite ambitious. They had even set their sights on the temporary imperial residence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, Kan Yi was also a great emperor, after all. Though the Flowing Time Divine Palace was good, it might not be of any use to him. However, it was different for the Wind Monarch. If a fake emperor could obtain the Flowing Time Divine Palace, it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the secrets of the regulations of time, and strive for the pinnacle of the Great Tao. Thus, this matter was presided over by the Wind Monarch, and the afterimage did not appear. Moreover, the South Gate army had said before that this array was missing a key item. Now, it seemed that it was indeed missing. The remains of the great emperors in the Wind Emperor's hand was that key item. The Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Four Seasons realm couldn't be opened before the time was up, but the remains of the Flowing Time Great Emperors could connect with the Flowing Time Temple. With the power of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters and the Great Emperor's corpse as a medium, the Wind Monarch's fake emperor body was able to achieve such a feat. The Demon Heavenly Ways scheme was not small, and they had spent a great deal of effort. The huge palace gradually became clear. Every brick and tile in the palace flowed with an ancient aura. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely figured out the intentions of the demonic path. They had endured for so long just for this moment. His divine sense connected to the sealed world bead, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was cold and murderous. Three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. One of them directly rushed towards the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai, while the other two rushed straight towards the Wind Emperor. Who would be able to stop the three half-saints when they attacked? At the very least, the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai couldn't stop them. This Emperor Realm cultivator from the Emperor Realm was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. All his attention was attracted by the outline of the Flowing Time Temple in mid-air, so he didn't expect the people beside him to suddenly attack. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya rushed in front of him and pointed her finger, the man showed a stunned look and turned to look at Baya. For a moment, he didn't understand where this person came from. Baya didn't have the slightest murderous intent. His finger was just to destroy the operating spirit array. But when Baya's finger touched the man, he didn't even make a sound before he exploded into dust with a bang. In an instant, not even his bones were left. It wasn't Baya who killed him, but the backlash from the spirit array killed him. How could a first-order Emperor Realm Master withstand the joint attack of more than 20 the Emperor Realm cultivators? Not only him, but even Baya herself was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. The demonic chi on the surface of her body was tumbling. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in mid-air and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone from the Emperor Realm who entered the spirit array groaned in unison. They were all severely injured in an instant. Those who suffered less severe injuries felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Those who suffered more severe injuries vomited blood and fell to the ground. When the spirit array completely backfired, no one was safe and sound. What Master Sun said before was true. However, the backlash also varied. Those with higher cultivations could withstand it better, while those with lower cultivations couldn't withstand it. Especially the person who was pointed at by Baya. It could be said that he was the one who destroyed the spirit array, so he suffered the strongest backlash. He directly exploded and died. Yang Kai also suffered from the backlash. For a while, he saw stars and felt dizzy. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus flickered with 7-colored light and a cool feeling filled the air, stabilizing his mind. When he looked up, his expression turned cold. When Baya destroyed the spirit array, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua had already pounced on the Wind King. The two half-saints' strength was extremely impressive. As one of the half-saints' subordinates under Yu Meng, Baizhua had been promoted to a half-saint for many years and had profound skills. Although the Dharmakaya was a newly promoted half-saint, he had the body of a stone mongoose. He had the power of the stone fire origin and had cultivated the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. If they were to fight alone, neither of them would be afraid of the Wind King. However, if the two of them joined forces, the Wind King would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Yang Kai originally thought that even if the Wind King wouldn't be defeated quickly, the current situation wouldn't be too good. He would definitely be suppressed by the Dharmakaya and Baizhua. When Baya recovered, the three of them would fight against the Wind King. With Yang Kai's help, they would be able to crush the Wind King however they wanted. But in fact, the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were already 300 feet away from the Wind King. However, Baizhua was frozen at that distance, maintaining a pouncing posture. It couldn't be said that he was frozen because he was still moving forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach the Wind King's side. On the other hand, the Dharma body was fighting with the Wind King. Both of their movements were extremely fast. It was not the kind of speed that was at the limit of the physical body. Instead, their movements were accelerated countless times by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged thousands of moves, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble, creating a dazzling scene like a flower. Even countless afterimages appeared beside the two of them. At first glance, it looked as if countless Dharmakayas and countless Wind Kings were fighting. If Yang Kai wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to see what the two of them were doing. One was extremely fast, while the other was extremely slow. They formed an extremely sharp contrast and looked indescribably strange and awkward. Chapter 36-45. With just a glance, Yang Kai understood that the time within 300 feet of the Wind Monarch had been distorted. That was why there was such a visual illusion. At this moment, what the eyes saw might not necessarily be real. And all of this should be the power of the remains of the great emperors, not the Wind Monarch himself. Without thinking, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. His expression was solemn, and the devil chi rolled around his body. He was covered in righteous and evil aura. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream." Within 300 feet, Yang Kai slapped down with his palm. The distorted time and space were instantly smoothed out. Although Yang Kai's attainments in the law of time were not deep, he was still a beginner. The flowing time great emperor, shuttling seal, was a divine technique passed down by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It could naturally resist the power of the remains of the great emperors. At the same time, Baizhua, who was affected by the law of time, broke free from the shackles. With a roar, he raised his hand and a crimson blood river rushed toward the Wind Monarch. In the blood river, vengeful souls rolled and screamed miserably. Its power was unfathomable. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The demonic war hammer appeared in his hand and smashed it toward the Wind Monarch. 2 half-saint and 1 upper-grade demon king, each showing their divine technique, targeted the Wind Monarch. Their magnificent power shook the mind. Faced with this unforeseen event, the Wind Monarch's expression changed greatly. As a fake emperor, he had sharp senses and naturally knew that both the Dharmakaya and Baizhuo were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was also Baiya, who had just been sent flying by the backlash of the formation. Now, 3 half-saint had jumped out at once. How could he fight against them alone? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an idea flashed through his mind. He glared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Yang Kai." As one of the 4 great monarchs of the demonic heavenly Tao, he was naturally well informed. Previously, when Yang Kai brought Yu Meng and the others back from the demonic heavenly Tao's territory, he had met Ken Yi. The great emperor's Yi Ying would naturally pass on this information, and the Wind Monarch had obtained this information from Ken Yi. Therefore, he didn't doubt why a half-saint from the demon race would attack him, because he knew that the other party was an enemy. As expected of a fake emperor, he remained calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, a gale rose, and wind blades revolved to protect his body, turning into layers of wind shields. He raised his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped artifact to attack Baizhuo. That artifact was only a foot long and looked very ordinary, but Baizhuo acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His body that was charging forward suddenly stopped, and the blood river flowed backwards to protect him. With a loud bang, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded, and it directly blasted the river of blood into pieces, causing Baizhuo to lose his footing and retreat 1,000 meters, causing him to be covered in dirt and grime. The Wind Monarch raised his hand again, and a huge palm print collided with the Avatar's demonic war hammer. The Avatar was pushed back explosively, but the Wind Monarch suddenly turned into a breeze and dodged this ferocious attack effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Monarch forced 2 half-saint to retreat. The strength of his methods could be seen clearly. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor had already slammed down on the Wind Monarch's chest. The Wind Monarch groaned. His face twisted, and he aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon, it stopped and returned to normal. The flowing time Great Emperor was powerful, but it depended on who the enemy was. The Wind Monarch had the body of a fake emperor and could even resist the laws of time in the remains of the great emperors. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist the flowing time Great Emperor. However, he was not completely unscathed. Yang Kai's palm had injured him somewhat. The Dharmakaya and Baizhuo returned. Even Baiya suppressed the surging qi and blood in her heart and rushed over from afar. The 3 half-saints' murderous intent surged to the sky. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal appeared again. Feng Jun looked helpless. He could block the joint attack of the 2 half-saint and Yang Kai, but he definitely couldn't block the second attack. Moreover, there was also Baiya this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but it was really difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He had many subordinates from the Emperor realm, but they were all injured or dead from the backlash of the array. They were useless. The only one who was unharmed was Master Sun, a master of array formations who wasn't good at fighting. He gritted his teeth and hated Yang Kai and the others for being shameless. They actually bullied him with numbers. They didn't have the demeanor of a master, but he didn't hesitate at all. When he showed a determined expression, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the remains of the great emperors in his hand. As the light shone, a big golden word flew out from the remains of the great emperors. The word was strange, and no one could recognize it. Yang Kai and the others' expressions changed. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize it, as long as they could feel the dangerous aura from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's eyes turned fierce. He didn't retreat but moved forward. The flowing time Great Emperor slapped down again. The Dharmakaya demonic war hammer and the divine technique of Baizhuo and Baiya arrived at the same time. The golden word flashed, and everyone's thoughts stopped at this moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jun's face in front of him was obviously older. He originally looked like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 40s. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal had disappeared, and the Dharmakaya Baiya and Baijua's attacks were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a few breaths of time had passed from their lives. No one knew what had happened in those few breaths of time. The Feng Jun, who had aged 10 years, had an unfathomable smile on his face. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai hurriedly examined himself. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he felt relieved. However, he still broke out in a cold sweat. The Feng Jun must have done something just now, but no one saw it or noticed it. Turning his head to look at the 3 half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Baizhuo was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Baiya discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Baizhua's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Baijua's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer. Kill!" Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Baiya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Baizhuo wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had 2 half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Baiya and Baizhua had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng Jun paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you." The Feng Jun coughed a few times, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. "Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most." It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, but after the 2 golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression, he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating. He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Baizhua and Baiya were directly eliminated from the battlefield. Although the 2 half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury, who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng Jun had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng Jun would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng Jun was still smiling. Palace Master Yang, do you think victory is in your hands? Although I can't use the technique just now, I'm not a fish on the chopping board. Palace Master Yang, if you want to make things difficult for me, please think twice. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Destroy your own cultivation, and I may spare your life. The Feng Jun shook his head and laughed. Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself. As he spoke, he raised the remains of the great emperors that were full of cracks in his hand. There's still a secret technique hidden in this bone, but I don't want to use it unless it's a last resort. Therefore, I want to negotiate with Palace Master Yang. There's no room for negotiation. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. In today's situation, either you die, or I die. The Feng Jun looked helpless. He lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then, he looked up at Yang Kai. Palace Master Yang, do you have to do this? Or you can give me the remains of the great emperors. The Feng Jun shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. Other than that, everything else is negotiable. Then there's no room for negotiation. When Yang Kai finished speaking, his whole body suddenly blurred. The next moment, he rushed in front of the Feng Jun, raised his finger, and pointed at the Feng Jun. The power of this finger condensed all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Although it wasn't a divine technique, even a fake emperor couldn't be unharmed after being hit by it. The embodiment and Yang Kai's mind were connected. When Yang Kai made his move, the embodiment had already rushed behind the Feng Jun. On the demonic war hammer, the embodiment rolled and smashed down. This time, the Feng Jun didn't spit out any essence blood, and no golden words appeared on the remains of the great emperors. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was alarmed. His finger moved faster and faster, and the embodiment's demonic war hammer smashed down even more fiercely. With a light cracking sound, an invisible force enveloped the Wind Monarch. Chapter 36-46. The sound came from the remains of the great emperors in the Wind Monarch's hand. Half of the 1-foot-long rib bones suddenly broke, and the front half turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the Wind Monarch, who was so close to him, was suddenly thousands of miles away. The all-out attack and the embodiment's demonic war hammer both hit empty air. Looking up again, the Wind Monarch's figure had merged into the outline of the flowing time temple. He seemed to have entered another world, looking at Yang Kai through a transparent barrier. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, under the plaque of the flowing time temple, the Wind Monarch's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, you ruined this king's plan. When this king comes out, I will slaughter your high heaven palace." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. How could he not know that he had entered the Four Seasons realm? The Four Seasons realm would not be opened easily, but since Qiongqi could enter it, it meant that this small world was not completely closed, and there were other ways to enter. The Wind Monarch had mastered one of these methods. When the large array was interrupted, the gradually revealed outline of the flowing time temple froze. Now, when the Wind Monarch used the remains of the sea in his hand as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm, the flowing time temple slowly became blurry and disappeared again. The Wind Monarch set up a large array here and came here with the remains of the great emperors. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm and refine it into his palace, but Yang Kai led the half-saint of demon race to cause trouble, so this plan could not work. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to enter the flowing time temple himself. That's why he hated Kai Yang so much, and why he had spoken such harsh words. Looking at the situation, when the outline completely disappeared, it would be the moment when the small world of the Four Seasons realm was completely isolated from the star boundary. The flowing time temple faded very quickly. In the time it took for the Wind Monarch to speak, the outline had almost disappeared. Yang Kai took a step forward, the space principle surging around him, and his divine sense spread forward like a tide. At the same time, he said, "You stay." These words were said to the embodiment. He could not enter the Four Seasons realm before because he could not detect the space beacon in the void of the Four Seasons realm. Now that he had obtained the power of the Wind Monarch and the remains of the great emperors, the Four Seasons realm had a little connection with the star boundary. With his attainment in the space principle, he should be able to break through the barrier of the Four Seasons realm and enter the Four Seasons realm, and pursue Monarch. No matter what the Wind Emperor was plotting, he was one of the four great demon emperors of the demon heavenly way, so Yang Kai couldn't just turn a blind eye to him. What's more, he still had people in the Four Seasons realm. However, he could pursue, but the embodiment could not leave. Baizhua and Baiya had been affected by the divine technique of the great emperors, turning into statues and unable to move. They needed someone to look after them. Of course, he could take Baizhua and Baiya back into the small sealed world, but the emperor realm of the demon path had not all died yet, so the embodiment had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, the embodiment also knew that the current situation did not allow him to follow, so he immediately nodded, "Be careful." No one knew better than him what the embodiment was capable of, so even if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, the embodiment was not too worried. What's more, the Wind Monarch had continuously used the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, which consumed a lot of energy. It was unknown how much strength he could exert now. Moreover, not only were the two little kids Yang Shui and Yang Shao in the Four Seasons realm, but there were also masters like Lu Yen and Xiongqi. Even if the Wind Monarch did not know, how could the embodiment not know? The Wind Monarch thought that he could sit back and relax after escaping to the Four Seasons realm, but in fact, he had broken into a tiger's den. The only question was how the Wind Monarch would react when he met them in the Four Seasons realm. He would probably be very surprised. This was the advantage of communicating with the embodiment. There was no need to waste words, and they could see through each other's thoughts with just a thought. However, in the time it took to say this sentence, the outline of the flowing time temple had completely disappeared, along with the figure of the Wind Monarch. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was soon to be cut off. When the law of space surged, Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. When he took the first 2 steps, he was still in the same place, seemingly not moving at all. It was extremely strange, but when he took the 3rd step, he inexplicably disappeared. The embodiment also lost the connection with Yang Kai at the same time, knowing that he should have entered the Four Seasons realm. A great battle between a fake emperor and half-saint level started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. At this moment, Master Sun, who was watching the show from the side, turned pale and turned to escape. A figure had already blocked in front of him. Zhao Quan's expression was cold, holding 2 huge copper hammers in his hands, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. "Master Sun, where do you want to go?" When the spirit array had just been activated, Zhao Quan had reversed his cultivation method and forced out a mouthful of blood to escape the spirit array. This was also the idea that Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape once the spirit array was fully activated. Looking at the fate of the people from the Emperor realm lying on the ground, it was clear that if Zhao Quan entered the spirit array with his cultivation, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Escaping early to save his life, he was now in the best state of the people from the Emperor realm except for Master Sunday. Although Grandmaster Sun's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were profound and he was also a first-order Emperor realm master, his ability to fight with others was very poor. There was already a half-saint demon race eyeing him covetously, and now that Zhao Quan was blocking his way, he immediately panicked and tried to act tough, "Get lost, or this king won't show mercy." Zhao Quan slowly shook his head. "Before Palace Master Yang returns, Master Sun should stay." He didn't immediately kill him. His own experience was the best example. As long as he could extract the blood demon essence blood from his body, the people of the demon heavenly path would naturally recognize their position and no longer serve the demon race. Unless it was someone who took the initiative and sincerely sought refuge with the demon race. Generally, those who were affected by the secret technique and changed their temperament would turn back. Zhao Quan didn't know the situation of others, but he had heard before that this master's son was also a demon disciple who was captured by the demon race and was affected by the secret technique. Words were useless. Master Sun decisively threw a jade card at Zhao Quan. The most common method used by array masters in battle was to release an array plate. It was convenient and fast to seal the spirit array in the array plate. Zhao Quan waited with rapt attention, but before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Looking closely, it was one of the helpers that Yang Kai had summoned before. With a gentle squeeze, the array plate was crushed. Violent energy poured out from the embodiment's hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Master Sun's expression changed greatly and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment didn't bother to entangle with him. He rushed forward and punched him, directly knocking him unconscious. Zhao Quan watched from the side with cold sweat dripping down his back. He was strong enough to fight so simply and violently. In a small world isolated from the outside world, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. The Flowing Time Temple and the Wind Monarch were nowhere to be seen. Although he immediately chased after them, he was shuttling through the void. The difference of a few millimeters was huge, so the current situation wasn't strange. He had come to the Four Seasons realm once. At that time, his strength was still low. Now, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The Four Seasons realm originally didn't allow cultivators above the Dao Source realm to enter. This small world was maintained by its own laws. Unless one could transcend this law, they would be restricted. However, Xianxia had opened the back door and brought Lu Yan in. Now, the Wind Monarch had broken in with the remains of the great emperors. The law restricting cultivation had broken by itself. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to enter unscathed. However, this was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. He should have been here before. After thinking about it again, he suddenly realized that this was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into four major territory. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were clearly separated. The Two Seasons mountain ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the four territory. On the left and right of the Two Seasons mountain, the seasons were different. It was very mysterious. Recognizing the location, Yang Kai seriously recalled the location of the Flowing Time Temple, then determined the direction and flew towards it. However, after taking a step, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This was because when he took that step forward, the environment he was in had suddenly changed completely. When he first entered this place, the surroundings were scorching hot, as if he was in the middle of summer. However, after taking that step, the scorching heat disappeared in an instant. The cold wind whistled in his ears and white snow entered his eyes. It was as if he had entered the coldest winter. The biting cold penetrated his flesh and blood through his pores. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably freeze to death within a few breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he had not encountered such a change last time. Although the seasons changed quickly, there was no sense of abruptness. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time, he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered, but what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the 4 seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Xianxia and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the 4 seasons realm? Chapter 36-47. The seasons in the 4 seasons realm changed constantly, and Yang Kai could see the scenery of a season with every step he took. If he encountered such a scene in normal times, Yang Kai would be ecstatic. After all, such a strange thing was not something that could be encountered easily. Calming down and comprehending it would surely yield some gains. But now that he had something important to do, Yang Kai was not in the mood to comprehend anything. He just kept his head down and rushed in the direction of the flowing time temple. As time went by, Yang Kai's face became dignified. He actually noticed that his lifespan was slipping away. Since the beginning of cultivation, at most 100 years, cultivators had seized the good fortune of heaven and earth, conspired for the fate of the universe, and had techniques to preserve their youthful looks. Therefore, Yang Kai looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s. Perhaps in another 100 years, or even 1,000 years, his appearance would not change much. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to feel their lifespan slipping away, unless the speed was very fast. Yang Kai was in such a situation at the moment. With every step he took, as he flew forward, he clearly felt that time was flowing on his body. After galloping for a few dozen miles, he felt like he had lived for decades. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Kai was sure that he had indeed been experiencing the passage of time for several dozen years. In other words, he had only flown a few dozen kilometers in the 4 seasons realm, yet he had aged several dozen years for no reason. This feeling made his heart sink. He did not know if it was because of the abnormal situation in the 4 seasons realm, or if he had really been flying for decades without realizing it. But no matter what the reason was, he could not stop, so even if he was aware of the flowing time Great Emperor, he still moved forward quickly. He calmed his mind and was not affected by external forces. After an unknown period of time, when a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai stopped. Looking up at the palace, an ancient aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai's mind was a little absent-minded. At that moment, he could not remember why he had come here. He could not even remember who he was. 1,000 miles of land, 1,000 years of time, passed quickly as he flew. No matter what happened in the outside world, Yang Kai felt that 1,000 years had indeed passed. He had not thought for 1,000 years and had only flown forward instinctively. When he reached the end, he would naturally be at a loss. However, when the words, "Flowing Time Temple," appeared in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's confused eyes gradually lit up, and his chaotic mind quickly became clear again. He remembered who he was and why he had come here. The gate of the temple opened, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The moment he stepped through the door, he had already entered the Flowing Time Temple. Before Yang Kai had time to examine the situation inside the temple, a figure flew towards him. Yang Kai's face went cold as he secretly circulated his demonic qi, ready to act at any moment. But when he saw the appearance of the person rushing towards him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. It was because that person's attire and appearance were exactly the same as his. If there was a mirror in front of him, he would definitely think that he was looking at a mirror. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't exactly the same. The other party's face seemed to be a few years older than his own, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. Yang Kai saw him, so naturally, the other party also saw Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the man didn't wait for Yang Kai to say anything and directly said, "Don't be long-winded, hurry up and find your son." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed past like a gust of wind, plunged into a crack, and disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that this hall was filled with void cracks. Each crack was long and short, like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yang Kai was baffled by the man's words. Although he had several wives, he had no children so far, so how could he have a son? However, he did have a godson, and it was a dragon race. Yang Kai thought that as long as he entered the temple, he would be able to meet that smelly brat, but who would have thought that he would encounter such an inexplicable scene? But in any case, Yang Kai was a little concerned about the sudden appearance of a person who looked exactly like him, so he didn't hesitate and chased after the figure into a void crack. The next moment, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world changed, and he appeared in the temple again. It was almost the same as the temple he was in just now, as if it hadn't moved at all. The surroundings were still filled with countless void cracks, and the man from before was nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai frown. He had obviously come in right after him, so why had he disappeared? Just as he was puzzled, a void crack suddenly fluctuated next to him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure suddenly rush out of the void crack. It was another him. This him seemed to be more seriously injured. His whole body was covered with golden blood, his clothes were tattered, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He hurriedly rushed in this direction. Yang Kai's expression froze. When he saw the first him before, he didn't react, so although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it might be an illusion, but when the second him appeared, he immediately carefully examined the other party, and the result made him inexplicably shocked. It was really him. Not only were their clothes and auras exactly the same, but even the power fluctuations and divine sense on their bodies were exactly the same. In this world, it was impossible for two people to be exactly the same. Even twins would have some slight differences, but this him was really exactly the same as Yang Kai, except for his appearance being a few years younger. But this difference in appearance was definitely not as simple as just a few years. When Yang Kai was flying through the Four Seasons realm, he felt as if 1,000 years had passed. The principle of time had passed on him for 1,000 years, but his appearance hadn't changed much. If he wanted to age him by a few years, it would definitely take more than 1,000 years, perhaps 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years. Moreover, if the two him were to be carefully distinguished, there would be some slight differences in appearance. Yang Kai couldn't bear to do this to himself, so he hurriedly called out, "Wait." The second him turned his head to look at him and grinned, "Run. Do you want to die just standing there?" Hearing himself say this to himself, Yang Kai felt really strange. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Just as he was hesitating, the second him plunged into a void crack and disappeared just like the previous one. The next moment, from the void crack the second him ran out, a figure chased after him. This person was dressed like a scholar and looked gentle and refined. Who else could it be but the Wind Monarch? Previously, the Wind Monarch had repeatedly spat out blood to stimulate the power of the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, causing great damage to himself. His appearance had also suddenly aged by 20 or 30 years, turning from a man in his 30s into an old man. But at this moment, the Wind Monarch had regained his original appearance, and his aura was vigorous. Not only had he recovered, but his momentum was even stronger than before. Yang Kai was shocked and couldn't understand how he did it. One must know that the Wind Monarch had damaged his own blood essence when he stimulated the divine technique of the great emperors. That kind of damage couldn't be recovered without 80 to 80 years of meditation. Even if there was a heavenly emperor artifact that could shorten the time, it was impossible to recover so quickly. Although he had run for 1,000 years in the Four Seasons realm before, that was just his perception. 1,000 years shouldn't have really passed. What the hell? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. The reason why he chased into the Four Seasons realm alone and didn't let his embodiment follow him was that the world principles needed to be left outside to deal with the aftermath, and also because he was confident in himself. The Wind Monarch had suffered great damage, but he was unscathed. Moreover, Lu Yen and Xianxia were in the Flowing Time Temple. If the Wind Monarch didn't know how to deal with him and barged in here, he only needed to call out to Lu Yen and Xianxia, and everyone would fight side by side. How could the Wind Monarch be a match for them? But the current situation was that Lu Yen and Xianxia were nowhere to be seen. He couldn't feel their presence and aura at all. On the contrary, the Wind Monarch was like a fierce tiger. This was a little different from what he had imagined. As his thoughts raced, the Wind Monarch saw him, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he chuckled, "Where did you come from, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai frowned and didn't answer, mainly because he didn't know how to answer. The Wind Monarch said again, "It doesn't matter, it's the same no matter who I kill." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. With the devil chi rising, Yang Kai shouted, and the mountains and rivers bell flew out and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. With a loud bang, the light on the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, and it was directly knocked back. Yang Kai's chi and blood tumbled in his chest. Before he could recover, he saw the Wind Monarch suddenly raise his hand, and an exquisite hourglass appeared in his palm. The hourglass didn't look like anything special, but Kai Yang's expression changed as he instinctively felt a dangerous aura coming from it. Yang Kai didn't understand the mysteries of the hourglass, nor did he understand the strength of the Wind Monarch. He was even more confused about the situation here, so how could he continue to be entangled with him? Hurriedly putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai didn't wait for the Wind Monarch to activate the hourglass's power before his figure flickered and he rushed directly into a nearby void crack. When he reappeared, he was in the main hall full of cracks, as if everything had returned to the beginning. After calming down the chi and blood tumbling in his chest, Yang Kai looked around and waited with rapt attention. After a short while, a fluctuation came from one of the cracks, and Yang Kai hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, a moment later, a third him rushed out. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned, because this third him was even more embarrassed than the previous two. His appearance had not changed much, and he looked like he was in his 30s, but his hair was a little more see. How old was he? How could his hair have turned white? After the third him appeared, he immediately rushed toward Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he hurriedly said, "You are me, and I am you. The space-time here has been distorted. What you see now is the future you, understand?" Yang Kai did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Until now, he was not sure whether the one in front of him was him or not. If it was, then it meant that his future self and his present self had met here? However, if the space-time here was really distorted, it was really possible. Chapter 36-48. The four directions were the universe, and since ancient times, it had always been the universe. The secrets of the universe were the secrets of time and space, which contained great mysteries and mysteries. Although Yang Kai had some attainments in the law of space, they were only related to the void of time and space. Only the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttling seal had a basic understanding of time and space. The scene here was related to the universe's time and space, so he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake for a while. After the third him finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Wind Monarch is here, let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Yang Kai's arm and flew towards a nearby crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, the third self anxiously warned, "The power of that hourglass in Wind Monarch's hand is unpredictable, you must be careful." After rushing into the crack, Yang Kai was alone again. He had obviously rushed in with the third him, but after entering here, he had disappeared. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai's expression brightened. This was because the palace had finally become a little different from before. The previous few times he had come to this palace, it was filled with cracks. However, this time, there weren't so many strange scenes in the palace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If the scene just now kept repeating, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Now that there was a change, it was good. The hall was empty, there was no trace of living people, and there were no signs of fighting. There were side doors on both sides. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense but found nothing, so he casually chose a direction and left the hall. The hall was connected to a corridor with rooms on both sides. The corridor was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. The floor under his feet was flowing with inexplicable colors, making it look strange. Yang Kai came to the nearest room and waited with rapt attention. He pushed the door open and checked carefully, but there was nothing in the room. Naturally, there was no one. He checked the rooms one by one, but found nothing. Moreover, as he investigated, Yang Kai found that he couldn't feel the passage of time in this place. It could be said that dozens or hundreds of years had passed, or it could be said that time had stopped flowing. This trip to the Flowing Time Temple was completely different from the last time. After checking countless rooms, when Yang Kai pushed open the door of one of the rooms again, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This room was finally not empty. There was a ferocious giant beast lying in it. At first glance, it looked like a tiger with 2 horns on its head and a pair of wings on its back. This giant beast was unaware of Yang Kai's arrival, and its snoring was like thunder. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted it. Even after calling out a few times, Xianxia did not respond, causing Yang Kai to frown. Xianxia was still a divine spirit and was extremely powerful. Forget about sleeping, even if it was in secluded retreat, if someone were to intrude, it would likely wake up immediately. However, there was no response even after he shouted at it a few times. This was a bit strange. Since shouting was useless, Yang Kai immediately stepped forward and patted its head, but there was still no effect. Xianxia seemed to have really fallen asleep, and its snoring didn't stop for a moment. Yang Kai punched its head a few times, neither too hard nor too light. It wouldn't hurt it, but it was enough to wake it up from its sleep. But the reality surprised Yang Kai. After eating a few of his punches, Xianxia still didn't move at all. This made Yang Kai a little frightened. Even such a method couldn't wake Xianxia up. What was wrong with it? Moreover, Xianxia clearly led Lu Yan, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui into the Four Seasons realm, but now it was alone. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Lu Yan were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? Since he couldn't wake Xianxia up, Yang Kai wanted to put it into the sealed world bead, but after several attempts, he still didn't succeed. It wasn't Yang Kai's fault, but Xianxia was wrapped in a layer of invisible power that made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense. If he couldn't break through this invisible barrier, he couldn't put it into the sealed world bead. After struggling for a while, Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave up. Although Xianxia was sleeping, there was nothing wrong with it, so there was no need to worry too much. And since he could find Xianxia here, he should be able to find Lu Yan and the others. Yang Kai immediately sped up his search, checking the rooms one by one. In this Flowing Time Temple, the passage of time was a very vague concept. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't distinguish it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found Lu Yan in another room. Lu Yan hadn't changed much. She still looked like a little girl, but like Xianxia, she had fallen into a deep sleep, curled up on the floor of a room, sleeping soundly. After trying hard, Lu Yan really couldn't wake up. Her situation was exactly the same as Xianxia's. First it was Xianxia, then it was Lu Yan. Yang Kai really didn't know what they had encountered after entering the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai thought that he would be able to find Yang Xiao again, but who would have thought that even after searching all the rooms, he still couldn't find a trace of the two children. At the end of the long corridor, there was another hall. After entering this place, Yang Kai's mind was in a trance again. Because this hall was exactly the same as the place he was in before, he thought that he had returned to his original place. But there was someone here. Dressed like a Confucian scholar, he looked like a teacher. Demon Heavenly Path, one of the 4 great monarchs under the command of the sect master, the Wind Monarch. This Wind Monarch was in good condition, and all the injuries he had suffered before had been healed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a high platform in the hall. The high platform was shrouded in a translucent light curtain. Very obvious fluctuations of the time principle flowed out from the light curtain. At this moment, the Wind Monarch's eyes were closed, and he should be healing, unaware of Yang Kai's arrival. After narrowing his eyes and looking at him for a while, Yang Kai gently took a breath. When he exhaled, his demonic chi surged, and his fighting spirit soared. Although he had encountered 3 himself, who had been chased by the Wind Monarch, and although one of the himself had told him to hurry and find Yang Shao, the situation in the Flowing Time Temple was so strange and inexplicable. If he wanted to break the situation now, the only choice was to start with the Wind Monarch. Therefore, Yang Kai decisively took action. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was above the Wind Monarch's head, and the myriad sword wrapped in his cultivation base fiercely slashed down. The light curtain shrouding the high platform was the work of the great emperors, so how could Yang Kai break it? When the thunderous sword slashed down, the light curtain immediately caved in, but it was tough and didn't break. However, disturbed by this, the Wind Monarch, who was meditating and healing, suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the Wind Monarch grinned. "There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to break through it. Come." Raising his hand high, he passed through the light curtain and grabbed the myriad sword. As he madly stimulated his emperor chi, a fierce force rebounded. Yang Kai directly let go, abandoning the myriad sword. As his divine sense surged, his left eye turned into a majestic golden vertical, breathtaking, and a budding lotus shot out from his eye and rushed into the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea. As soon as the blossoming lotus appeared, the Wind Monarch's body trembled. Although he was strong, his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, so he was careless and fell into the trap. The white lotus took root in the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea and bloomed, absorbing his soul power. The Wind Monarch groaned, and the seawater in his knowledge sea roared, resisting the power of the secret technique. The lotus bloomed halfway, but it was no longer able to do anything. After all, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed. Although it was unexpected, it still could not take full effect. The Wind Monarch sneered. Just as he was about to ridicule, his expression changed again. This was because the half-blooming lotus flower had suddenly expanded. In his perception, the lotus flower was incomparably huge. It actually wrapped around his entire body, and then quickly closed. The blossoming lotus ended, and the angry lotus appeared. 2 soul secret techniques, one after the other, appeared. Yang Kai attacked ruthlessly and decisively. Break! The Wind Monarch's divine sense surged wildly. As he roared, he broke the lotus seal and escaped. Caught off guard, a saber light chopped down on his head. Soul Cutter, heaven-breaking strike. Since it had the blossoming lotus and the angry lotus, how could it not have the power of the Soul Cutter? This time, the Wind Monarch could not block it and was slashed by the Soul Cutter. His soul was not a good feeling. His face suddenly twisted, and his emperor chi burst out in all directions like a tsunami. The universe trembled, and Yang Kai was sent flying. In mid-air, Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but he still urged the space law and pounced on the Wind Monarch again. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a spell. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and covered the Wind Monarch. Yang Kai shouted again in a low voice, "Dragon transformation." As the dragon roared, golden light shone. With a crackling sound, dragon scales covered his whole body. 2 horns grew on his forehead, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. His body grew slightly taller, and a dragon tail swung behind him. In a flash, Yang Kai had turned into a half-dragon. The Wind Monarch was still in a daze after being injured by the Soul Cutter. Yang Kai had already pounced in front of him. His 2 dragon claws grabbed his arms and pinned him down. The next moment, the mountains and rivers bell came down from the sky. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that he was no match for the Wind Monarch. The previous 3 selves were examples. Therefore, Yang Kai did not plan to compete with the Wind Monarch in terms of cultivation. He had his own territory that he was good at. That was the half-dragon body. This was something that the Wind Monarch could not compare to. As long as the battlefield was limited to a small area, he might be able to win in close combat. Therefore, the mountains and rivers bell came down. Yang Kai planned to trap the Wind Monarch inside the mountains and rivers bell with him. Last time, when he killed the half-Saint Yin-Si in the demon territory, he used this method. Although he lost half of his life after that, it was better than giving the Wind Monarch a chance to fight. Yang Kai had many tricks up his sleeve. The Wind Monarch also suffered a little. Moreover, the Wind Monarch had long heard of the mountains and rivers bell. This was the life treasure of the Yuan Ding great emperors. If he was really trapped, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Therefore, when he saw the rare treasure coming down from the sky, the Wind Monarch knew what Yang Kai was planning. Chapter 36-49. Since he knew, how could he let Yang Kai get what he wanted? With his arms locked, he couldn't move. While he was shocked by Yang Kai's brute strength, Feng Jun didn't panic and just shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he really turned into a breeze, ethereal and untraceable. Yang Kai's hands were empty as Feng Jun had already escaped. The falling mountains and rivers bell stopped in midair. Now that Feng Jun was free from his shackles, there was no need for the mountains and rivers bell to fall. That breeze was visible to the naked eye and extremely mysterious. It floated to the side and turned back into Feng Jun's figure. He smiled calmly and said, "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you here?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he gave his own answer, 100 years, a whole 100 years. Feng Jun's face showed a happy expression. This place is really mysterious and unparalleled. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the name of the Great Emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Now that this king has recovered from his injuries, I'm afraid you are no longer my opponent. Although he entered the Four Seasons realm at the same time as Yang Kai, he had the remains of the great emperors in his hands, so he directly entered the Flowing Time Temple to heal and meditate here for 100 years, replenishing his previous losses and waiting for Yang Kai to come. Although he didn't understand what he said, how could Yang Kai not understand the meaning of his words? The Flowing Time Temple distorted time and space. Since Feng Jun could now recover to his original state, it naturally took 100 years. It was just that Yang Kai didn't understand the passage of time. On the other hand, Feng Jun probably didn't know what Yang Kai had experienced, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Feng Jun's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "I have long heard that you are related to the dragon race on Dragon Island and possess the origin of the dragon race. Now it seems that it is true. However, external forces are external forces after all. How can they be more mysterious than your own power? Where is your helper? Aren't you going to summon it?" Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 3 half-saint of demon race at once. Baizhua and Baiya had been sealed by him using the divine technique from the remains of the great emperors, leaving only a Dharmakaya behind. The Wind Monarch cared a lot about his Dharmakaya. If Yang Kai brought his Dharmakaya here, there would be a big battle today. "I'll summon it when I need it." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Don't worry about it." The Wind Emperor nodded. Junior, although you are young, your strength is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I really don't have the heart to kill you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, then why don't you just stick your neck out and stab me? It will save us all the trouble. The Wind Emperor naturally ignored his words and said earnestly, I think that I don't have the heart to kill you, but you want to be my enemy. It's really a headache. Why don't you also become the demon race's heavenly Tao? If we can become a family, we won't have these concerns. In this way, you can keep your life and I won't have any regrets. Isn't it great? Moreover, the Daoist master will be happy to accept a young talent like you. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. You want me to become the demon race's heavenly Tao? Sincerely. The Wind Emperor looked solemn. With your ability, if you can join, you will be valued by the Daoist master. Although you won't be as high as the 4 monarchs, you will definitely be the one with the highest position under the 4 of us. When the demon race unifies the astral world, you will be free and unfettered. He he. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The Wind Emperor had a serious expression. Why are you laughing? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm laughing because you are willing to be someone else's dog and still have a face full of glory. I'm laughing because you have cultivated for so many years but still can't be at ease. You want to use your position under the 4 monarchs to win me over, but do you know who I am? Who are you? The Wind Emperor looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai stood straight and smiled proudly. I am the astral world's 55th army, the army commander of the GZ army. Why would I care about the position of the demon race's lackey? When he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and took out a large order. The Wind Emperor's expression changed greatly and he raised his hand to take out a small hourglass. At the same time, a light flashed on the large order and a burly figure shot out from it. The army commander's order was not only a symbol of the army commander's identity, but it was also a weapon to protect one's life and kill the enemy. It contained a divine technique of the great emperors. The order in Yang Kai's hand was refined by Zhan Wuhen. Naturally, his divine technique was sealed inside. Yang Kai was facing a fake emperor alone. Since his sneak attack failed, he directly took out the army commander's order and activated the divine technique of the great emperors. There were only 2 words he wanted to say: end the battle quickly. Fake emperors were not easy to kill, and the Wind Emperor had been here for 100 years. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he was also full of confidence. Yang Kai might not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with him with his own strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out the power of the order. Zhan Wuhen's figure became solid, as if the one who walked out of the order was himself. The aura of the great emperors rushed toward the Wind Emperor, making it hard for him to breathe. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wuhen came to the Wind Emperor in a few steps and raised his hand to punch the Wind Emperor. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch, just like a fight between ordinary people. However, the Wind Monarch's expression was one of shock. He flipped the hourglass in his hand, and the fine sand flowed down. A layer of light spread out from the center of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhen's figure was enveloped by the light. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, and he was frozen in place. Yang Kai's eyes widened. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Bai Zhua and Bai Ye. The Wind Emperor couldn't help but laugh. You're just SSO. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. Zhan Wuhen's fist, which had been fixed in place, moved forward inch by inch, shattering the great restraints. Before the fist had even reached him, the void was already trembling. Cracks appeared one after another. The Wind Emperor let out a strange cry and was no longer as calm as before. He quickly retreated, but Zhan Wuhen's attack followed him like a maggot. Seeing that he was about to hit the Wind Emperor activated his Emperor's Qi again and turned the hourglass in his hand. It was exactly the same as before. A halo visible to the naked eye passed by and Zhan Wuhen's figure was fixed on the spot. This time, the Wind Emperor was no longer in the mood to mock him. He continued to retreat, his face extremely solemn. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhan Wuhen moved again and broke the restraint of the void. He was clearly hundreds of feet away from the Wind Emperor, but when he moved, the Wind Emperor was horrified to find that the fist was right in front of his face again. Third turn of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhen fixed his body again. After 3 moves and 3 fixes, Zhan Wuhen's figure suddenly became faint. In just 3 breaths, his whole person disappeared in the void. Obviously, the power of the divine technique had disappeared. This divine technique of the great emperors didn't hurt the Wind Emperor at all. Although it didn't hurt him, the Wind Emperor was greatly exhausted. Yang Kai clearly saw that every time the hourglass was turned, the Wind Emperor's face became uglier and his aura dropped significantly. In order to activate this treasure, he had to pay a heavy price. But, what the hell was that hourglass? Yang Kai couldn't understand how such a terrifying treasure could exist in this world. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the words of the third self. Be careful of that hourglass. Its power was unpredictable. Its power was indeed unpredictable. Although the order of the army commander only sealed one divine technique of the great emperors, which was not as powerful as the great emperors themselves, it was definitely not something that an ordinary fake emperor could resist. Even so, it couldn't hurt the Wind Emperor, which showed the extraordinary power of this treasure. In the main hall, there were cracks everywhere. They were not only the void cracks, but also the spacetime seemed to be in chaos. Such a situation was very similar to what Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the Flowing Time Temple. Ha ha ha. The Wind Emperor laughed wildly with indescribable joy. He had escaped with his life from the great emperors. Even though he was in a difficult situation, it was enough to be proud of. Therefore, he was happy. He laughed loudly and held the hourglass in his hand while gasping for breath. Junior, do you know what this is? Yang Kai's face darkened. Where did you get it from? It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to block Zhan Wuhen's divine technique with his own strength, but in fact, the Wind Emperor blocked it. Although he only relied on the power of the treasure, it showed that he was extraordinary. The appearance of this treasure was inexplicable. Obviously, the Wind Emperor didn't have it before. Otherwise, he would have used it to deal with the Dharmakaya and the others. Why would he use his blood to activate the power in the remains of the great emperors? Since he didn't have it before, the only explanation was that he got it from the Flowing Time Temple. This was the treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The treasure of the great emperors was used to deal with the great emperor's divine technique, which saved his life. He didn't break Zhan Wuhen's divine technique, but he exhausted his power. That's right. The Wind Emperor laughed happily. I got this treasure from the high platform. You probably don't know that this treasure is the treasure of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, this treasure was left in the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the fated person to get it. And I am that fated person. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Qiongqi, the old guy. Since this guy was the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had guarded the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, he must know about this treasure. Since he knew about it, why didn't he take it away? Moreover, he had brought Yang Xiao and the others in before. Since there was a treasure here, why did he leave it to others? Now that the hourglass had fallen into the hands of the Wind Emperor, the life-saving divine technique that was sealed in the order of the army commander had been destroyed. This situation was really awkward. Yang Kai was so angry that he felt that he was about to be cheated to death by that old guy Qiongqi. The Wind Emperor had obtained a new treasure and used it to exchange a blow with the great emperors. He was feeling complacent and had no one to share his happiness with when Yang Kai's question suddenly scratched his itch. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Rubbing the hourglass in his hand, the Wind Emperor laughed and said, "This is the endless hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Each grain of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand was personally refined by the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. 1 grain of sand can accelerate 1 month of time. 10,008 grains, that's the power of more than 800 years of time. The divine technique of the Great Emperors is indeed extraordinary, but how could it resist the power of this treasure?" Previously, when Jianghu appeared, the Wind Emperor was scared to death. Now that the crisis was over, he seemed to be able to predict the future. Chapter 3650. The endless hourglass contained 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor divine sand. Each grain of flowing time Great Emperor divine sand was personally refined by the Great Emperors of flowing time Great Emperor and contained the principle of time. 1 grain of divine sand could accelerate the flow of time for 1 month, so 10,008 grains were indeed equivalent to more than 800 years of time. The power of this principle of time was incomparably mysterious. Although the army commander's order contained the divine technique of the Great Emperors, it was still unable to withstand the erosion of the principle of time and thus dissipated. This was also why the Wind Emperor was able to withstand the divine technique of the Great Emperors. In a flash, Yang Kai understood everything. "Do you want to try?" Feng Junxiao looked at Yang Kai. Although this was a question, he did not give him a choice. Circulating his emperor qi, the hourglass in his hand turned over again. Tiny grains of sand slowly flowed inside the hourglass and a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, not giving him the slightest chance to react. When he was enveloped by this halo, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had formed a close connection with something. Tracing the source of this connection, his eyes immediately focused on the endless hourglass in Feng Junxiao's hand. At this moment, the endless hourglass exuded an aura that firmly locked onto him. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, making him feel as if he could not escape. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai dove into the nearest crack. The power of this endless hourglass could even resist the divine technique of the Great Emperors, so he did not want to test it. At this moment, escaping was more important. What's more, although this hourglass was powerful, it was impossible for the Wind Emperor to use it indefinitely. There would always be a limit, and that would be the time for him to counterattack. Rushing out of the crack, the experience was exactly the same as at the beginning. Once again, they came to a great hall and returned to the starting point. The space-time here was already in chaos. The source of the chaos was the collision between the endless hourglass and the divine technique of the Great Emperors. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that the layer of qi that had locked onto his body was not cut off because of his escape. It was still closely connected. Moreover, the next moment, from the crack that he had escaped from, the Wind King followed him. The Wind King was holding an endless hourglass in his hand. With a smile on his face, the Wind King accurately caught up with him and said, "It's useless. In front of this treasure, it's useless even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Obediently surrender and you will be spared from torture. Catch me first." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. He hurriedly dodged a few steps and found a crack to rush into. The Wind King slowly shook his head, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, like a maggot following a bone. His voice pierced through the space-time and rang in Yang Kai's ears, "Why bother? Although you are not bad, how can you escape from the qi of this treasure? Don't you feel anything? You'd better give up struggling." It would have been better if the Wind King had not said this. As soon as the Wind King said this, Yang Kai indeed felt something, or confirmed something. He had a little feeling before, but he was not too sure. When the endless hourglass was turned over by the Wind King, when the hourglass locked onto him, when the divine sand of the flowing time Great Emperor slowly flowed in the hourglass, Yang Kai had a feeling that the flowing time Great Emperor had run over him. This feeling was very similar to what he had experienced when he was rushing to the Flowing Time Temple from the Two Seasons Mountain. As if he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, the Wind King laughed. "Who do you think the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand is supporting?" "Stupid Junior, what is flowing in the endless hourglass is not the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand, but your lifespan." Yang Kai's face sank. It was not because the Wind King was exaggerating, but because he could confirm that what the Wind King said was true. When the endless hourglass locked onto him, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand began to flow, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. A grain of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand represented the power of 1 month. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai's hundreds of years of lifespan had been taken away by the endless hourglass out of thin air. This kind of treasure that could take away one's lifespan made Yang Kai feel a chill all over his body. He could not help but think that if this continued, he would suddenly die of old age here. Death was nothing to be afraid of. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor's cultivation was short, he had seen and experienced too many wonderful things in his life. Even if he died in battle at this moment, he would have no regrets. However, dying without fighting and having his lifespan sucked away by the Wind King was a little unacceptable. Therefore, Yang Kai turned around, stopped, and clasped his hands together. He stared at the crack he had escaped from and smashed down heavily with the momentum of a mountain. This strike gathered all the power of his 300 Zhonglong dragon body. Even if the great emperors were here, he would still smash them until they bled. In the next moment, the Wind King chased him out of the crack. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. When the two fists smashed down, Yang Kai's heart sank slightly. He did not feel anything under his hands. This thunderous strike had hit nothing. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Wind King's speed had suddenly increased, and he had dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Before Yang Kai could react, a strong force came from behind him. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He rushed straight to the crack in front of him. He entered the crack and returned to the hall. There was someone in the hall. An intact him was standing there stupidly, looking at him in a daze. Yang Kai could clearly feel the surprise and vigilance in his eyes, just like when he entered the hall. "Did I meet my past me?" Yang Kai's face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. Unexpectedly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to say, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." After saying that, he realized that this sentence was exactly what he had heard when he entered the hall. He did not know why he had said it. However, there was no time to explain in detail. The Wind King was about to catch up. Yang Kai hurriedly escaped to a crack not far away. When he escaped into the crack, he could feel that the past him was chasing after him. However, he disappeared in an instant. The Wind King was waiting in front of him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. He looked very enthusiastic when meeting an old friend. "Where can you escape to? Don't struggle in vain." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped toward Yang Kai. His movement was not fast. At least, Yang Kai could see it clearly. He raised his hands. When the law of space surged, a dozen pitch-black moon blades slashed through the air, leaving marks in the void. At this moment, his mind was slightly distracted. When he came back to his senses, the moon blades had no effect. Instead, he was hit again. His chest was hit so hard that his blood and chi were tumbling, and his bones were cracking. Standing up again, he looked at the Wind King gloomily. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "So it's not you who became faster." The two fights were enough for Yang Kai to see through some things. He originally thought that it was the Wind King who suddenly became faster, so he was caught off guard. However, it seemed that was not the case. The Wind King did not change. The one who changed was himself. The Wind King smiled. The endless hourglass is not only able to extract life. After all, it is a treasure left by the great emperors. How can it be so simple? Yang Kai nodded. So, it is the endless hourglass that has affected my concept of time. As the saying goes, a day feels like a year. This is not without basis. If you are strong enough, you can indeed do this. The Wind King shook his head. However, this treasure is very mysterious. I can't fully refine it, so I can't reach this level for the time being. Although I can't reach this level, I have gained something. So it is the endless hourglass that has lengthened my perception of time. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Something that could be dealt with in one breath. Yang Kai needed 10 or 100 breaths to react. Naturally, he could not deal with it. This was the reason why he had been hit twice. So, are you still not going to admit defeat? The Wind King looked at Yang Kai indifferently. I really don't want to kill you. Yang Kai grinned hideously. If you have the ability, make time freeze on me. Then, you can do whatever you want. The Wind King sighed softly. The whining of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. He held the endless hourglass in his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Then, he pointed at Yang Kai. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. The whistling wind wrapped around Yang Kai. The whirling wind turned into sharp blades, constantly cutting Yang Kai's body. The wind blades were very powerful. If the Emperor realm fell into them, they would be crushed into pieces immediately. Yang Kai did not die. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. However, in the whistling wind, there was a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The giant figure quickly revealed himself. The 300-meter-long dragon stood proudly in the wind, and sparks flew from its dragon scales. Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked. It was as if he was sucking a bowl of noodles. The wind around his body was sucked into his mouth and disappeared in 3 breaths. The Wind King was moved. Below the fake emperor, Yang Kai was the strongest person he had ever met. He could kill an ordinary person from the emperor realm at will. However, the one in front of him seemed to be extraordinary. He was actually able to struggle until now. Crunch. Yang Kai's mouth moved as if he was chewing something. His huge golden dragon eyes stared at the Wind King. He opened his mouth and shouted, "I'll give it back to you." When the last word came out, it turned into a mighty dragon's roar. It seemed to shake the 9 heavens and move the universe. With a soft puff, a burst of energy shot toward Feng Jun. It was useless. In Yang Kai's vision, this attack clearly hit the Wind King. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side, safe and sound. The one who was hit was only the Wind King in Yang Kai's vision. Under the situation where one's perception of time was affected, it was very difficult to determine the enemy's true location. However, Yang Kai did not stop. The ancient and obscure dragon language sounded again. He opened his mouth again. This time, what came out of his mouth was not a strong force. Instead, it was a thick, black, rolling flame. Fire Dragon's breath. The origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon was called the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon because this origin power could evolve all the powers of the dragon race. Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could evolve them. In the past, Yang Kai did not know how to do it. However, after going to the Dragon Palace and studying the dragon race's secret techniques, he knew how to do it. Chapter 36:51. The hall instantly turned into a sea of fire. The space was filled with flames, leaving no blind spots. Only the Wind Monarch was surrounded by a gentle breeze. There was no fire within 30 feet of him. He was like a rock in the middle of a storm, unmoving. The Wind Monarch snorted, "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Then, he stepped forward and slowly walked toward Yang Kai. The sea of fire parted to two sides, revealing a path for him to pass through. Wherever the Wind Monarch walked, the flames were extinguished. In a flash, he came to 100 feet away from Yang Kai. In terms of size, he was dozens of times weaker than Yang Kai. However, in terms of aura, he was superior. It was as if he was the one standing high above. He raised his hand and twirled his fingers. A small fan appeared in his empty right hand. The fan was only a foot long, but it was flowing with light. The Wind Monarch raised the fan and waved it at Yang Kai. In the midst of a gust of wind, a wind blade shot out from the fan. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet long and slashed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his perception of time was distorted. How could he dodge? When he reacted, the wind blade was already in front of him. He hurriedly raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face. With a bang, Yang Kai's body shook. His hill-like body slid backward. A huge wound appeared on his arms, and blood flowed out. Borrowing the force, he turned around and swept his tail toward the Wind Monarch. The dragon tail covered in dragon scales was like a long whip. As it swept across the void trembled and shattered. The Wind Monarch sneered. He lifted his feet slightly and dodged it with a few steps. It was very easy. Yang Kai's attack missed and he pounced forward, chanting in dragon language again. The Wind Monarch raised the small fan in his hand and waved it towards Yang Kai again. This time, it wasn't a single wind blade that appeared, but more than a dozen, blocking all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Unable to block, unable to avoid, Kai Yang continued to charge forward, his face filled with a ruthless ferocity, as if he was determined to face 10,000 enemies head-on. You overestimate yourself. The Wind Monarch sneered. The endless hourglass in his left hand shook slightly. He was about to use the same trick again. He used the power of the flowing time Great Emperor to affect Yang Kai's perception. But right at that moment, a loud bang rang out and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from the spot he was standing. Feng Jun's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a huge figure blocking the light in front of him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking down at him, as if he was looking at an ant. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a burst of dragon breath. The dragon breath tore through the void, seemingly invincible, as it slashed toward the Wind Monarch's head. Feng Jun let out a cry of surprise. He moved his feet and dodged to the side. However, there was a fierce force coming from the side, as if waiting for him. He turned his head and saw Yang Kai's right fist sweeping toward him. The power of the fist was terrifying. The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he was hit by such a fist. He made a prompt decision. His entire body transformed into a breeze that was completely powerless as he dissipated from this place. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed that his fist had missed. In the corner of the hall, the Wind Monarch appeared again. He stared at the big bell in Yang Kai's other hand and snorted, "Mountains and Rivers Bell." At this moment, not only was Yang Kai holding the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he was also constantly flicking it. Therefore, the sound of the Mountains and Rivers Bell rang continuously in the hall. Halos spread out with the Mountains and Rivers Bell as the center, cleansing Yang Kai's body. The Wind Monarch had been here for 100 years. He had obtained the Endless Hourglass, the treasure left by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. He used the Endless Hourglass to extract Yang Kai's lifespan and affect Yang Kai's perception of time. But he had the treasure left by the great emperors. How could Yang Kai not have it? The Mountains and Rivers Bell was also a treasure left by the great emperors. Everyone had one. Who was afraid of who? The power of the treasure left by the great emperors could only be dealt with by the great emperor's treasures. Therefore, when Yang Kai took out the Mountains and Rivers Bell and played it, his perception returned to normal. However, the connection between his body and the endless hourglass was not cut off. Under the flow of the divine sand of the flowing time great emperor, Yang Kai's lifespan was still decreasing. Yang Kai could not display the full power of the treasure left by the great emperors, but similarly, the wind monarch could not display the full power of the endless hourglass. On this level, both of them were dabblers. The bell continued to ring, and the invisible suppression spread out. Somehow, the wind monarch's body became heavy, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his shoulders. The mountains and rivers bell had never been a treasure used to trap enemies. It was just that Yang Kai occasionally used the mountains and rivers bell to deal with his enemies. At this moment, by activating the power of the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai got rid of the endless hourglass's interference and returned to normal. The wind monarch also noticed this. He stared at the mountains and rivers bell for a while before sighing slightly and saying, "It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You killed so many of my demon sky path's people and this king has also made you suffer a small loss. How about we end today's matter here? You go your way and I'll go mine, how about it?" Dealing with someone who was proficient in the laws of space without the endless hourglass, the wind monarch had no confidence in himself. Unless Yang Kai fought to the death with him and did not try to escape, there was nothing he could do if Yang Kai wanted to escape. The wind monarch did not want to accept such a fight. He was already satisfied with entering the flowing time temple and obtaining the endless hourglass. As for the people of the demon sky path who had died, how many people had died in this world? It should be their honor to be able to serve the Daoist master's great cause until the day they die. Fine. Yang Kai responded, grinning, "Leave behind the endless hourglass and destroy your own cultivation, then I'll let you go." The wind monarch narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Junior, this king is sincerely asking for peace, but that doesn't mean this king is afraid of you. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have no choice but to cut you down here. Bring it on if you have the ability." Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to the wind monarch. "Is there no room for discussion?" The wind monarch narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai laughed, "I told you a long time ago that those who walk different paths cannot work together, so why are you still so long-winded?" The wind monarch took a deep breath and showed a trace of helplessness. "Since you want to force me, then be prepared to pay the price." Saying so, he raised the endless hourglass in his hand and poured his emperor chi into it. Inside the hourglass, the speed at which the flowing time great emperor's divine sand was flowing was neither fast nor slow. Yang Kai had fought with him for such a long time, yet only half of the divine sand had flowed. In other words, Yang Kai had only lost a little more than 400 years of his lifespan. But when the wind monarch acted at this moment, the speed at which the divine sand flowed suddenly accelerated, and the remaining half of the sand flowed away in 3 to 5 breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, almost spitting it out. Although there was no external force, losing more than 400 years of his lifespan in such a short time was equivalent to suffering a heavy blow, and his vitality suddenly dropped by a large margin. But this was not the end. When the divine sand in the hourglass flowed to the other side, the wind monarch once again turned the endless hourglass over and madly poured his strength into it, grinning fiercely, "With this hourglass, what can you use to fight this king? This king was willing to let you go because I was merciful. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you?" Watching one's own lifespan rapidly slip away was not a good feeling. Moreover, not only could he see it, but he could also feel it. How could Yang Kai just sit there and wait for death? As the mountains and rivers bell continued to ring, his figure flashed, and he escaped from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the wind monarch, and his dragon claws pierced through the air, grabbing at him. However, the wind monarch seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He gently waved the small fan in his right hand a few times, and sharp wind blades accurately chopped at Yang Kai. With a few clangs, Yang Kai didn't dodge, and a few bloody wounds appeared on his huge dragon claws. The wind monarch clenched his teeth, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. Yang Kai's body was tough, and the power of his small fan was unparalleled. If the Emperor realm was slashed, it would probably be shattered immediately. However, Yang Kai's dragonized body was incomparably tough, and there were only a few wounds that barely reached his bones. Without any delay, the Wind Monarch transformed into a gust of wind and soared into the sky. Caught off guard, the mountains and rivers bell covered his head. Yang Kai's right hand had been flicking the mountains and rivers bell, so how could he not guard against the Wind Monarch's escape? As long as the mountains and rivers bell could cover him, Yang Kai had 100 ways to kill him here. However, how could the Wind Monarch fall into the trap so easily? The gust of wind changed direction a few times, and actually escaped the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, reappearing on the other side. The divine sand in the hourglass flowed clean again, and Yang Kai couldn't hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly shrunk to 10 feet. His lifespan was depleted, and his blood and chi became weak. He couldn't even maintain his dragonized technique. However, his attacks didn't stop, and he looked like he was going to bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh even if he died. As he ran, the law of space surged, and the moon blade slashed through the air. The Wind Monarch activated the power of the hourglass, and the moon blade strangely stopped in front of him, allowing him to easily dodge it. He looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a madman. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai grinned as he attacked. "If you have the ability, drain my lifespan." The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. The hourglass spun, but this time, the divine sand didn't flow as fast as before. Instead, it flowed at the same speed as before. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He had obtained the endless hourglass for 100 years, and although he had refined it, he couldn't exert the full power of this treasure. Forcibly activating it twice was his limit, and he had to pay a heavy price to do so. He couldn't activate the hourglass's power again quickly. Yang Kai saw this point, which was why he was so fearless. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and his lifespan was at least a few thousand years. Once the divine sand in the hourglass flowed, it would be more than 800 years, and 2 times would be more than 1,600 years. Including the flowing time Great Emperor who had been crushed in the 2 Seasons mountain range, he still had a chance to live. Using his own lifespan to compete with the opponent's methods was an act of desperation. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would Yang Kai do this? Now that the Wind Monarch was at his wit's end, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're finished." Chapter 3652. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's right eye turned pitch black. It was a pure black that seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. Demonic chi roared from the surface of his body and soared into the sky. His originally weak aura suddenly soared. A buzzing sound echoed in the hall. Although it was loud, it was deep and solemn. Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness. This was Yang Kai's most powerful trump card. It was even stronger than the dragon form's secret technique. When he became the demon race when he was in the Dao Source realm, he was able to escape unscathed after fighting against the 3 great emperors. It was obvious how powerful this technique was. However, even though it was powerful, the price to pay was not small. Every time Yang Kai used it, there was a risk that he would become the demon race. In the past, when he used this secret technique, he needed to unseal the seal on the Dantian and release the demonic chi inside the Dantian. However, after Yang Kai reached the third-order Emperor realm in the demon territory, he had truly become the demon race. All of his strength had turned into demonic chi. Therefore, there was no need to unseal anything. He could use the eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. Facing a fake emperor, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he immediately used the army commander's order to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The great emperor's divine technique was removed by the endless hourglass, but it did not have any effect. He then used the dragon form's secret technique and the mountains and rivers bell, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Now, he only had the eternal darkness left. This was also his final trump card. To be honest, even if Yang Kai used his most powerful trump card, he could not guarantee that he could defeat the Wind Monarch. In the Devil Realm, he had killed a half-step saint by himself. However, that silver thread had been severely injured, and her injuries from the Battle of Eternal Heaven hadn't healed yet. That was why he had been able to take advantage of her. What's more, Yin Si was an expert in the art of seduction, which was countered by Yang Kai. How could she not die? But the Wind King was different. He had been recuperating here for 100 years, and his injuries were all healed. Even though he had suffered some losses in the previous battles, he was still much stronger than Yin Si back then. The moment the eternal darkness appeared, the hall immediately plunged into darkness. That kind of darkness was indescribable. Not only was one's vision blocked, but even one's senses were also blocked. The Wind Emperor didn't expect that Yang Kai could still display such a powerful technique at this time. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. He cast a spell to protect himself. With the hourglass in his left hand and the small fan in his right hand, he waited with rapt attention. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything, but Feng Jun could still clearly feel that in the sky, there was a huge black round eye quietly looking down at him. That kind of invisible pressure made him feel a little flustered. Without any reason, the Wind Monarch was alarmed. Without even thinking, he waved the small fan in his right hand. With a roar, a tornado shot out from the fan, turning into a huge wind dragon that charged out ferociously. In front of the wind dragon, Yang Kai flashed over. Seeing this, the corner of his eyes twitched. He secretly thought that a false emperor wasn't that easy to deal with. Within the eternal darkness, the Wind Emperor shouldn't be able to sense or see anything. But he could still pinpoint Yang Kai's position and detect his movements. This showed that this person wasn't ordinary. It was a pity that such a person had fallen and become the demon race's heavenly Tao, becoming a lackey of the demon race. Yang Kai met the wind dragon's attack head-on. He raised his right hand and smashed down with the mountains and rivers bell. Without a sound, the dragon's head shattered, but the wind dragon suddenly transformed into millions of wind blades that shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's body suddenly burst into flames. The wind blades struck the dragon's scales without a sound, but their power wasn't small. Despite having the upper hand, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. Many small wounds appeared on his body, but he took this opportunity to get within 10 feet of the Wind Emperor. At such a close distance, Yang Kai raised his palm. The huge palm completely covered the sky above the Wind Emperor's head and fiercely slapped down. The Wind Emperor suddenly raised his head, as if he saw the palm. With a shout, he raised his palm to meet it. Fierce winds gathered in the center of his palm, transforming into a huge palm. It was another silent collision. When the two palms collided, Yang Kai's huge body was slightly pushed back, almost flipping him to the ground. The Wind Emperor's body also suddenly shrank. This attack was actually evenly matched. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Unlike the previous exchange of magical powers, this was a real collision of strength. How could the Wind Emperor remain calm when a three-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator was evenly matched with him? But he didn't stop. He immediately stabilized his body and rushed in the direction of the origin of the palm power. He actually counterattacked. How could Yang Kai retreat? He stepped on the ground, stabilized his body, and punched out. Once again, they collided. Once again, they shook off each other. In an instant, in the dark hall, a fake emperor and a three-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator struck out with a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering, dazzling light. Yang Kai was happy to see such a head-on collision. The Wind Emperor's cultivation was higher than his, and he had cultivated for longer than him. Now that he had the endless hourglass, he had no hope of winning if he really fought with him. Therefore, the Wind Emperor's action was exactly what he wanted. However, there was nothing the Wind Emperor could do. The endless hourglass was powerful, but it couldn't break this secret technique. His vision was blurred, and even his perception was blurred to the extreme. He couldn't find Yang Kai at all. At this moment, he was both blind and deaf. He could only rely on the weak perception of Yang Kai's aura every time he clashed with Yang Kai to lock on to Yang Kai's position. If he lost that moment, he would never be able to find Yang Kai again. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop. He could only continue to collide with Yang Kai, hoping to defeat his enemy. At this moment, both of them were surging with demonic qi. Obviously, they were both using their full strength, not holding back at all. At this point, it was already a life-or-death situation. No one could take half a step back. During the battle, Yang Kai was constantly activating the Dragon Race secret technique, but the Wind Emperor wasn't idle either. Every time the small fan in his hand released a bone-piercing wind, Yang Kai would suffer a lot. Under the violent outburst of power, the hall was a mess. Fortunately, this was the Flowing Time Temple, the palace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, or else it would have collapsed long ago. Time passed, and the battle continued. But as time passed, both Yang Kai and the Wind Emperor's attacks became weaker and weaker. Such a life-and-death battle consumed a lot of energy for both of them. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness that shrouded the hall gradually receded, and the Wind Emperor finally saw the light again. Turning his head, the Wind Emperor raised his eyebrows and then laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said weakly, "Why bother?" 10 feet away, Yang Kai stood there shakily, his whole body covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his tall dragon body was no longer there. Not only that, but even his black hair had become white and flawless, and his skin was dry and lusterless. He no longer looked like a young man in his 20s. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was in his 40s. During the battle between the two, their lifespans were constantly decreasing. Before this, he had already lost more than 2,000 years of his lifespan. Coupled with the time lost in the battle, Yang Kai had a feeling that his end was near. He knew that this feeling wasn't an illusion, but that his end was really near. Perhaps it would be a dozen years, or a few decades, or at most 100 years. This kind of injury was more serious than physical injuries. Physical injuries, even if the soul was injured, could be healed, but the loss of lifespan was a fundamental loss. Apart from some heavenly treasures that could increase lifespan, there was no one in this world that could heal it. At this moment, Yang Kai could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. He wasn't having a good time, but the Wind Monarch wasn't any better. Half of his chest had collapsed, and his right arm was hanging limply. The small fan in his hand had disappeared, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. As he stood there, blood gathered at his feet and trickled down. In this world, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight a fake emperor with the power of a third-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator. He could be proud of that. The Wind Monarch shook his head continuously. Was it worth it? Yang Kai panted and said in a hoarse voice, "Of course." The endless hourglass was so powerful that if it fell into the hands of the Wind Monarch, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. If it fell into the hands of Ken Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, no matter what price he had to pay this time, as long as he could kill the Wind Monarch here and keep the endless hourglass in the Flowing Time Temple, it would be worth it. As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his fist and smashed it at the Wind Monarch. His speed was as slow as a snail, and even a 3-year-old child could easily dodge it. The Wind Monarch's face twitched. Lunatic. He also raised his fist to meet the attack. In the darkness, the two had fought like this countless times, so they were naturally familiar with it. After a full 10 breaths, the two fists finally collided. With a loud bang, the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai both vomited blood and flew backwards. They crashed into the wall and slowly slid down. Thick blood stains were left on both sides of the wall. The Wind Monarch sat up with difficulty and leaned against the wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Kai in front of him. He laughed. In the end, it's still me. If you die here, no one will know. I'm afraid you'll be very lonely on the road to the netherworld. The two were almost at the end of their lives, but Yang Kai's lifespan was closely connected to the endless hourglass. The hourglass was still flowing, so the Wind Monarch only needed to wait quietly for the moment when Yang Kai's lifespan ran out and died of old age. And Yang Kai's current state didn't allow him to do anything except wait for death. Therefore, the Wind Monarch was talking about himself. Although it was somewhat shameful to be beaten like this by a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, the final result was still acceptable. After Yang Kai died, the Wind Monarch only needed to continue healing here and refining the endless hourglass. Then, he would be able to control the entire flowing time temple. The day he came out of seclusion would be the day he became famous. Yang Kai was also leaning against the wall at this moment. He lowered his head, and the long hair in front of his forehead covered his eyes. He said in a low voice, "You won?" "I'm afraid not." The Wind Monarch sneered. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, you might as well use them. I don't have any strength to resist now. You only need to come over and give me a light punch to take my life." Yang Kai raised his eyes and stared at the Wind Monarch through the long hair in front of his forehead. He grinned. "I'm afraid I don't have the strength to hit you, but you can't win either." Chapter 3653. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at the Wind Monarch. With a rumbling sound, a vigorous and majestic strange beast with a single horn on its forehead and black flames appeared on the stage. This strange beast looked like a horse, but it was much taller than an ordinary horse. Moreover, devil chi surged all over its body, and its aura was ferocious and tyrannical. Shockingly, it already had the appearance of a half-step saint. Yang Kai had more than 3 half-saint of demon race around him. There was also Wind Chaser in the small sealed world. He didn't summon it before because in the eternal darkness, except for himself, everyone who was shrouded by this technique would be affected. Even if he summoned Wind Chaser, it would be blind and deaf like the Wind Monarch. It wouldn't be able to help and might even cause more trouble. But now, it was different. The Wind Monarch was also like him. Summoning Wind Chaser was a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Although Wind Chaser was a strange beast in the demon territory and didn't have high intelligence, it could still distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as it appeared, it looked back at Yang Kai, blinked its big eyes twice, and looked at the Wind Monarch on the other side. In an instant, its 2 eyes turned red, and its whole body was covered in monstrous demon flames. With a roar, it lowered its head and charged at the Wind Monarch. Feng Jun was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. He thought that the outcome was already decided. He only needed to wait for Yang Kai to die. Who would have thought that this guy would summon such a fierce beast with a raise of his hand? He didn't recognize what kind of strange beast Wind Chaser was, but the half-saint aura was not fake. Such a fierce beast, even at his peak, would give him a headache, let alone now. Seeing Wind Chaser charging at him, the horn on its forehead flashed with a cold light. How could the Wind Monarch not know that he would definitely die if he was hit? At the critical moment of life and death, the Wind Monarch bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the endless hourglass in his hand. The simple and unadorned endless hourglass suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. When the light spread, the whole flowing time temple trembled and hummed. In the next moment, a light curtain appeared out of thin air and wrapped the Wind Monarch in it. With a loud bang, Wind Chaser slammed into the light curtain and was sent flying. At the same time, the flowing time temple trembled with a buzzing sound. It was as if Wind Chaser didn't hit the light curtain, but the entire flowing time temple. chasing wind flew into the sky. Feng Jun and Yang Kai both looked at each other and cursed, despicable, cunning, treacherous. After cursing, they covered their chests with their hands and coughed violently. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The two of them had fought with their lives on the line. Now, it seemed like they were going to perish together. In the end, both of them still had a backup plan. Yang Kai felt that Feng Jun was despicable and shameless, while Feng Jun felt that Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous. However, after a few words, everyone stopped. They really didn't have the energy to curse. Whether it was Feng Jun or Yang Kai, it was probably the first time in their lives that they were so weak. On the other side, Windchaser landed heavily on the ground, shook his head after getting up, and once again charged in the direction of Feng Jun. A moment later, there was another loud bang and Windchaser was sent flying again. The situation was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that he was in big trouble this time. He had been holding back and not summoning Windchaser because he wanted to give Feng Jun a big surprise at the critical moment. He thought that he would be able to win in one fell swoop, but who knew that Feng Jun was also hiding something. Although the light curtain activated by the endless hourglass didn't cause any damage, it was extremely tough. Windchaser's 2 collisions had no effect at all. With Windchaser's strength, there was no way to break it. If the light curtain didn't break, Feng Jun wouldn't die. If Feng Jun didn't die, Yang Kai would die. The divine sand in the endless hourglass continued to flow, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could it be that he had no choice but to escape into the mysterious small world? The mysterious small world was a world of its own. If he escaped into it, he might be able to cut off the connection between himself and the endless hourglass, but it was just a possibility. He hadn't tried it yet, so Yang Kai couldn't be sure. But this was indeed his last resort. On the other side, Feng Jun chuckled. He was very happy. Yang Kai couldn't stand it and said weakly with a cold face, "Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out." Feng Jun shook his head and responded in an extremely weak voice, "It's useless, it's useless. The endless hourglass is not only a relic of the great emperors, but also the central control of the flowing time temple. This king stimulates the power of the hourglass and the power of the temple to protect himself. Unless this evil beast can destroy the entire flowing time temple, no one can do anything to this king. Even the great emperors can't do anything to this king. If the great emperors really come here, you can try saying that." Yang Kai said sarcastically. Ridicule aside, Yang Kai estimated that Feng Jun wasn't lying to him. At this time, there was no need to lie. Moreover, when Wind Shui collided with the light curtain twice, every time he hit the light curtain, the flowing time temple would hum for a while. It could be seen that the light curtain was indeed closely connected to the entire temple. If he couldn't destroy the flowing time temple, he couldn't hurt Feng Jun at all. But how could Wind Shui destroy the flowing time temple? This was tantamount to no solution. While the two were talking, Wind Shui had already rushed over for the 3rd time. Feng Jun looked at Wind Shui sarcastically, "This beast is good, but it's a pity that it's a waste. But don't worry, Junior, after you die, this king will have a lot of time to tame it." He thought that Wind Shui was a mount that Yang Kai had subdued. If he knew that Wind Shui was Chang Tian's mount, he wouldn't think so. Chang Tian didn't bear the name of the demon saint, but it was indisputable that he was also a demon saint. How could a mere Feng Jun subdue a demon saint's mount? Wind Shui was only close to Yang Kai because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. There was no master and servant between the two. While talking, Wind Shui had already arrived in front of Feng Jun. But this time, he learned his lesson. He didn't crash into the light curtain, but suddenly raised his hooves high and stomped down fiercely like a mountain. With this stomp, even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would be smashed into pieces. But the light curtain was only slightly dented and soon restored to its original state. But with this posture, Wen Shui avoided the fate of being blown away again. His body only leaned back slightly, and after stabilizing, he stomped down again. Every time his hooves landed, the flowing time temple would hum. For a time, this shocking sound continued to reverberate in the empty hall. Time passed, but the light curtain was still intact. Wen Shui was furious, and his mouth kept humming. From time to time, he looked back at Yang Kai, as if asking for advice on how to kill the enemy. How could Yang Kai do anything? He was still counting on Wen Shui to break the current situation. At a certain moment, when Wen Shui stomped his hooves again and the hall shook, a gentle and angry voice suddenly sounded in the hall, "Noisy, noisy, witch bastard. Ouch, why did you hit me? Open your eyes and see clearly." Another voice sounded. The first voice was a man's voice, and it sounded very cheerful. The second voice was a woman's voice. Although it was only a sentence, it was melodious, and very pleasant to listen to. There were other people in this hall, and more than one. Feng Jun couldn't help but stare and shout, "Who is playing tricks?" He looked around vigilantly and spread out his divine sense to find people. How could he find them? In addition to him, there was only Yang Kai and the strange beast in the hall. There was no aura of others at all. Yang Kai also frowned. He knew that there were other people in the flowing time temple, and there was indeed more than one. Counting Qiongqi and Lu Yen, there were 4. But the voices of this man and woman were completely different from the 4 people he knew. They were not Lu Yen, not Qiongqi, and even more unlikely to be Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. There were other people in this temple? Who were these 2 people? Yang Kai's heart sank. He vaguely felt that this matter was a bit tricky. If these 2 people had been in the temple, then where did Yang Xiao and Yang Shui go? Was the encounter of Qiongqi and Lu Yen related to them? Zhui Feng's intelligence was not high, but it had a clever spirit, so when the man and woman's voices sounded, it stealthily retreated until it was in front of Yang Kai. Its big tail swung in front of Yang Kai a few times, its eyes rolled around, and its ears perked up. It looked like it was protecting Yang Kai with its eyes and ears. There was no response from the Wind Monarch's side after he shouted. This made his face a little dignified. He pondered for a moment and said, "Who are you? Why don't you show yourself?" Although he was in a difficult situation, his words were neither servile nor overbearing. It was because he had the confidence to say this. He activated the power of the hourglass and stimulated the power of the temple. Now the whole flowing time temple was protecting him. Unless someone could destroy the flowing time temple, no one could hurt him. The man and woman who did not show up and only said a few words were somewhat unfathomable, but Feng Jun was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Naturally, there was no need to be afraid of them. However, in the current situation, it was better to avoid trouble. He had to find out the identity of this man and woman first. It would be best if he could ask them face to face before making other plans. After Wind Monarch asked, there was no response from the temple. It was as if the sound he heard was just an illusion. Wind Monarch couldn't help but feel a little confused. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing the reactions of Yang Kai and Zhui Feng, he knew that it was definitely not an illusion. Yang Kai must have heard it, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such an expression. Feng Jun frowned and said again in a low voice, "Please show yourself." In the deepest part of the temple, in the main hall, there was a transparent mirror the size of a water tank. The mirror was not real and was formed by a spell. It reflected the situation of Yang Kai, Feng Jun, and the others. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in front of the mirror, looking down at the situation inside. This man and woman looked very young. The man was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, and the woman was a young girl of 16 or 16 years old. The man was handsome and tall. His snow-white hair was without any blemish and was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His face was elegant, giving people a natural feeling of intimacy. The woman wore a light yellow dress. Her figure was slim and graceful, and she had red lips and a pretty nose. Her skin was snow white, and her long black hair draped over her slender shoulders. It was soft and smooth. This young man and woman stood together, looking like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Chapter 36:54. At this moment, the girl stared at the person in the mirror. Her gaze was fixed on Yang Kai. Looking at his weathered face and snow-white hair, her eyes suddenly reddened and tears flowed down her cheeks. Although the young man beside her also had long snow-white hair, his situation was different from Yang Kai's. His hair was naturally like this, while Yang Kai's lifespan was depleted too much, a sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. Although the young girl had never entered the world, her cultivation was not bad, so how could she not see this point? Their hearts ached, their eyes turned red, and they shed tears. After the heartache came anger. The girl turned and looked at the Wind Monarch who was leaning against the wall. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The young man beside her was also staring at the mirror with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as if he had seen a ghost. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's 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 over, it. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he shattered the void, intending to leave this place. The girl raised her hand and pinched the young man's ear with great precision, pulling him back from the void. Feeling the pain, the youth crouched beside the girl and said bitterly, "This trick again? Let's talk nicely. If you have any instructions, just say the word. I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. However, please show mercy and don't pull my ear. I'm in the dragon race after all. Where will my face go if word gets out? I won't be able to be a dragon in the future." The two of them looked to be about the same age, but the young man addressed her as a child. The young girl did not find it strange at all, as if it was only natural. She glanced at him, then pointed her finger at the mirrored Lord of Wind and said calmly, "I want him to live a life worse than death." The teenager blinked. "That's it? Yes or no?" The girl continued to ask. The young man patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." After saying this, he smiled and looked at the young girl in a fawning manner. The young girl looked at him for a while before slowly letting go of her hand. After regaining his freedom, the young man rubbed his ear and stared at the mirrored Lord of Wind. He gritted his teeth for a while, as if he was bearing the grudge of his ear being pulled. After a while, he smiled gently and exhaled. Speaking of fortune, Tao is fortune. Fortune is reversed and it is still fortune. Heaven is impermanent, earth is impermanent, and people are impermanent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and stepped into the mirror. His figure entered the mirror like a ripple and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the hall and landed in front of the Wind Monarch. The young man's face was like jade, and his smile was gentle and elegant. The Wind Monarch turned pale with fright. From his point of view, the appearance of the young man in front of him was too strange. It was as if he had come from the void, and there was no sign of him at all. Feng Jun squinted his eyes. Even with his ability, he couldn't see through the other party's strength. Of course, this was because he wasn't in his best condition, but it also proved that this young man was extraordinary. The young man's voice was the same as the one in the hall. How could the Wind Monarch not know that it was him? He immediately became serious and was about to ask about the young man's identity. However, the young man didn't give him a chance to speak. He still had a smile on his face. He stretched his hand forward and said softly, "Don't you think it's hot to take someone else's thing? It's time to return it to its owner." His expression was relaxed, as if he was not facing a fake emperor, but a scholar who could not even truss up a chicken. His posture was relaxed, as if he was just bending down to pick up a flower. The white and flawless hand easily penetrated the light curtain that shrouded the winged monarch. No matter how hard the wind-chasing wolf trampled, it didn't damage the curtain at all. Then, the young man pinched the endless hourglass in the winged monarch's hand. The endless hourglass was a treasure left by the great emperors. It was his biggest reliance here, and it was the center of controlling the flowing time temple. He used the power of essence and blood to activate the power of the temple to protect himself. Even if the great emperors came, they couldn't do anything to him unless they destroyed the flowing time temple. He had said this to Yang Kai before, and in fact, it was true. But after a short while, a young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. The young man bent down, stretched out his hand, penetrated the light curtain, and pinched the endless hourglass. How could the winged monarch not be shocked? Such a situation was even more frightening than if a great emperor had come in person. The great emperor was here. Even if he was very powerful, he would at least be able to see some clues when he acted. However, the young man's hand did not have the slightest bit of aura. He could not see how the young man did it at all. His mind was in a trance. His left hand became light, and the endless hourglass in his hand disappeared. When he looked up again, the young man had straightened his body. The endless hourglass had appeared in his hand, and he was looking at it with interest. In an instant, the winged monarch was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He only felt that the blood in his body had become cold. This is the endless hourglass. The young man played with it for a while, curled his lips, and threw the hourglass behind him as if he was throwing a piece of trash. Then, the young man's expression changed. In a split second, his gentle expression turned into a ferocious one. He kicked the winged monarch in the chest and cursed, "It's you, the bastard, who disturbed my cultivation. Don't you know that there is a master here? Did you ask for my permission when you came in? How dare you come in without my permission? Bastard, I'll step on you to death." The young man scolded and kicked the winged monarch mercilessly. The winged monarch was stunned. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He forced himself to activate the power of the flowing time temple to protect himself, but the young man ignored the existence of the light curtain. He was trampled to the ground by the fierce kicks. A dignified fake emperor, at this moment, was like a hooligan who lost a street fight. He hugged his head and curled up on the ground, protecting his vital parts. He let the young man's big feet hit him constantly. Soon, he spat out blood and was covered with footprints. Embarrassed was not enough to describe the winged monarch's current state. The grief and indignation in his heart were indescribable. The sullen anger in his heart turned into a question: who is this young man? He had been here for 100 years, recovering from his injuries and refining the endless hourglass, but he did not notice that there was someone else here. Moreover, the young man had just said something about returning the endless hourglass to its rightful owner, as if the endless hourglass belonged to him. However, the endless hourglass was clearly a relic left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could it belong to him? Yang Kai was also a little confused. The young man suddenly appeared, took away the endless hourglass, and kicked the winged monarch. All of this happened in a flash. Before he could react, a young girl appeared in front of him. As soon as the young girl appeared, she grabbed the endless hourglass that the young man had thrown. It seemed that the young man knew that the young girl would appear here, so he threw the hourglass in her direction. Although the two did not communicate at all, this simple matter showed that the two of them had a tacit understanding. However, when their eyes met, Yang Kai could not help but be a little dazed. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her red lips and looked at him, as if she was holding back her tears. What made Yang Kai dazed was not her expression at this moment, but her face. She was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not remember. However, what was certain was that the young girl did not have any hostility towards him. Instead, she gave Yang Kai a natural sense of intimacy. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young girl he had never met before, but a family member. Zhui Feng cried out and charged at the young girl. He did not know the situation. When he saw the young girl suddenly appear, he thought that she was going to harm Yang Kai, so he naturally loyally protected him. Stand down. Yang Kai held his chest and shouted in a low voice. Zhui Feng understood human language and immediately stopped. He looked at Yang Kai and then at the young girl. He obediently stood beside Yang Kai, not too far away, in case something unexpected happened. You are. Yang Kai carefully looked at the young girl again. He was even more certain that he had seen her somewhere before, but he just could not remember. However, this kind of thing should be clear after asking. The young girl opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she began to cry. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably, like a broken string of pearls. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her mouth with her small hands, trying her best not to cry out loud. But how could she bear it? The more she choked up, the more she cried. Her tears gathered into a stream and dripped down her small chin. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, "If you want to cry, just cry. You'll be fine once you vent it out." Hearing this, the young girl could not help but cry out loud. While crying, she said, "Big brother." Yang Kai blinked, subconsciously thinking that he should have misheard, or the young girl called him by the wrong name. In this world, there was a person who should call him Big Brother, and that person should also be in this flowing time temple, but that little girl was only a few years old when she came in. How long has it been since then? No matter what, it was impossible for her to grow up to be so slender and elegant. But when this thought passed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression could not help but shake. He carefully looked at the young girl's face. Vaguely, he seemed to see traces of his parents. That petite nose was carved from the same mold as his mother's, and that pair of black eyebrows was 70% similar to his mother's. It could even be said that the young girl's face was similar to his own. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. He swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Shui." The young girl nodded, tears splashing, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's Shui. It's Shui. Woo-woo. Big brother." Being recognized by Yang Kai, the young girl was so excited that she could not make a sound. She walked forward and half-knelt in front of Yang Kai. She wanted to hug Yang Kai, but seeing that Yang Kai was not in a good state, she held back. She just held her hands on Yang Kai's cheeks and whispered, "Big brother, I missed you so much. I missed father and mother." Feeling the warmth of the young girl's hands, Yang Kai fell into a trance again, feeling as if he was in a dream. How old was Yang Shui when she entered the Four Seasons realm? It had only been a few years. At most, the little girl was 10 years old this year. 10 years old, she was still a child. But how could the young girl in front of him be only 10 years old? Chapter 36:55. But the way she called him Big Brother tugged at his heartstrings. In the past, every time Yang Kai came back and went to visit his parents, the little girl would always call him that. Her crisp voice made him happy. The feeling couldn't be wrong. The girl in front of him had the same bloodline as him. This kind of connection between close relatives couldn't be faked by anyone. Therefore, Yang Kai could be sure that the girl in front of him was his only sister who would pester him every time he came back. Every time he left, she would cry and send him off. Every time he left, she would stare at his back reluctantly. Yang Shui. Yang Kai laughed, which affected his wounds. His laughter was uglier than crying. He said in surprise, "How did you?" He wanted to ask her how she suddenly grew so big, but then he remembered Feng Jun's situation. He and Feng Jun entered the Flowing Time Temple at the same time, but when he arrived here, Feng Jun had already been waiting here for 100 years. In 100 years, his injuries had healed and he had refined the endless hourglass. Feng Jun's situation could only mean that the rules of time flowing in the Flowing Time Temple were different from the outside world. Maybe it was the power of the Flowing Time Temple itself, or maybe it was the result of the restrictive spell. If Feng Jun was like this, then how many years had Yang Xiao and Yang Shui spent here since they entered a few years ago? So Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Shui choked with sobs and said, "I don't know. We have cultivated here for 500 years. 500 years. Yang Kai was speechless. No wonder the little girl suddenly became a big girl. No wonder the little girl cried as soon as she saw him. 500 years was enough for her to grow up. As a child, she left home and cultivated in solitude for 500 years. How could Yang Shui hold back her tears when she suddenly saw her close relative? Although Yang Kai was always on the move and occasionally took a long time to return home, the longest was only 20 to 30 years. What did 500 years mean? He had cultivated for only 100 years. Don't cry. Yang Kai raised his hand and wiped the tears on Yang Shui's face. But he couldn't wipe them all away. One after another fell. You're 500 years old. Why are you still like a child? As he spoke, he suddenly made a face at her. It was a game that the little girl often played when she was a child. It always made her laugh. Yang Shui laughed and laughed. I'm not a child. She looked at Yang's face and snow-white hair. Yang. Yang Kai rubbed her head and diverted her attention. You've grown up like this. Is that Xiao, over there? While speaking, he pointed to the other side. When the boy appeared, Yang Kai naturally saw him. At that time, he didn't feel anything special. He was just a little surprised that there was an outsider in the Flowing Time Temple. But he was in a bad situation and didn't care about this variable. What's more, the boy appeared to deal with the Wind Monarch. He was happy to see it. Now that Yang Shui's identity was confirmed, it was obvious who the boy was. Yang Xiao was a white dragon. He was born with a head of white hair. This characteristic wouldn't change for the rest of his life. Yang Shui didn't turn her head. She just looked at her brother and nodded. Yes, it's Xiao, Yang Kai chuckled. You've grown up. Suddenly, he remembered something. His face twitched slightly and he snorted. On the opposite side, Yang Xiao punched and kicked the Wind Monarch, making him vomit blood and fall to the ground. He was a dignified fake emperor. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The battle with Yang Kai had exhausted all his strength. The endless hourglass was also taken away. Not to mention Yang Xiao, even a Dao Source Realm cultivator could easily beat him. Yang Xiao beat him fiercely, but he didn't kill him. So, although the Wind Monarch was in a difficult situation, his life wasn't in danger. After finishing a set of roguish battle techniques, Yang Xiao turned around and cupped his hands to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. This child greets father. To be able to see father again in the temple, this child is overjoyed. Yang Kai was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Good child, come over here and let me take a good look at you. Yang Xiao blinked and hesitantly responded, yes. While speaking, he stepped towards Yang Kai. When he got closer, Yang Xiao bowed again. Father, please tell me what you want. Xiao is not the same as before. I will not disappoint father. Yang Kai looked him up and down with a gratified expression. He nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. You've really grown up. It's good that you're fine. Although Yang Kai had always been certain that these two little babies entering the Flowing Time Temple was an opportunity, it was still related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance, so Yang Kai had been somewhat worried. Seeing them safe and sound, seeing them grow up into adults, Yang Kai felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Finally, he could answer to the two elders of the dragon race and his parents. It was a simple sentence, but it made Yang Zhao's eyes redden. He seemed to be touched and affectionately called out, "Father." Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was hatched by Yang Kai and then left the dragon island with Yang Kai. It could be said that compared to his real parents, this father in front of him gave him a closer feeling. "Come closer." Yang Kai leaned against the wall and waved at him. His voice was weak. Yang Xiao took a few steps closer, bent down, and moved his head closer. Caught off guard, Yang Kai slapped him on the forehead. Yang Xiao was hit and staggered a step back. He covered his head with his hand and looked aggrieved. "Father, why did you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "What do you think?" Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and grinned. "Father must think that I am not good at cultivation and slapped me on the forehead as a warning. I will remember this. I will work hard in the future and won't let you down." As for why Kai Yang had hit him, he was naturally very clear. Before he had appeared, he had cursed out, "Witch bastard." Although it had been unintentional, it had still included Kai Yang. As a son, cursing his father, how could that be? That was why he went to find trouble with the Wind Monarch as soon as he showed up. That was why he hesitated when Yang Kai called him over. That was why Yang Kai hit him now. With Yang Kai's current state, how could he hit Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao did not dodge. This slap could be considered a lesson for the time being, and the matter was over. Yang Xiao naturally understood this layer of thinking. After being slapped, he smiled cheekily, but his heart was much more relaxed. Yang Xiao asked, "Father, how did you come in?" Old Pauper said that other than him, no one else would come to this place. That old guy is too unreliable. "Oh right, who is that guy over there?" "He looks very powerful. He only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being beaten up by me. TSK, such cultivation, such a physique." "Shut up." Yang Shui suddenly glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately shut up. He reached out and pulled his mouth from left to right, as if he was sewing his mouth with an invisible force. "Big brother, let me help you heal first." Yang Shui supported Yang Kai and helped him sit up straight. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After being interrupted by Yang Xiao, she stopped crying, but her eyes were swollen like peaches. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. "My injuries are fine. I don't need your help." His injuries weren't ordinary injuries. His lifespan had been taken away. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to help him. If he wanted to live, he had to save himself. He had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This way, his lifespan would be increased. Or he could go and find some treasures that could increase his lifespan. With the High Heaven Palace's current strength, it wasn't difficult to find these things. However, there was a limit to how much these treasures could increase one's lifespan. What Yang Kai needed to do was to break through to the level of a pseudo-emperor within this limited lifespan. Yang Shui said, "Don't worry, big brother. I can heal your injuries." Yang Kai was stunned. However, seeing that she had a card up her sleeve, he didn't want to disappoint her. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let me see what you've been cultivating for the past 500 years." Yang Shui pursed her lips and smiled. "I won't let you down, big brother." Saying so, she sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. She held the endless hourglass in her left hand and made a series of hand seals with her right hand. As she changed her hand seals, her emperor chi surged. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. First Order Emperor Realm. In 500 years, Yang Shui had cultivated to the First Order Emperor realm. It wasn't too fast and couldn't be compared to his cultivation speed, but compared to most people in the Emperor realm, it was already a blessing from the heavens. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's face turned cold. It was because Yang Shui was emitting a very familiar principal strength. Under the influence of this principal strength, his perception became extremely fuzzy. Time principles? Yang Kai's eyes widened. If this kind of principal strength appeared on Yang Xiao, he wouldn't be so surprised. In the past, Yang Xiao had some special performances, and it was because of those performances that Xiongqi took the initiative to bring him into the Four Seasons realm and let him receive the inheritance and mantle of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors. However, Yang Shui also cultivated the time principles, and from the looks of it, her attainments in the time principles were extremely good, which shocked Yang Kai. How could the time principles be cultivated by just anyone? This was an existence on par with the space principles, and to a certain extent, the time principles were more difficult to cultivate than the space principles. Yang Xiao's time principles were inherited, but what about Yang Shui's time principles? But no matter what the reason was, in the past 500 years, these two children must have had their own opportunities in this flowing time temple. This was something that others couldn't ask for, nor could they envy. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost, but it wasn't because the little girl had suddenly grown up and made progress in her cultivation. It was just that as her big brother, he didn't seem to have fulfilled his responsibility to take care of and protect his little sister. Even in Yang Shui's childhood, there were very few memories of him. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had become a big girl, and she could heal and take care of him. Chapter 36-56. When Yang Xiao first appeared and took the endless hourglass from the Wind Monarch, the connection between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai was cut off. However, when Yang Shui activated her spell, this layer of connection was reconnected. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be sensed clearly. It was as if his life depended on the endless hourglass. Yang Shui didn't flip the hourglass like the Wind Monarch. Instead, she pointed at the hourglass. In an instant, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rolled and danced in the air. They broke through the restrictions of the hourglass and turned into a small sand current, spinning above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This meant that Yang Shui could activate the power of the Great Emperor's treasure. But he didn't see any trace of Yang Shui refining the hourglass. How did she do it? What's more, the hourglass had always been in the Wind Monarch's hands. The Wind Monarch had refined it here for 100 years before he could activate the power of the hourglass. But it was still limited. But Yang Shui was much stronger than the Wind Monarch. The small sand current turned 3 times and poured into the top of Yang Kai's head. It was as if they were invisible and poured into his body. Yang Kai's body shook, then he was overjoyed. Because when the 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rushed into the top of his head, he clearly felt his lost lifespan quickly returning. He raised his hand. His withered skin recovered its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood gradually became plump. This was a change visible to the naked eye. What was invisible to the naked eye was that his body gained some strength out of nowhere. His declining qi and blood were recovering. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He spent a lot of effort and almost died together with the Wind Monarch. At that time, he didn't think too much. He just felt that the endless hourglass couldn't be taken out by the Wind Monarch. Even if he died here, he wouldn't hesitate. But afterward, he was really a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. But after he died, what would happen to the sealed world bead? What would happen to the demon territory? What would happen to the billions of creatures in the star boundary? And his family and friends, so he was afraid. But now, the lost lifespan was returned to him by the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He no longer had to worry about his death. With his lifespan restored, Yang Kai's injury star boundary was much better. He was no longer in a state of exhaustion, he was full of energy. Yang Shui's expression was extremely serious, and some small beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Obviously, this was not a small burden on her. After a stick of incense worth of time, her body began to tremble slightly and her face became extremely pale. Only then did she suddenly change her hand seals. Yang Kai only felt an itch all over his body as tiny grains of sand flew out from his pores. Looking at them carefully, what else could they be but flowing time divine sand? With Yang Shui's guidance, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand returned to the hourglass. Yang Shui took a few deep breaths. She waved her hand in front of Yang Kai like she was performing a magic trick. Immediately, a mirror appeared, reflecting Yang Kai's current appearance. She smiled and said, "Big brother, look at your current appearance. Are you satisfied with it?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and examined it carefully. There were some changes in his face, but they were negligible. At most, he was 5 or 6 years older. However, his hair was a little white, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Yang Shui sighed. "This is the best I can do now. In the future, when Xiao and I completely refine the endless hourglass, we can get back all the lifespan you lost." "Good, good." Yang Kai was already very satisfied. He was originally in a state where he was about to die of old age. Now that he had recovered to his prime, how could he not be satisfied? Yang Shui's methods caused him to be extremely shocked. However, he knew in his heart that this wasn't Yang Shui's method, but the endless hourglass. A treasure left behind by a great emperor, its power was truly unfathomable. Previously, the Wind Monarch had only unleashed a drop in the ocean of this treasure's power. After saying that, he asked again, "How many years of lifespan did I lose?" Yang Shui's eyes turned red again. She said softly, "A few hundred years." Her face was full of self-blame. If she worked harder, she might be able to get back all of her big brother's lifespan. She only regretted that her cultivation was not enough and that she could not refine it. Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. "A few hundred years is just right. How can a big brother be younger than his little sister?" As he spoke, he was about to stand up. "Big brother, don't be in a hurry to move. You should first check yourself to see if there are any hidden dangers." Yang Shui held him down and turned to look at the Wind Monarch, who was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. Her phoenix eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. "Leave this person to me and shower." It was the first time Yang Kai had seen the little girl so murderous. When she was only a few years old, even if she was annoyed, she would only pretend to be fierce and cute. Now that she had suddenly grown up and revealed her murderous intent, Yang Kai was really not used to it. However, she was his little sister after all. He liked her no matter how he looked at her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Okay, but don't kill him. Keeping him alive is still useful." Yang Shui looked back at him and smiled. "Don't worry. If Shui wants him to live, he can't die even if he wants to." After saying this, she looked up at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao grinned. "I'll do whatever little aunt says." Clenching his fists, he walked toward the Wind Monarch amidst the crackling sounds. The Wind Monarch's body and mind were cold, and his hands and feet were cold. Although he was not in good condition, at least his hearing was still there. The conversation between Yang Kai, Yang Shui, and Yang Xiao had entered his ears. How could he not know that the boy and girl who suddenly appeared were Yang Kai's people? This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship was late and met with a headwind. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been taken away, the shrine guardian was gone, and the enemy had 2 fierce characters. What chance did he have of winning? He was also traumatized by Yang Xiao's beating just now. Therefore, when he noticed that Yang Xiao was walking toward him with a malicious look, the Wind Monarch hurriedly said, "I would rather die than be humiliated." Give me a quick death. I will wait for you on the road to hell. Yang Shao grinned. You trash. Didn't you hear what my little aunt said? If she wants you to live, you can't die even if you want to. He bent down and raised his hand, lifting the Wind Monarch up like a dead dog. On the other side, Yang Shui didn't even look back. She pointed her finger, and a dark light shot out from her fingertip and hit the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch's expression changed instinctively. He thought that the other party was going to kill him. However, he soon calmed down. Falling into the enemy's hands, dying a quick death was better than being tortured. But when the dark light entered the Wind Monarch's body, he was surprised. Because there was dark energy hidden in the light. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also very beneficial to him. The Wind Monarch could clearly feel that his injuries were recovering quickly. The wounds caused by Yang Shao were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some strength was gradually growing in his body. But it was not enough to break free from Yang Shao's grasp. He struggled a few times, but it was to no avail. Yang Shao grinned at him. A good show is about to begin. Please enjoy it. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and smashed the Wind Monarch to the ground. Yang Shao was a dragon race and was born with great strength. He had cultivated in the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years and obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. His strength could already be considered as a strong master. When he smashed the Wind Monarch, there was a rumbling sound. The Wind Monarch fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body arched. Yang Shao rushed forward. His fists turned into shadows and smashed on the Wind Monarch's body. He did not use too much strength. He only activated a little bit of his physical strength. Every punch caused the Wind Monarch great pain, but it did not harm his life. After a while, the Wind Monarch was beaten like a dead dog. He was only breathing out air. Fortunately, he was a fake emperor and had a strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Yang Shao. But then again, Yang Shao wanted to keep him at the edge of life and death. If he really died, there would be no way for him to avenge his father and little aunt. When Yang Shao stopped, Yang Shui flicked another dark light into the Wind Monarch's body. Just like before, the Wind Monarch's injuries improved and his strength recovered. For a moment, he was a little shocked. Again. Yang Shao yelled and pounced on Yi Shiwen. Another round of punches, Yang Kai was also amazed. 2 times, Yang Shui had only shot out a dark light and the Wind Monarch had such obvious changes. With his eyesight, he could not see the mystery behind it. He could not help but frown and ask, is it a healing technique? Yang Shui had been staring at her big brother without blinking, as if she could not get enough of him. Hearing this, she smiled and said, it's not healing, but it has a healing effect. Then what is it? Time reversal. Yang Shui saw that Yang Kai was interested and immediately explained with enthusiasm, back then, Uncle Xianxia wanted to take Shao, to the 4 Seasons realm. He said that Shao, was born with extraordinary talent and was a good candidate to cultivate the law of time. He came here to accept the inheritance of the great emperors. At that time, I was still young and at the age where I wanted to play, so I wanted to go with Shao, Uncle Xianxia could not persuade me and could only agree. Sister Lu Yan also accompanied me to protect me, so we came here together. After explaining the past, Yang Shui continued, Shao, was indeed gifted and was the best candidate to cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, but he could not control his temper. It just so happened that I was there, so we often played here together. Later, after a long time, I began to miss my parents and you, so I clamored to go back. However, it was easy to enter the 4 Seasons realm, but difficult to leave, so I was trapped here. Sister Lu Yan taught me how to cultivate, and it was peaceful for a while. My cultivation gradually entered a good state, so I discussed our cultivation with Shao, Then I found that what he cultivated was very simple for me. Uncle Xianxia was also surprised when he learned about it. After several tests, he found that I could also cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors, so from that time on, I studied the law of time with Xiao, until today. However, Xiao and I have different research directions. Xiao cultivates the future, while I cultivate the past. While speaking, Yang Shui raised her hand again and pointed at the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch had just been ravaged by Yang Xiao, so with this finger, he recovered a lot. Yang Shui said with a smile, "That's it. To a certain extent, I can turn back time. His current state is the state he was in after his battle with you, Big Brother." Chapter 36:57. The past was the past, the future was the present, and the past was the universe. The legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was divided into two. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui each comprehended one, and each had their own good fortune. They could both be considered as the disciples of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors. Because Yang Shui cultivated the power of the past, she could turn back time to a certain extent. Just like the technique she used on the Wind Lord, and just like the technique she used on Yang Kai before. Using the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shui restored Yang Kai's lost lifespan. Wasn't this also a form of turning back time? Using the power of the hourglass, Yang Shui was able to turn back the Wind Lord's body condition to a certain period of time. Seeing the shock in Yang Kai's eyes, the little girl chuckled. Although this technique isn't weak, it has its limits. With my power, I can't bring someone back from the dead. I can't even do anything about some fatal injuries. She seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she said this. Yang Kai nodded. When he heard that she could turn back time, Yang Kai's first thought was to bring the dead back to life. If the law of time was really so powerful, once someone died in front of Yang Shui, wouldn't she be able to bring the dead back to life? If that was the case, then this power would be too precious. However, after hearing Yang Shui's words, he realized that this was a fantasy. If the law of time was really so heaven-defying, then the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. He, who truly controlled the law of time, should have lived as long as the heavens and the earth. A cultivator cultivated against the heavens, but he had to follow the heavens. Interfering with life and death was beyond the scope of a cultivator's ability. Yang Shui continued, because we cultivated the inheritance of the great emperors, Xiao and I can control this thing. She was obviously referring to the endless hourglass in her hand. When Yang Xiao appeared, he took the endless hourglass from the Wind Lord's hand like a snail. Yang Shui directly activated the power of the endless hourglass without any trace of sacrificial refining. All of this was related to their cultivation in the past few hundred years. They cultivated the orthodox inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. The endless hourglass was the original treasure of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. It was originally left here for their inheritors, so they naturally could use it easily. This was something that the Wind Lord couldn't compare to. Even if the Wind Lord spent 100 years to refine it, he still wouldn't be able to match up to it. Speaking of the endless hourglass, a trace of guilt appeared on Yang Shui's face. Xiao and I had long known that there was such an item in the shrine. However, Uncle Xianxia had said that we had to wait until our cultivation had reached a certain level before going to retrieve the treasure. Who knew that it would cause Big Brother to suffer? It's not your fault. I deserve this. Yang Kai waved his hand. Previously, he blamed Xianxia in his heart for not taking the inheritance of the great emperors and letting outsiders take advantage of it. He also suffered a great loss in front of this treasure. However, now it seemed that Xianxia's actions weren't unreasonable. The endless hourglass was the inheritance of the great emperors. Although it was left for the fated ones, if they touched this thing too early, it wouldn't be good for Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's cultivation. Only when they had a solid foundation could they use this treasure as they wished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well and would lose themselves in front of the treasure's power, which would then affect their cultivation. Yang Shui frowned and looked back at the Wind Monarch who was being brutally beaten by Yang Shao. Puzzled, she asked, "Big brother, do you know how this person entered the shrine and refined this treasure?" Logically speaking, the Flowing Time Temple had been closed for a long time. Unless they opened it from the inside, no one could open the entrance to the shrine. But now, not only did someone open the shrine, but they also took the endless hourglass and refined it. This made Yang Shui a little confused. If it was just refining the endless hourglass, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the battle between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai, the Wind Monarch was forced to urge the power of the hourglass to stimulate the power of the shrine's protection. Under the Wind Monarch's fierce attack, the entire Flowing Time Temple was shaken. This awakened Yang Shao and Yang Shui from their cultivation. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have known that so many things had happened inside the shrine. However, it was also thanks to the Wind Monarch's actions. Otherwise, Yang Kai would really have to hide in the small sealed world bead to survive. Yang Kai sighed and briefly recounted his encounter with the Wind Monarch and Mo Tian Dao, focusing on the existence of the remains of the great emperors. Yang Shui frowned when she heard this. She then raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Who else could it be but that old bastard Xianxia? However, this guy was still in a deep sleep, just like when Yang Kai found him. His snores were deafening. Yang Shui explained, "When Shao and I cultivated the time principles, the Flowing Time Temple would be affected. Occasionally, there would be a space-time distortion, so Uncle Xianxia asked Shao and I to place a seal on him and Sister Lu Yan. That way, they wouldn't be able to sense the passage of time." After all, the two little girls had been cultivating here for hundreds of years, and Xianxia and Lu Yan had nothing to do here, so waiting around was quite boring. After being sealed, they would be able to dream for 1,000 years, which was much better than waiting idly. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't wake up Lu Yan and Xianxia before. Yang Shui stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it on Xianxia's big forehead. She shouted softly, "Release." As her jade hand pressed down, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Yang Shui stopped and waited. After a few breaths, Xianxia's snores gradually stopped. His eyelids trembled a few times, and then his eyes slowly opened. A fierce aura instantly swept in all directions. After sleeping for hundreds of years, Xianxia was obviously still in a daze, but after his vision slowly focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai. He couldn't help but be startled. His huge body twisted and changed, turning into a fierce-looking guy. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would definitely think that this guy was not a good person. But then again, Xianxia was not a good person. How could the name of the ancient divine spirit be a rumor? "Greetings, young master. Why is young master here?" Xianxia looked fierce, but his words were polite. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't mention young master anymore." When Xianxia was being chased by Li Wui and Jiu Feng from Spirit Beast Island, he happened to meet Yang Kai outside the Sky Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He wanted to use Yang Kai's name to get rid of his crisis. After some words, he became Yang Kai's young master. Of course, it was because he was seeking protection, but it was also because Yang Kai had cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now it seemed that this title had to be changed. After all, it was not Yang Kai who had inherited the mantle of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Xianxia also understood. After pondering for a while, he changed his title and said, "Why is Old Master here?" He was promoted from Young Master to Old Master in an instant. Yang Kai was speechless. But thinking about it carefully, the Flowing Time Great Emperor was the only master of the old Xiong. Since Yang Shui and Yang Shao had become the disciples of the great emperors, then they were his young masters. Yang Kai was Yang Zhao's adoptive father and Yang Shui's elder brother. It was not wrong to call him Old Master. Not wanting to dwell on this, Yang Kai said, "Let Shui tell you." Although most of his lifespan had returned to his body, the fierce battle had exhausted him. He would not be able to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest. Yang Shui knew about her elder brother's situation, so she immediately told him everything. Hearing that the guy called Feng Jun had actually held the remains of the great emperors, laid down a great formation, and urged the power of the remains to summon the Flowing Time Temple. After being destroyed by Yang Kai, he used the remains to break through the void and escape into the temple. After obtaining the endless hourglasses, Xianxia could not help but frown. The process of the matter was not complicated. Yang Shui explained it clearly in a few words. If there was anything that Yang Kai did not understand, he would add on. After that, Yang Shui said, "Uncle Xianxia, Shui wants to know why Master's remains are wandering outside, and where is his tomb?" The Flowing Time Great Emperors, had already fallen. This was known to all. Everyone thought that the tomb of the Great Emperors was in the Flowing Time Temple, but only Xianxia, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui knew that there was no tomb of the Great Emperors in the temple. There was only the inheritance of the Great Emperors in the temple. As the disciple of the Great Emperors, Yang Shui now had the responsibility and obligation to understand this. If not for other reasons, at the very least, she and Yang Xiao had to pay tribute to the legacy of the Great Emperors. Hearing this, Xianxia slowly shook his head. "The old master does not have a tomb." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Shui also looked at him inquiringly. If there was no tomb, then where did the Wind Lord get the remains of the Great Emperors? He couldn't have just picked them up from the roadside, right? Xianxia said in a deep voice, "I didn't want to tell you this so early, but since we've come to this point, it's useless to hide it." After a pause, Xianxia continued, "Back then, the old master was a genius and broke through the law of time. It only took him 1,000 years to prove the great Tao, gain the recognition of this world, and become the great emperors. When the old master was still alive, he could be said to be in the limelight and invincible in the world. Invincibility is the loneliest. The old master focused on cultivation, had no partner, and had no children. Together with me, he stayed in the Flowing Time Temple. After a few thousand years, the old master suddenly came out of the secret room and told me that he had comprehended the Tao of mystery from outside the universe, and that he was going to travel the universe. He ordered me to guard the temple and wait for his return. The old Xiong naturally obeyed the old master's order and stayed in the temple. After a few hundred years. At this point, Xianxi's frown deepened, and his pair of fierce eyes flashed with some fear, which surprised Yang Shui and Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him. Xianxia was the ancient divine spirit, and had accompanied the great emperors of the Flowing Time Temple for countless years. What in this world could make him afraid? Even if there were other great emperors in front of him, he would not show such an expression. But in fact, there was a trace of fear in the old Xiong's eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. After a few hundred years, one day, the endless hourglass suddenly broke through the sky and returned to the temple. There was a remnant of the old master in the hourglass. The remnant of the old master was unclear, but the meaning behind it could not be clearer. There was great danger outside the universe, and the old master had fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body went cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. Chapter 3658. Since ancient times, there had not been many great emperors in the star boundary. Due to the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, there would never be more than 10 great emperors coexisting at the same time. After all, the astral plane had a long history. Over the course of countless years, one era would be annihilated and another would rise. When the previous era ended, a new one would take over. However, among the generations of great emperors, only 2 great emperors were far stronger than others. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, who had killed 4 great emperors in succession in the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and the other was the Flowing Time Great Emperor, who controlled the great emperors of time. Wukong was not dead, he was still alive. His soul had entered Duan Hongchen's body, and the 2 souls had merged into one body. Right now, nobody knew where he was, free and unfettered. But the souls of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had already dispersed and scattered. In terms of time, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor proved their Tao far before Wukong. There was a saying in the star boundary that if the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor were in the same era, these two would definitely have a fierce battle. No one could judge who was stronger and who was weaker. However, it was precisely such an existence who comprehended the Tao of profound mysteries outside the universe while in seclusion. After roaming the universe for a few hundred years, he perished and his Tao vanished. Only his natal treasure, the endless hourglass, tore through space and returned. What dangers were there outside of the universe? Even the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor couldn't withstand it. In the universe, there were 3,000 boundless worlds. The star boundary was one of the worlds in this universe. The demon territory was also one of the worlds in this universe. Where did the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor go when they roamed the universe? What did he encounter? No one knew, not even Xianxia. After the endless hourglass returned, Xianxia was unable to suppress his grief. He wanted to come out of seclusion to avenge his old master, but he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were. How could he take revenge? He could only bitterly guard the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the right person to appear and pass down the mantle of the great emperors. Only in this way could he live up to the old master's wishes before he left. At this point, Xianxia's expression was somewhat guilty. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Old Xiong, you're not kind. Yang Shui was extremely intelligent. How could she not guess what Xianxia was feeling guilty about? Naturally, she also understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. After obtaining the inheritance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had become the disciples of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was reasonable for them to shoulder their master's revenge. That was why Yang Kai said that old Xiong was not kind. He smiled slightly and said, Shui, and Shao, were able to obtain the mantle of the master. This is both an opportunity and a blessing. The master's matter is our matter as disciples. Big brother, you don't have to be like this. Yang Kai frowned. On second thought, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fallen outside of the universe. Now, although Yang Shui and Yang Shao had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors, if they wanted to avenge the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they would need to cultivate for many years. At the very least, they would need to have the ability to travel the universe like the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Who knew how long that would take, so it was meaningless to dwell on this now. And then? Yang Shui looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. There is no later. I thought that the old master had fallen outside of the universe. When the endless hourglass returned, I also went out of the Flowing Time Temple to investigate, but I found nothing. Now, it seems that the old master's remains have returned to the star boundary, but this old servant didn't investigate thoroughly. If that wasn't the case, then where did the Wind Monarch obtain the remains of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? While speaking, Xianxia turned his head to look at the Wind Monarch. Yang Shui also looked over. The task of finding the remains of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor would fall on the Wind Monarch. While Yang Shui, Yang Kai, and Xianxia were talking, her hands weren't idle. From time to time, she would turn back time, so that the Wind Monarch wouldn't be injured too badly and die immediately. For the Wind Monarch, this was simply torture worse than death. Although Yang Shao didn't use his full strength, his control was just right. Every time he was beaten to the brink of death, a mysterious light would shoot out from the girl's hand, and an invisible force would pull him back from the brink of death. Then, he would be beaten up by Yang Shao. The Wind Monarch had cultivated for so many years, but he had never thought that there could be such a vicious method of torture in this world. He had been on the brink of death for so many times, and the great fear and panic of death had completely swallowed him up. This was truly a situation where he couldn't live or die. Although he was a fake emperor, he couldn't maintain his original heart. At this moment, his body was shivering like a quail in the cold winter, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, he reached out to grab the Wind Monarch's collar, pulled him up to his face, and glared at him fiercely, "Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut open your abdomen and take out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs one by one. Then, I will soak them in wine and let you eat them. You have seen my aunt's methods. Believe me, even if she takes out all your internal organs, she can still keep you alive. You can live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The Wind Monarch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with big footprints. When Yang Xiao was talking, he couldn't help but think of the scene where his internal organs were eaten. He immediately shivered and nodded weakly. So what if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor? When the unbearable torture broke through the psychological defense, the fake emperor's performance wouldn't be any better. "Where did you get that skeleton?" Yang Xiao didn't waste time and went straight to the point. The Wind Monarch opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. He said the 2 words, "Eastern Sea." The Eastern Sea was vast, and islands were scattered all over the place. There were quite a few spiritual islands, and the most famous ones were the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any spiritual islands and sects in the Eastern Sea. On the contrary, there were quite a few spiritual islands and sects that depended on them. It was just that their sharpness was overshadowed by the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. 300,000 kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Island, there was one that went to the Lu Island, and there was one that went to the Lu sect. It was a small sect, and there were only 200 to 300 people in the sect, from the sect master to the disciples. There were countless small sects like this in the Eastern Sea. The Lu sect hadn't been established for a long time, just over 1,000 years. However, because it was located overseas, it was rich in resources and was able to survive. It had once encountered a crisis and was almost exterminated. The Wind Monarch was one of the disciples of the Lu sect. He was born overseas and was chosen by an elder on the Lu Island. However, his cultivation talent could only be described as so-so. When he went to the Lu sect, his junior brothers and junior sisters who entered the sect later than him were all much more powerful than him. The elders in the sect didn't have high hopes for him, so they didn't bother to care about him. The Wind Monarch was very free. Other than doing his homework, he would play and play. He loved to dive and swim. Before he started cultivating, he could hold his breath underwater for 30 minutes and dive 100 feet down. After he started cultivating, he was even more incredible. He could easily dive 1,000 feet into the sea. He found the remains of the great emperors in the depths of the sea when he was diving. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but later on, he found out that the remains were extraordinary. He was careful and didn't report this matter to the sect. He only spent his free time studying and playing with the skeleton. He didn't know why, but since he obtained the skeleton, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his realm had soared all the way. However, no one discovered this except for him. Even the elder who led him into the sect didn't notice it. Although he didn't know the reason, he vaguely guessed that his changes were related to the remains. Naturally, he treated it more like a treasure. Gradually, his cultivation far surpassed the others. It would be fine if that was all, but later on, something happened that made him go crazy overnight. A demon grew in his heart and he slaughtered the entire Lu Island. After doing this, he didn't dare to stay for long. He fled the Eastern Sea and lived in seclusion for many years. The demon territory invaded, and the demonic path rose. He took the initiative to surrender and became one of the 4 great monarchs under the Path Master, his name spreading far and wide. He had been playing with the remains of a great emperor for so many years, and was also a false emperor elite. Naturally, he could tell that the remains were extraordinary. He was also loyal, and after joining the demonic heavenly path, he offered the remains to the Night Shadow Great Emperor, Kenyi. Kenyi was very impressive. He could see the origins of the remains of the great emperors at a glance, and naturally praised the Wind Monarch. Originally, Kenyi planned to come personally. Although he was one of the great emperors, in terms of reputation and strength, he was probably not as good as the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He naturally cared about the things of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, before this, Kenyi had to guard the passage between the 2 worlds, so he couldn't spare any time. After Yang Kai returned from the demon domain and sealed the passage between the 2 worlds, the demon race was in an abyss of suffering, so he couldn't leave. Helpless, he handed the remains back to the Wind Monarch and ordered him to make the trip. Originally, everything was done quietly, but who knew that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and Yang Kai would ruin everything. The Great Array was destroyed, and the Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the 4 Seasons realm. The Wind Monarch could only escape here and refine the Endless Hourglass, then use it to control the Flowing Time Temple. After that, it was a life and death battle with Yang Kai. Even now, he couldn't understand how a mere 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator could fight him to the point where both sides were injured. In the end, he even provoked the 2 freaks, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, and even Xiongqi. The Wind Monarch felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even if he died now, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. After asking for the reason, Xiongqi frowned. Only 1 remains? The Wind Monarch weakly replied, only 1. At this point, the Wind Monarch could only say whatever he wanted. If he said that there was only 1, then there should only be 1. Have you ever gone back to take a look over the years? Yes. The Wind Monarch coughed softly, blood constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he would die at any moment. Since I saw the remains of the great emperors, I naturally went back to investigate carefully, but I didn't find much. You should still remember that place, right? Yang Shui asked. The Wind Monarch gently nodded. Take us there. Yang Shui stared at him. This matter was of great importance, so she and Yang Xiao had to go there personally to feel at ease. The Wind Monarch couldn't find the other remains, but that didn't mean she and Yang Xiao couldn't. After all, they had received the inheritance of the great emperors and could sense it. If there were other remains of the great emperors at the bottom of the sea, as long as they were within a certain range, they would definitely be able to find them. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The Wind Monarch naturally agreed on the spot. Chapter 36:59. Yang Shui turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, Big brother, wait for me here for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come out of seclusion. Yang Kai raised his hand and rubbed her head, Big brother will wait for you. If it was in the outside world, 10 years would be too long, but this was the Flowing Time Temple, where the principle of time flowed. 10 years here would not be long in the outside world. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to study a new secret technique. The Wind Monarch was at death's door and was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. Even if he was a fake emperor, he had to be obedient after entering the small sealed world, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to make any waves. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went back to their seclusion. The little girl asked Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years. She did not say what she wanted to do, but from her mysterious appearance, it was obvious that something good was going to happen. Before leaving, Yang Kai woke Lu Yen up. When the master and servant saw each other again, they were naturally happy. In the main hall, Yang Kai informed Lu Yen and Xiongqi about the recent situation in the star boundary. When they entered the 4 Seasons realm together, the demon race had not yet invaded, so they did not know the situation in the outside world. When they first heard that the star boundary was in such a situation, both Lu Yen and Xiongqi were shocked. This matter was too sudden for them. They had just entered the Flowing Time Temple to sleep, but who knew that the star boundary would be in deep trouble? Xiongqi would definitely follow Yang Shao and Yang Shui to assist them in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the current situation in the star boundary, lest the two children would be confused about the outside world when they came out of seclusion. The conversation did not take much time. A few days later, Yang Kai found a secret room and went into seclusion. Previously, in the demon territory, he used the sealed world bead to devour the continents in the demon territory, but the more he devoured, the more problems came. The world principles in the third territory were gradually perfected and had a tendency to devour and assimilate the second territory. The reason was that the world principles in the second territory were relatively low level, making it difficult for them to resist the invasion of the third territory. This was the same principle as water flowing to lower places. When there was more water in the third territory, it would naturally flow to the second territory. In the second territory, Yang Kai had devoured several cultivation stars in the lower plane star territory, forming a territory. There were several creatures living on the cultivation stars, and if left alone, those creatures would definitely be demonized. This kind of demonization was not like the demonization of demon heaven Daoist. Those creatures were weak, and once infected by the demonic qi, they would become mindless walking corpses. Those were creatures living on 3 cultivation stars, and the number was difficult to calculate. The demon territory had to be devoured, but the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars could not be left alone. Otherwise, what difference would there be between Yang Kai and an executioner? If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. It just so happened that the devouring in the demon territory could no longer continue, so he brought Yu Ru Meng and the others back to the star boundary. If this matter was not resolved, the continents in the demon territory could no longer be devoured. The solution was not difficult, and the root of the problem lay with those creatures. He just needed to transfer those creatures out of the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was the master of Heng Luo star field, and in the star territory, there were many cultivation stars suitable for habitation and cultivation. As long as those creatures were brought back to Heng Luo star field and transferred to other cultivation stars, it would be enough. This method was the simplest, but it was not easy to implement. In the lower plane star territory, there were indeed many cultivation stars, but each cultivation star had its own complete set of systems. If a large number of outsiders were rashly sent, it might cause some turmoil. Take a city for example. This city originally only had 100,000 people living in it, and although there was friction and fighting, it could be considered a peaceful life, but if 20,000 outsiders suddenly joined this city, everything might be in chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but this was basically impossible. All the cultivation stars in the star territory had basically been explored. So, Yang Kai chose the second method, which was to separate the second territory from the small sealed world bead and make it a new world of its own. In this way, the crisis of it being swallowed by the third territory could be avoided. The second territory was swallowed by the sealed world bead, and since it could be swallowed, it could also be separated. However, this was a bit difficult for Yang Kai. Separating a world was tantamount to recreating the universe and refining the world. This method was even more difficult than Li Wuyi refining Indefinite Mountain. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation of the Tao of Space, enough to make his attainments in the Tao of Space world shaking. It was difficult, but it also had huge benefits, so Yang Kai was naturally eager to try. What's more, even if it didn't work, he could still transfer those creatures to various cultivation stars. At worst, he could just run to a few more cultivation stars and settle down a few fewer people on each cultivation star. Creating the universe and refining the heavens and earth, Li Wuyi had already done so. Boundless Mountain was his masterpiece, so to a certain extent, what Yang Kai wanted to do was the same as refining Boundless Mountain. Indefinite Mountain originally belonged to the star boundary, but Li Wuyi separated it from the star boundary and refined it into a small sealed world. The second territory was originally a small sealed world, but Yang Kai also wanted to separate it and refine it into a small sealed world. The experience of the seniors could be used as a reference. Indefinite Mountain was no longer in his hands. In order to repair the Universe Tower, it had been contributed to Star Soul Palace, but Li Wuyi had given Yang Kai a jade slip in addition to Indefinite Mountain. That jade slip contained Li Wuyi's various insights on creating the universe and refining the world. It could be said to be his highest attainments in space principles. A small jade slip was tantamount to a peerless treasure for Yang Kai. He didn't have the time to investigate it before, so he planned to study it properly after going to the lower star territory, but now, he had 10 years to use, so how could he waste it? So Yang Kai went into secluded cultivation. The jade slip contained the essence of Li Wuyi's life of cultivation. Yang Kai was fascinated by it and soon entered a state of selflessness. In the flowing time temple, the principles of time pervaded. This was the legacy of the great emperors, not the work of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, but it was more or less related to them. They obtained the inheritances of the great emperors and cultivated the secret arts of the great emperors, which would stimulate the barriers in the flowing time temple and make the principles of time flow, making the time here different from the outside world. This kind of inheritance was not inexhaustible. Once the flowing time force was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer have such a miraculous effect. But for Kai Yang, these 10 years were nothing but a waste of time. Nothing happened for 10 years. Qiongqi and Lu Yen did not come to disturb him. Yang Shao and Yang Shui were also working hard, and Yang Kai was immersed in the jade slip, unable to extricate himself. Only Win Chui was restless. After Yang Kai summoned him, he was not very willing to return to the small sealed world as there was no one to play with him. Over the past 10 years, he had been following Qiongqi and Lu Yen. All three of them were divine spirits. Although their origins were different, they could be said to have hit it off and gradually became familiar with each other. From Yang Kai, Qiongqi and Lu Yen also knew that Win Chui was a strange beast in the territory of the demon realm. Although its intelligence was not high, its strength was not bad. They had fought many times over the past 10 years, so they knew each other's abilities like the back of their hands. However, such a strange beast was only the mount of the demon saint in the demon territory. Qiongqi and Lu Yen had a slight understanding of the strength of the demon saint. 10 years later, one day, the quiet flowing time temple suddenly buzzed. The sound was dull, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Yang Kai, who was meditating, was alarmed and gradually came back to his senses. He released his divine sense to check the surroundings. The next moment, Yang Shui's clear voice sounded in his ear, "Big brother, wait a moment. Shao and I will be done soon." Yang Kai heard this and knew that the temple's abnormality was because of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, so he was relieved and continued to study the jade slip. The little girl said, "Soon," and soon, a month had passed. The temple's abnormality lasted for a whole month. Every day, every moment, the flowing time temple buzzed endlessly. Occasionally, a profound light would bloom from all over the temple, flickering with light. It was not until a month later that the temple stabilized when a long roar sounded. In front of the door of the secret room, Yang Shao leisurely appeared. He was dressed in white, spotless clothes, and his snow-white hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His figure was tall and handsome, and his face was like jade. In the end, he was from the dragon race and came from a good background. With his appearance and temperament, if he went out, he would probably charm thousands of women. The elegant young man bowed, cupped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome back, father." When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Yang Kai smiled. Where did the joy come from? Yang Xiao said, seeing the light in father's eyes and the glow on your face, you must have gained a lot during your seclusion. This child congratulates you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm just picking up the wisdom of others. 10 years of studying Li Wui's cultivation experience was just picking up the wisdom of others. Yang Xiao also shook his head, today I'm picking up the wisdom of others. In the future, father will be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but look him up and down a few times and said with disdain, when did you learn to be so glib? The dragon race doesn't know how to flatter others. If your parents see you like this, they will definitely teach you a lesson. Yang Xiao said seriously, everything this child has today was given to me by father. I dare not accept father's praise. Bastard! Yang Kai scolded with a smile, are you trying to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Yang Xiao put on a cheeky grin and stepped forward to hold Yang Kai's arm, acting like a filial son serving his grandfather. Father, please come with me. Little auntie has prepared everything, so we can leave now. Okay, I'm still young. Yang Kai shook off his hand and walked out with him. Flowing Time Temple. The door was open. Outside the main entrance, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, Lu Yan, and Zhui Feng were all there. Hearing the movement behind her, Yang Shui turned around and fixed her eyes on Yang Kai's white hair for a moment. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, Big brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Kai smiled slightly, it just so happens that I also need this time. I'm basking in your light. He looked around and said, if you're ready, let's go. Yang Shui nodded and glanced at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smiled and stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Shui. In the next moment, the two changed their hand signs. Chapter 3660. Their spells were different, but the law of time that emanated from them was exactly the same. After a short while, Yang Xiao looked solemn and stamped his feet on the ground. The temple buzzed, and a rumbling sound came from all over the temple, rolling like thunder. Yang Shui raised her hand gently and shouted, Rise. Rumble. The flowing time temple was uprooted, like a big tree, slowly rising from the ground. The flowing time temple was not only a temple, but also the palace of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. The so-called palace could be brought wherever one went, just like the palanquins and carriages of mortals. This was unimaginable for ordinary people, but it was common for the great emperors. The central control of the flowing time temple was the endless hourglass. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent 10 years refining the endless hourglass. Although they had cultivated the true teachings of the great emperors and could activate some of the power of the hourglass when it was in their hands, if they wanted to completely control the flowing time temple, they had to practice it well. After 10 years of hard work, now, the great emperor's palace had become the two children's carriage. The temple rose, broke through the void, and rushed out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless valley, the embodiment sat cross-legged on the ground, with two sculptures in front of him. They were not sculptures, but the two half-saint of demon race sealed by the divine technique of the great emperors. After a fierce battle, Baiya and Baizhuo only had time to show their faces, but they were sealed here before they could do anything. The former was like an angry Vajra, while the latter was like a lion hunting a rabbit, motionless. They looked no different from sculptures. The embodiment was a little worried. Although it had ascertained that the two half-saint of demon race were not in mortal danger, it could not break the restriction on the two after repeated attempts. Naturally, it could not help them regain their freedom. Although the embodiment and Yang Kai's cultivation were different, they had been through life and death together for so many years. It had also experienced everything that Yang Kai had experienced, so it could be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable. Now that it had the power of a half-saint, it could not do anything about the current state of Baiya and Baizhuo. Naturally, it was a little worried. Moreover, it had been more than a month, and there was no movement from the main body. It did not know what the main body had encountered in the Four Seasons realm. However, a month ago, its heart suddenly throbbed and it felt like it was going to die. It was Yang Kai's embodiment, formed by a wisp of Yang Kai's soul entering the body of the stone mongoose. Whether it cultivated to a half-saint or a demon saint, this would not change. It was born because of Yang Kai and it would die because of Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai met with an accident, it would be doomed. On the other hand, if something happened to it, Yang Kai would not be implicated. At that time, it and Zhao Quan were cleaning up the battlefield and had just settled the sealed Baiya and Baizhuo when the feeling of impending death suddenly hit it. It immediately understood that the main body should have encountered some trouble. It couldn't figure out how the main body was chasing the seriously injured Wind Monarch with a fierce beast like Zhui Feng. How could it be that the main body was in such a state? It couldn't figure it out, but it was certain that something must have happened in the Four Seasons realm. However, it couldn't manage the main body's affairs. At the time, it immediately called Zhao Quan over and arranged for the future. After its death, it asked him to take Baiya and Baizhuo to the Seven Fog Sea and give the two half-saint to Li Wui. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. Two flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat." The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic qi wrapped Baiya, Baizhuo, and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his emperor's qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Don't panic. The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the Flowing Time Temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the Wind Monarch. Kacha, the void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Flowing Time Temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's palace reappeared after countless years. Old Xiong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor, the old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. The captives of the demon path from the emperor realm were even more shocked. Although they had become the demon race, their minds were still clear. How could they not know the origin of this palace? However, they didn't see the Wind Monarch's figure. They knew that from today onwards, the 4 great monarchs under the Tao Master would become 3 great monarchs. Jumping out of the void, Yang Shui waved her small hand and the seal disappeared. The temple quickly shrank, turning into the size of a palm in a few breaths and being put into her sleeve. Wind Chaser screamed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He lowered his head and stared at Yang Shui's sleeve as if he had seen a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could such a big palace be stored in her sleeve? This sleeve can hold so much space. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the embodiment. He looked at Bai Yi and Bai Zhuo and asked, "How is it?" Previously, he had chased the Wind Monarch into the 4 Seasons realm and didn't have time to investigate the situation of these 2 half-saint of demon race. He only had time to ask now. "They didn't die," the embodiment replied. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't die. He was really afraid that Bai Yi and Bai Zhuo had met with some mishap. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Ru Meng and Bai Li Mo, your hair has turned white? The embodiment frowned and looked at Yang Kai's head. When Yang Kai entered the 4 Seasons realm, his hair was as black as ink, but after coming out, his hair had turned white. Although the embodiment didn't know what had happened, he could guess that Yang Kai must have had a fierce battle inside when he thought of the palpitations he felt before. "I've aged a few hundred years." Yang Kai smiled. It wasn't a big deal. He was now a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan. In this realm, a few hundred years was considered young. "They are." The embodiment looked at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Like Yang Kai, he felt that they looked familiar at first glance. He vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Even if he could remember, he didn't dare to recognize them. In just a few years, the 2 children had grown up. It was too bizarre. It was troublesome to explain, so Yang Kai simply passed his divine sense to the embodiment. The embodiment pondered for a moment and couldn't help but stare. "Xiao, Shui, Yang Xiao obediently stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Xiao, greets second uncle." The embodiment was Yang Kai's doppelganger, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his biological brother. Calling him second uncle was right. This stinky brat's mouth was filled with honey. With just one sentence, the embodiment laughed heartily. Yang Shui didn't know about the embodiment's existence. After all, she was too young when she left the High Heaven Palace and hadn't seen the embodiment. However, since Yang Xiao took the initiative, she also knew how to address him. When she called him second brother, the embodiment's mouth almost cracked open to his ears. After laughing, the embodiment said, "You came out at the right time. I need your help with this matter." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Yi and Bai Zhuo over and placed them in front of him. The 2 half-saint of demon race were sealed by the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors. It couldn't lift the seal, but after knowing that the 2 children were the successors of the great emperors, it naturally could lift the seal. Since it was a family matter, it naturally had to help. The 2 children each stretched out a finger and pointed at Bai Yi and Bai Zhuo's foreheads. In the next moment, the law of time surged and wrapped the 2 half-saint of demon race. Not long after, about half an hour, the 2 half-saints' eyes suddenly turned, and then the devil vitality in their bodies surged. Bai Yi roared, "Give me your lives." Bai Zhuo shouted, "Die." They attacked together. However, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already prepared. When their bodies swayed, they both hid behind Yang Kai. When the 2 half-saints' divine technique reached Yang Kai, their expressions changed. They forcibly withdrew their power and retreated quickly. Then, with a muffled groan, they froze in mid-air. Forcibly withdrawing their power caused them some backlash, but it wasn't a big problem. The 2 half-saint had already reached the realm of freely withdrawing and releasing their power. After a while, Bai Zhuo and Bai Yi walked back in confusion. They looked at the unfamiliar faces, especially Qiongqi and Lu Yan, and then looked at Yang Kai. They were very confused. Baizhuo said, "What's going on? Where's the Wind King?" In his perception, he was preparing to attack the Wind King a moment ago, but in the next moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of him. There was no sign of the Wind King around. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's hair turned white, and he looked a few years older. Yang Kai turned to look at the two children and asked, "They don't know?" Yang Shui smiled and said, "The principles of time have stopped. They can't sense anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood why the two half-saint of demon race reacted like this. During the time they were sealed, they couldn't see or feel anything. It was equivalent to being removed from their lives by the principles of time. It would be strange if they could react. Chapter 3661. After this explanation, Baiya and Baizhuo understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, they hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time, they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time's stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the Flowing Time Temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Zhongqi also told him that the power in the Flowing Time Temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the Flowing Time Temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Motian Dao's the Emperor realm had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Zhao Quan as an example, as long as Baizhuo could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, there were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Baizhuo. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the Seven Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's palace master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Feng Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Kenya's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of Demon Heavenly Dao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled, Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded, all right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier, since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, Master, please wait a moment, let me identify the direction. He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way, this is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located. With a reference, it was easy. Wind Monarch was born in the Remain Island, but he was good at the Remain sect, so he quickly identified the direction and pointed, this way, it should be within 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai casually stuffed him back into the small sealed world. Pushing his demonic chi, he wrapped everyone up and rushed in that direction. Under the surge of space principles, his figure flickered in the void. Looking at the lineup on their side, including Wind Chaser in the small sealed world, there were 4 half-saint of demon race on standby. Lu Yan and Xiongqi were 2 divine spirits who were not inferior to the half-saint fake emperor. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were only first-order emperors, they were the descendants of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could they be underestimated? The 2 of them had good aptitudes, but the reason why it took them hundreds of years to cultivate to the first-order emperor realm was because the inheritance of the great emperors was mysterious and unparalleled. Although their cultivation was slow, their strength was incomparable. This was their foundation. Yang Kai himself was a high-rank demon king, and he could fight with Wind Monarch until both sides were injured. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even if there was a demon saint blocking the way ahead, they would still be able to put up a fight. What's more, they were just looking for the remains of the great emperors, so they probably wouldn't run into any trouble. Galloping along the way, they would occasionally pull Wind Monarch out to correct their direction. Above the eastern sea, rolling demon clouds passed by, scaring countless small sects. On the third day, an island appeared in front of them. This island was not small, with a radius of several hundred kilometers. This was the place where Wind Monarch was born. Originally, there was a leaving sect on this island, but it had long been destroyed by Wind Monarch. Now, the leaving sect was occupied by a small sect. It was even worse than the leaving sect in the past. Back then, the leaving sect had a great emperor of the Emperor realm, but now, the strongest person in this small sect was only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Yang Kai and the others were here to look for something, so they didn't want to disturb others. When they arrived, they dispersed their demon pressure and quietly spread out, each of them searching separately. Yang Kai didn't have much hope for this trip. The flowing time Great Emperor was wandering the world and encountered an accident. When the Great Emperors died, the endless hourglasses returned to the temple. Although one of their remains fell into the eastern sea, it didn't mean anything. But since they knew this news, they had to investigate. The group of 5 split into 4 groups. Lu Yen and Yang Kai went together. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, Lu Yen stuck close to Yang Kai and refused to be separated from him. The 2 children and old Xiong each went their own way. For several days, Yang Kai and Lu Yen traveled tens of thousands of kilometers around the territory of the Eastern Sea, but found nothing. However, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade slip flew through the air. A few days ago, Yang Kai refined a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Qiongqi to contact him. If they were in danger, they could send him a message at any time or teleport to his side to take refuge. At this moment, the message came from Yang Shui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was surprised. "You really found something?" Shui's message in the jade slip was brief. Obviously, she was pressed for time and didn't have time to say much. But since she sent the message, she must have found something. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Sea was not in vain. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Lu Yen and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Qiongqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the 2 of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it, I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. It turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. Chapter 36-62. There were more types of sea demons than land demons, and they were also more complicated. This mussel was obviously a sea demon, but judging from its aura, it was already at the Demon King realm, and it was full of skills. It was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. The mussel was very good at escaping in the sea, so its speed was naturally very fast. How could Yang Shui catch up with it? Yang Kai did not know why the little girl was chasing the sea monster. Before he could ask, he heard Yang Xiao laughing, "Little ant, don't worry. Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished his words, he turned into a small white dragon. The dragon's body was crystal clear like jade. It was white and flawless. It was very beautiful. After turning into his original form, Yang Xiao turned into a white light and went straight to the mussel. His speed was much faster than the mussel. Although Yang Xiao was not a water dragon, he was like a tiger in the forest. In this vast sea, there were very few creatures that could be faster than a dragon race. As long as he chased after it, the mussel would have nowhere to go. While chasing, Yang Xiao cast a spell and shouted, "The one in front, please wait. We have something to discuss with you." The sea monster mussel replied, "Where did this ignorant boy come from? How dare you chase after your grandfather? If you know what's good for you, stop right now. Otherwise, I will eat you." Its tone was very fierce, but it ran even faster. Yang Xiao was furious, "Bastard." He opened his mouth and roared, which turned into a dragon's roar. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but who would have thought that he would be provoked by the mussel? Although it was wrong of him to chase after the mussel, it was too much for the mussel to keep calling him grandfather. He was a dragon race after all. Now that he had turned into the true form of the dragon race, which monster dared to call themselves that in front of him? Moreover, the adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind them. Wasn't the clam demon scolding the adoptive father as well? A dragon and a clam monster chased each other through the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. With the space laws at his disposal, so what if he was tens of thousands of feet below the sea? If he wanted to chase after them, he could stop them with a few teleportations. The reason why he didn't chase was because he wanted to see Yang Zhao's abilities. In the Flowing Time Temple, he had abused the Wind Monarch like a dog. But at that time, the Wind Monarch was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been snatched away and he had lost his mind. Now that he had encountered a sea monster, he could test Yang Zhao's ability. However, he still separated a strand of his divine sense and attached it to Yang Xiao. If this stinky brat was really not strong enough, as his father, he would naturally fight together with him. "Why are you chasing after it?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yang Shui and asked through telepathy. Yang Shui's eyes were frighteningly bright. "The clam demon has something left behind by master. It's very likely that it's also a skeleton." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he received Yang Shui's message earlier, he felt that Yang Shui should have discovered something. Now that he heard her explanation, he knew that she had really discovered it. Others might not have noticed the abnormality of the clam demon, but Yang Shui, as the cross-generational disciple of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and a practitioner of the divine technique of the Great Emperors, had sensed the aura of the clam demon from afar. That aura was extremely well hidden, and those who didn't cultivate the principles of time couldn't detect it. Yang Xiao also sensed it when he came, so he didn't ask and directly chased after it. Qiongqi was both excited and sorrowful. "Little master, are you sure?" He was excited because there really were remains of the great emperors in the sea. He was sorrowful because his old master had died without a complete corpse. The Wind Monarch had obtained a skeleton from the Lingering Island, and the clam demon also had a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were scattered somewhere. "Shui wouldn't dare to be careless about master's matters," Yang Shui said solemnly. There was nothing more to say. Since they were sure that the clam demon had something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had to chase after it. Half a day later, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He stopped. He had attached a strand of his divine sense to Yang Xiao, so he could vaguely sense the situation over there. At this moment, Yang Xiao had obviously stopped. He had probably caught up to the clam demon, but Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Was it a confrontation or was it in the middle of a battle? He had to go over and take a look. With a jolt of demonic essence, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all wrapped up. Yang Kai then activated the power of the space spirit bead. Under the surging power of the law of space, he traveled through the void and directly arrived beside Yang Xiao. They weren't fighting. They were in a confrontation. Outside a magnificent palace covered by a barrier of light, the palace wasn't very big, at most 1,000 feet in radius. At this moment, in front of the palace, a short man was glaring fiercely at the outside. This man had short arms and legs, and his large head was propped on his upper body. He had no hair, and his neck was short. He looked very funny. What was even funnier was that this man had a clam shell on each side of his body. At first glance, these two clam shells looked like two wings. Needless to say, this short man was the clam demon that Yang Xiao had just chased away. At the bottom of the sea, the magnificent hall should be his cave residence. Behind the clam demon, there were more clam demons. There were both male and female clam demons. The male clam demons were like him, bald and short, while the female clam demons were as beautiful as flowers. Their silky hair fluttered in the wind, and their bodies were tall and graceful. The two wings on their sides opened and closed slightly, just like wings. Although they were all clam demons, these men and women didn't seem to be of the same species. There were quite a lot of clam demons, more than 100 of them. However, their cultivation levels were not uniform. The strongest was undoubtedly the one that Yang Xiao had chased away. The rest were demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers. There were also a few little clam demons that looked like they had just been born not long ago. They were hiding in their own clam shells and looking outside curiously. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Xiao. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demon's beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Xiao's body. Yang Xiao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Xiao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Xiao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled, "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Xiao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Xiao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demons lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the flowing time great emperor, greets Senior. May I know your name? This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors, so Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the flowing time great emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted, "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly. It was a hasty action. "Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious. "The sea is so big, why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far. Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now?" Yang Shui hurriedly said, "My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king." "Reasons?" The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. "There's a reason to chase after someone? What's the reason? Let me hear it." Yang Shui said politely, "I want to ask for something from my king." Yang Shao calmed down and couldn't help but say, "Hand over that thing and we'll leave. We won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the clam demon changed. The female clam demons who were admiring Yang Shao suddenly turned cold and stared at him coldly. Needless to say, the male clam demons were all demonic chi and had cold expressions. The leader of the clam demons chuckled. "We want to ask for something," Yang Shui said. "Don't worry, my king. We're not asking for it casually. We're only making an exchange. We'll definitely satisfy my king." Before she finished speaking, the leader of the clam demons shouted angrily, "Don't mention this again. Seeing that you have delicate features, I decided to give you a chance. But I didn't expect you guys to be so ambitious. Get out of my way and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The cave's restriction opened. The clam demons hid inside and spoke fiercely, but they didn't intimidate them at all. Yang Shui frowned. "My king, did you misunderstand something?" What misunderstanding?" The clam demons shouted angrily and didn't give Yang Shui a chance to speak. They waved their two short hands and said, "Get out of my way. It's not good to anger me." Chapter 3663. The clam monster waved his hand, and the seawater surged toward Yang Kai and the others. Although it didn't injure them, it was enough to show how powerful this clam monster was. Yang Shui's brows furrowed even more. The other party wanted to drive them away without a word. This was completely impossible to communicate with. After pondering for a moment, the little girl looked at the clam monster and said, "Excuse me." When she finished speaking, she took a step forward, pinched her fingers together, and gently pointed at the restriction in front of her. On the other side, Yang Shao didn't need to be told. At the same time that Yang Shui moved, he also raised his hands and pressed on the restriction slowly but firmly. Both of their movements were light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. The clam monster sneered and stood in place with his arms crossed across the restriction. He looked at Yang Shui mockingly and said, "Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This king's cave mansion's restriction has been refined by my clan for several generations. You think you can," as he spoke, he couldn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened because when Yang Shui and Yang Zhao's hands touched the restriction, a series of cracking sounds came, and countless cracks appeared on the light curtain. The Clam Demon clan turned pale with fright. Those little clam demons who were peeking their heads out immediately closed their shells and hid their bodies inside, rolling to the back. The cracking sounds were incessant. The eyes of the clam monster leader were red. He raised his head and stared at the restriction of his cave mansion. His face was full of shock. Those cracks didn't come from the restriction, but from his heart. He couldn't understand. The strength of these two children was obviously not high, so how could they do this? There was no time to think. After a few breaths, accompanied by a crashing sound, the cave mansion's restriction shattered. "How dare you!" The clam monster leader shouted, and the rest of the clam monsters also urged their monster chi. A great battle was about to break out. A few silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by the cries of the Clam clan, for half-saint of demon race appeared at the same time and surrounded the clam demons in all directions. Not only that, Xianxia transformed into his true form and opened his mouth to roar. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a dozen clam demons in one gulp. Lu Yen pinched her small hands together and the image of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever the fire phoenix was, the seawater would turn into nothingness. There was no need for so many people to deal with such a group of clam demons. Any one of them, Lu Yen or Xianxia, could easily slaughter them all. However, Yang Kai still summoned all of the half-saint to help him, not to kill, but to intimidate. He had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was not good to kill them. However, if they were to fight, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental injuries. If they were to really get into a fight, the situation would not end well. Therefore, it was better to directly display a lineup that would make the clam demons feel despair and make them retreat. When the four half-saint of demon race appeared, the clam demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies that were about to attack suddenly stopped. When they sensed the strength of the half-saint, their expressions became even more chaotic. When Xianxia and the fire phoenix appeared, the group of clam demons felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of people were they? Other than the two young people, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Their powerful divine senses shrouded the entire area, making the clam demons' mouths dry. They could not help but clamp their shells together, as if they could find a trace of security by doing so. They originally thought that the clam demons did not need to be afraid of the other party since there were not many of them. Who knew that the situation would change like this? The leader of the clam demons was tactful. Therefore, after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The four half-saint of demon race were all summoned by him, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. He also realized that the person in charge of the other party should be him. A trace of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. The leader of the clam demons said, "This time, the clam demons admit defeat. Bang Bang Air will give you what you want. However, there is only one thing. If you dare to harm the lives of my children, the clam demons will not rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, all the clam demons turned pale with fright. They all cried out mournfully, "King!" There were even some clam demons who had a fierce look on their faces. They looked at Yang Kai and the others one by one. They gritted their teeth and said, "King, you don't need to be afraid of them. At most, we will die. We will fight with them. Fight! King, give the order." Bang Bang Air shouted angrily, "All of you, shut up." Everyone had courage. If he really gave the order, the clam demons would really fight with their lives. However, what would the result be? With the strength that the other party had displayed, he could easily wipe out the entire clam demons. These 100 people were not enough to even fill the gaps between his teeth. He was the leader of the clan demons. Naturally, he had to think for the entire clan. Sacrificing himself in exchange for the safety of the clan was worth it. If anyone dares to be noisy again, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. His gaze swept across. As expected, no clan demons dared to speak. After being the leader for so many years, they still had some dignity. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Kai again. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and reached his hand into it. When he took it out again, his hand shone brightly. Under the pitch-black sea, there seemed to be a full moon. The moon was the size of a dragon's eye and emitted a gentle light. It was a pearl of the highest quality. It was a pearl, and also Bang Bang Air's demon core. The demon core flowed in the pearl, and it was astonishing. There were even sounds of waves. Bang Bang Air turned his head and extended his hand. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Take it away." He didn't look at it because he was reluctant to part with it. How could he be willing to part with it? After cultivating for so many years, all of his cultivation was in this monster core. If he lost his monster core, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. Yang Shui was stunned. Yang Shao chuckled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this." Bang Bang Air's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12th order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did Yang Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang Air's monster core was so precious that Yang Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clan demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang Air was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. "You don't want this?" Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, "You don't want this?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously, "I don't want it." What human didn't want the clan demon's monster core? The clan demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clan demons' monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang Air saw Yang Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, Yang Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang Air naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what Yang Shui wanted? Bang Bang Air was overjoyed and said with relief, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys. Hee hee." As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Yang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A group of clan demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clan demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores, otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang Air scratched his head again and looked at Yang Shui. "Then what do you want?" Yang Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit, a skeleton. Bang Bang Air's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, "What skeleton?" Yang Shui said with a smile, "This little girl's master's skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king." Please take it out for me to see. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head. Impossible, impossible. When Yang Shao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, "Hey, clam demon, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people." Yang Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile. "What does the king mean?" Bang Bang Air ignored Yang Shao and only looked at Yang Shui, saying in a deep voice, "I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. It can't be your master's. Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake." Yang Shui said, "I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now." Bang Bang Air nodded, "I do have a skeleton, but this skeleton has been passed down from generation to generation in my clam clan. I don't know how many years it has been. If that skeleton is really your master's, then how old are you?" "I don't think you're that old." After nodding, Bang Bang Air shook his head again. Yang Shui smiled and her red lips parted slightly as she said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to inform you that my master has indeed passed away many years ago. My junior brother and I have only obtained the opportunity to inherit master's legacy by chance. We have never had the chance to meet him, but there is one thing that is absolutely true. Since we have inherited his legacy, my junior brother and I are his disciples. Since master's remains are out there, it is only natural that we, as his disciples, should welcome him back." Bang Bang Air suddenly understood what was going on. He blinked his eyes and said, "I heard you mention the descendant of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Then, his master's name, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors." Yang Shui replied. Bang Bang Air gasped and said in surprise, "The Flowing Time Great Emperor, Great Emperors?" Although he was a sea monster, he had also heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's name. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Although the Clam clan knew that the skeleton was extraordinary, they didn't expect that the origin of the skeleton was so great. Since ancient times, he was the only great emperors who had mastered the law of time. After the shock, Bang Bang Air showed a complicated expression. "I see, no wonder, no wonder." Yang Shui asked curiously, "My king means?" Bang Bang Air quickly waved his hand, "I don't dare, I don't dare. In front of the descendant of the great emperors, please forgive me for my rudeness." As he spoke, he took a few steps back and bowed. Bang Bang Air of the Clam clan greets the two supreme divinities. Chapter 36-64. When they first met, the leader of the Clam clan was running away in a panic. Now, the leader of the Clam clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the Clam clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. "What is the meaning of this, king?" Bang Bang Air smiled. "There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other, so Bang Bang Air was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity." Yang Shao blinked. "Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master?" This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Bang nodded quickly. "Yes, I'll let you know. Our Clam clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years, so we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed, ashamed." Yang Shui's eyes lit up. "Master is not dead?" Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang Bang shook his head. "Not so." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Bang, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Xiongqi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Bang Air took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. "This should be what you are looking for." Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then, golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The flowing time great emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Bang Air's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Zhao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the flowing time great emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Bang Air really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My Clam family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing. He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Bang Air and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizhuan's favor. What does that mean?" Bang Bang Air hurriedly waved his hand, "Since you are Shizhuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Bang Air said, "How old do you think Bang Bang Air is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, it was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the flowing time great emperor. Yang Xiao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." "Wrong, wrong." Bang Bang Air shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself, "I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang Air is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old." Yang Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old, compared to Bang Bang Air's cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang Air explained, "I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the Clam clan is born with a long lifespan, it's the ability of the Shizhuan's remains." When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the Clam clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shizhuan's remains that we can live this long. The Clam clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The Clam clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, and it's all thanks to the Sherzuan's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune. Bang Bang Air said, to be honest, the Clam clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy. Bang Bang Air was the leader of the Clam clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang Air was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the Clam clan. Because of these two reasons, the Clam clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Sherzuan and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. After explaining, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, the Sherzuan is a great benefactor to our clan. Today, not only did we learn the Sherzuan's name, but we also know that the Sherzuan has a successor in the world. The Clam clan is overjoyed, and so is Bang Bang Air. Yang Shui said, Your Majesty is too polite. Junior brother and I would like to thank Your Majesty for returning the remains. Bang Bang Air waved his hand and said, That's what we should do. The Sherzuan has protected our Clam clan for so many years. Since you are here, the remains should be returned. She didn't know if it was true or not, but Bang Bang Air said it very sincerely. The main thing was that she couldn't refuse. A group of people from the half-saint of demon race were eyeing her covetously. If she dared to say no, it would be a disaster in an instant. Yang Shui said again, If Sherzuan's remains are returned to me, will it affect Your Majesty's body? Bang Bang Air lived so long because of the remains of the great emperors. Now that the remains were taken away, she didn't know how long she could live. Hearing this, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, It would be a lie to say that it doesn't. However, I can't live as long as the great emperors, but I can't live less. Calculating my current situation, I can live for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Yang Shui nodded and said, In the future, my senior sister and junior brother will definitely think of a way to compensate Your Majesty. That's not necessary. Bang Bang Air kept waving his hands and exhaled a long breath as if he had let go of something. He said warmly, It's my honor to have the two of you here. If you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Bang Bang Air has another important thing to tell the two of you. Yang Shui glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. Yang Kai smiled and said, If that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. They chased after them and took away the remains of the great emperors that the Clam clan had kept for so many years. It wouldn't be right for them to just turn around and leave. Since they were sincerely inviting them, it wouldn't be a big deal to go in and be their guests. Bang Bang Air was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, Our distinguished guests are here. Little ones, get busy. Bring out all the good food and drinks for Your Majesty. When the Majesty shouted, the little clams also shouted. In an instant, the Clam clan was busy. More than half of the clams turned around and went into the cave to prepare. The rest of the clams welcomed the distinguished guests together with their Majesty. Yang Kai took the lead, Lu Yen was at the side, Xiongqi and a few half-saint of demon race followed closely behind. Yang Shui also followed, and Yang Xiao was at the back. It wasn't that he walked slowly, but it was mainly because he was surrounded by a group of beautiful clams. Little White Dragon was very beautiful. When there was a conflict before, the beautiful clams didn't show anything. Now that they had a misunderstanding, they all surrounded him. They were really beautiful, with different temperaments. Little White Dragon's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Before he could say anything, two beauties of the clam tribe grabbed his hands and dragged him into the cave. Seeing his stupefied appearance, the beauties of the clam tribe giggled. Beside him, a fragrant wind lingered. Little White Dragon was like an immortal, seeing stars. Entering the cave mansion, Kai Yang stood in front of a statue. This statue had existed for who knows how many years. It was placed in the middle of a square inside the cave mansion. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It could be seen that the person who had carved this thing was very proficient in this field. Using a sword or an axe, the statue's movements were perfectly executed. The only thing that puzzled Kai Yang was that this statue did not have any facial features. Bang Bang stood at the side and explained respectfully, "The Clam clan received the Supreme God's legacy, but we didn't have the fate to see the Supreme God's true face. An ancestor set up this thing here for the Clam clan to worship and worship. They didn't know what the owner of the skeleton looked like, so no facial features were carved. However, they knew that the owner of the skeleton was definitely extraordinary, so the sculpture was majestic." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Do you want to complete it? It just so happens that someone here has seen the great emperors." Bang Bang was shocked. The flowing time great emperor had fallen for countless years, but there was actually someone who had seen it? How long had this person lived? However, since there was such a good thing, how could she refuse? She quickly said, "This is the wish of my Clam clan's ancestors. If it can be completed, it will be my Clam clan's fortune." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Xiongqi. Among this group of people, only old Xiong had seen the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. Although Yang Shao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the great emperors, they didn't know what the old man looked like, so when they heard this, they looked at Xiongqi expectantly. Old Xiong didn't decline and flashed out from behind Yang Kai. His expression was very dignified. He looked up at the huge sculpture, and a trace of nostalgia and grief flashed across his face. After a while, the nostalgia and grief disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Old Xiong's demonic aura shook slightly. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura condensed at his fingertips, turning into a carving knife. He flew up, and the carving knife turned into an afterimage. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 3665. Old Xiong did not stop at all. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Although he was not good at this, with his strong cultivation, it was just a piece of cake for him. Even though it was just a piece of cake, Old Xiong was very serious. Every turn of the knife mark was condensed from his life's cultivation. After 30 breaths, Old Xiong put away his knife. Everyone looked up with different expressions, but most of them were surprised. The flowing time great emperor, what a great reputation. Even though he had fallen countless years ago, there were still legends about him in this world. Such a character was definitely different from ordinary people. Such an expert would definitely be extremely rare in this world. But in fact, when Old Xiong restored the honor of the great emperors, everyone found that the flowing time great emperor looked very ordinary, very ordinary. With such an appearance, if she was placed in a crowd, no one would pay too much attention to her. But what did the great emperor's abilities have to do with their appearance? He was the flowing time great emperor, great emperors, so his ordinary appearance would be extraordinary because of his name. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yang Shao and Yang Shui went forward and personally burned 3 sticks of incense for their master and kowtowed a few times. After the ceremony, Bang Bang led everyone into the main hall. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance. The Clam clan had already prepared a banquet and were only waiting for the distinguished guests to take their seats. A beautiful Clam clan girl was arranged beside each of them to serve them gently. Below them, there were even Clam clan girls singing and dancing. A disaster turned into a misunderstanding, and now they could see the 2 esteemed disciples of the Supreme Divinity. Bang Bang was very happy and kept toasting. Although the Clam clan lived under the sea, there was no lack of resources here, especially their home-brewed wine. It was mellow and rich, and it had a special taste. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bang Bang suddenly said, "I'd like to let the 2 of you know that in this sea, it's not only the Clam clan that has received the Divine Lord's favor, but there are other sea clans that are in the same situation as us." The Clam clan worshipped the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor as the divine venerables. Thus, the two disciples of the divine venerables were the venerables. Addressing them as such was a form of respect, so there was nothing wrong with it. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, you mean, Bang Bang, smiled and said, this is the important thing that I wanted to tell you just now. Previously, I didn't know the identity of the Divine Lord and that there were still successors in this world. Now that the two of you have come to find me, I can't hide it from you anymore. He paused for a moment, then said, the supreme god's remains of my Clam clan were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, along with some words. Our ancestors said that the Clam clan isn't the only one that has received the supreme god's remains. In this sea, there are other sea clans that have also received the supreme god's blessings and have been thriving in this vast sea. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao, who had been drinking, stopped drinking and looked at Bang Bang. He asked, Your Majesty, do you know where those sea clans are? Bang Bang smiled and said, I don't know about the others, and I can't be sure either. However, there's one place that's very likely. Yang Shui and Yang Xiao asked together, where, 50,000 miles west of our Clam clan's territory is the Shrimp clan's territory. That old shrimp most likely has the supreme god's remains in his hands. Most likely? Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows. Bang Bang said, because that old shrimp has lived for many years. If it wasn't for the supreme god's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long. The Clam clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The Shrimp clan situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Xiao immediately stood up and said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui, little ant, what do you think? Yang Shui called him junior brother, and he called Yang Shui little ant, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, let's go together. Bang Bang quickly said, Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The Shrimp clan situation is quite different from our Clam clan situation. They might not be willing to return the supreme god's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too. Yang Xiao glanced at him and said with a smile, Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp? If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Xiao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Bang to explain anything and continued, this is a family matter of the flowing time great emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it. No matter what Bang Bang's intentions were, as long as they knew that the Shrimp clan had the remains of the great emperors, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Bang was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Xiao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, then, Bang Bang wishes both your Majesties a great victory. After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the two descendants of the flowing time great emperor did not want to wait a moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Bang pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Xiao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, Father, what did you find? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui, you have all grown up. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, when you grow up, you have to walk your own path. Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood, Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave? Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, yes, there is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then Big Brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Xiao, Yang Kai's face became serious. Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Lu Yan and Uncle Xianxia with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people. Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Xiao became excited, then let elder auntie and old Xiong go with father. Little auntie and I will take care of Shizuan's matter. Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time great emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Lu Yan and Xiongqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled, although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, you must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids. Father, I am more than 500 years old. Yang Xiao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued, although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful. After a pause, he said, if you encounter any danger, remember to use the space spirit bead. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui nodded together, we will remember. Also, when you are done here, Xiao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, father, you are so long-winded. Yang Xiao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. Then I won't be long-winded. Go, go. Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Xiongqi, and Lu Yan stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, let's follow them. Unless it is a life-or-death situation, try not to make a move. Fear of a strong enemy, and the need for more manpower, was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the two kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Lu Yan and Xiongqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Lu Yan and Xiongqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Xiongqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the two kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Xiongqi nodded, hid his figure, and quietly followed. Lu Yan, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. 2 to 3 times, he rubbed her head until it looked like a chicken coop. Lu Yan, on the other hand, was smiling with a satisfied look on her face, not saying a word as she chased after Xiongqi. With Xiongqi and Lu Yan secretly looking after them, Yang Kai was relieved. On this sea, there should be no one who could threaten their safety. Everyone left, big and small, all at once, leaving Yang Kai standing alone in midair. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and slapped it directly on his chest. Yang Kai used all his strength in this slap, and with this slap, 2 of his ribs were broken. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy, soaking his clothes. His face was pale for a while, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Standing in place, Yang Kai coughed for a while, then panted for a moment before urging his space principles and activating the space spirit bead on his wrist. His principles surged, and Yang Kai directly disappeared, arriving at the other end of the space spirit bead in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression, he blurted out the words he had prepared, "GZ Army, Yang Kai greets Iron Blood." Fuck. A proper greeting suddenly turned into cursing, which was too sudden. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to be disrespectful to the great emperors, but the scene in front of him was too unexpected. Even if Yang Kai had imagined thousands of scenarios, this scene in front of him was definitely not one of them. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the space spirit bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors. Logically speaking, after the space spirit bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp, but when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-rank demon king closest to him. That high-rank demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shermo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shermo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shermo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The two behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shermo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shermo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Shermo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Mo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. This time, Mo didn't even make a sound. In less than 5 breaths of time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai's specialty was fighting above his realm. Now that he had become a high-rank demon king, he could even put up a fight against a false emperor like the Wind Monarch. What did killing a fellow high-rank demon king count for? With Mo dead, Yang Kai opened his right palm, revealing a small bead. The Space Spirit Bead. It was the one Yang Kai had given to the Iron Blood Great Emperor in the Seven Mist Sea. There were only 2 reasons why this Space Spirit Bead had appeared on Mo's body. The first was that Mo had killed the Iron Blood Great Emperor and then plundered his spoils of war for the Space Spirit Bead. But could a high-rank demon king kill one of the great emperors? That was obviously impossible. Even if Zhan Wuhen stood in place and let the high-rank demon king fight for 100 years, the great emperors wouldn't be injured. A high-rank demon king couldn't possibly kill the great emperors, so there was only one possibility left: the great emperors had secretly placed the Space Spirit Bead on Mo's body. The uses of the Space Spirit Bead were no longer a secret in the star boundary. It was convenient for communication and fast for teleportation. When Yang Kai had given the great emperors a Space Spirit Bead for no apparent reason, Zhan Wuhen knew that Yang Kai had something to do with him. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't like Yang Kai, so he didn't say anything and directly accepted it. Then, he turned around and placed the bead on a demon king. Once Yang Kai activated it, he immediately appeared in the demon cave. When he understood this, Yang Kai's face darkened. His 300-foot-tall half-dragon body killed a high-rank demon king as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. After killing it, his face turned gloomy, as if he didn't have enough fun killing it. The demon race was trembling with fear. The huge demon race camp was filled with densely packed demon race troops. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few figures sped over from afar, all of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. It was obvious that they had sensed the commotion here. A half-saint's speed was extremely fast, and they would arrive in a few breaths' time. They hadn't arrived yet, but their auras had locked onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept a glance over them, and lightly inhaled. Soon after, his voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Tell Kenyi to wash his neck clean and wait for me. There will be a day when I will definitely take his head. When he finished speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint of demon race closest to him, and lightly sneered. He took a step forward, and his huge figure disappeared. After a few breaths' time, several figures landed at the place where Yang Kai had appeared. A few half-saint of demon race finally arrived, but Yang Kai had already left. Only a pool of filthy blood remained. The half-saints' expressions were very ugly. Under the heavy army, Yang Kai came and went as he pleased, and even killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it. He even left behind such a ruthless sentence. How could the half-saint have any face left? Although this action didn't cause any harm to the demon race, and they only lost a high-rank demon king, it was equivalent to being slapped in the face. However, the half-saint couldn't understand. What was Yang Kai trying to do? Did he come here just to show off his strength? Or was it because of that sentence? Wasn't that a bit too childish? After racking their brains for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what scheme Yang Kai was hiding. They could only pass down the order to be on guard. How could Yang Kai have any schemes? He was also shocked when he suddenly appeared in the midst of the demon race's army. Fortunately, Kenyi wasn't nearby, or else he wouldn't have been able to return. The half-saint couldn't separate heaven and earth and prevent him from leaving, but Kenyi definitely could. If he really encountered Can Yi nearby, he would probably die there. He cursed Zhan Wuhen in his heart, and was extremely angry. However, since he had already come and killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it, it would be too abrupt if he left immediately, so he casually left behind some ruthless words. They weren't ruthless words. Yang Kai really did have such thoughts. Compared to the demon saint of the demon race, Yang Kai hated Can Yi even more. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, he didn't care about the living beings of the Star Realm, opened a passage between the two realms, and led the demon race's army to invade the Star Realm, causing the Star Realm to be in an abyss of suffering and suffering. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, Can Yi had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and it was his nature to acknowledge his ancestors. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Mingyu was alone and without help. Can Yi hid at the side and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Mingyu was severely injured, and that was the root of the disaster that followed. It could be said that Can Yi's sneak attack was definitely the last straw that broke Mingyu's back. Can Yi had to bear at least half of the responsibility for Mingyu's death. Yang Kai had received Mingyu's favor, so he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avenge him. Can Yi had to be killed. When he appeared again, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a fragrant bed surrounded him. Yang Kai was stunned again. This was a boudoir. He turned his head and looked, and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai had just spat out a word when he couldn't say anything else. His gaze moved downwards. First, he saw a slender and fair neck, then a full and towering semicircle, and then a flat and smooth lower abdomen. You're still looking. Yang Inflammation was furious. He raised 2 fingers and jabbed at Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, Yang Kai hadn't recovered from his shock before Yang Inflammation suddenly launched a sneak attack. He couldn't react at all, and was directly stabbed in the eyeballs. In an instant, his eyes hurt, and he saw stars. When he cried out, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. He steadied himself and blinked hard, tears flowing out of his eyes. Although Yang Inflammation had a sense of propriety and wouldn't really hurt him, it was certain that his vision would blur for a while. After a long while, his vision finally focused again, but his eyes were completely red as if he had contracted pink eye disease. Looking up, Yang Inflammation was already dressed neatly, and was looking at him with a cold smile. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He could see traces of killing intent from that smile. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the space spirit bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhan Wuhen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhan Wuhen." "Get out!" Yang Inflammation said. "Huh?" Yang Kai was startled. "Get out!" Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled. "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, why do you think of yourself as an outsider? Chapter 3667. Yang Kai chatted with Yang Inflammation for a while and relaxed the atmosphere a little. Seeing that she really wasn't angry, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He then asked her about the current situation of the battle in the Star Realm. Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "The demon race's escape route has been cut off, and many demon saints are powerless to come to their aid. Now, only Kenyi is left to preside over the situation, so what kind of waves can he make? What's more, you've brought back so many helpers from the demon territory, and there are even 3 demon saints. The time, place, and people are all on our side. If Li Wu-Yi still can't wipe out the invading demon race in one fell swoop, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, this kind of matter can't be rushed. If we want to settle this matter, we won't be able to succeed without a few years of hard work." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies of the Star Realm had already finished assembling. They fought steadily, forcing the demon race into a small area in the Western Territory. They had already launched a few probing attacks, and each time, they achieved a great victory. In addition, Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, and Bai Li Mo had formed another army to disrupt the morale of the demon race's army. These days, quite a few demon race members had already brought along their families to join them. The situation was very good, but Yang Inflammation was also right. This kind of matter couldn't be rushed, and needed time and effort. Although the demon race's escape route had been cut off, the number of invaders that had invaded the Star Realm in the early stages was still uncountable. Wanting to completely annihilate or subdue such a large base was indeed not a simple matter. Firstly, they had to guard against the demon race's desperate actions, and secondly, they had to guard against the stragglers from the demon race infiltrating the Star Realm. The 54 legions each carried out their duties and surrounded the demon race in an iron formation. Once the time was ripe, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. The GZ army had just been established, and they had neither generals nor soldiers. Everything was in the midst of preparation, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, Hyoji was in charge there, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much. Furthermore, the elimination of the demon race in the astral world was just the beginning. The ultimate goal was to return to the demon territory and completely devour the demon race. In the future, the GZ army would shine brightly and make a name for itself. After talking about the war, Yang Yen changed the topic. "Do you need something from me?" If there was nothing else, Yang Kai wouldn't have used the sealed world bead to appear beside her. Yang Inflammation was well aware of this. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After so many years of friendship, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Where's the Iron Blood Master?" "I want to see him," Yang Kai said. Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master are currently working together to track down Kenye's whereabouts. Previously, I specifically instructed you not to contact him unless it's extremely urgent. If you really have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass on the message for you." Yang Kai was stunned. The 2 masters are looking for Kenye's whereabouts? He instantly understood why the space spirit bead that he had given to the Iron Blood Master would appear on a demon king's body. Kenye was the only one left in charge of the demon race. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the king, and shoot the horse. As long as they could get rid of Kenye, the demon race's army would collapse without a fight, and the Star Realm's army would also be able to avoid many losses. However, Kenye's honorific title was Night Shadow, and he was best at concealment and sneak attacks. Even if the Iron Blood and Serene Soul worked together, it would not be an easy task to track him down. The slightest movement would alert the enemy. As a precaution, Zhan Wuhen first threw away the space spirit bead, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear at a critical moment and alert Kenye. "That must be it, my ass." Yang Kai originally wanted to find a suitable excuse for Zhan Wuhen throwing away his space spirit bead, but now it seemed that Zhan Wuhen was prejudiced against him. Otherwise, he could have stored the space spirit bead into his space ring. With the space ring isolating the inside from the outside, Yang Kai would not be able to directly connect to that space spirit bead. Not being able to find an excuse to comfort himself, Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master is not here, so it's the same to look for you. I need to make a trip to the territory of the lower plains." Actually, Yang Kai still wanted to find Zhan Wuhen to refine another army commander's token for him. Although the original army commander's token was still there, the sealed Great Emperor's divine technique was already gone. Yang Kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Without the Great Emperor's divine technique token, he felt like something was missing. Because of this, Yang Kai had even slapped himself before leaving, making himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Zhan Wuhen about the hardships of the Zhanfeng monarch after meeting him. However, now that he couldn't even meet Zhan Wuhen, there was no need to mention this matter. If you want to go, then go. You're the guardian of the territory of the lower plains. That's your territory. If you want to go, who can stop you? Yang Yen couldn't help but laugh. How do I get there? Yang Kai blinked and looked at her. Yang Yen said curiously, haven't you already refined the source of the territory of the lower plains? If you can communicate with the source, it will guide you. Yang Kai shook his head, I know what you're saying. I've tried it before, but there's a barrier between the heavens and the earth. If that barrier isn't broken, I can't enter the territory of the lower plains unless I can break the barrier. Yang Yen was still smiling, when did you try it? You can try it again now. Yang Kai frowned. It seemed that she wasn't joking with him. He immediately immersed himself in communicating with the source of the Hangluo star field. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Yang Yen explained, the star boundary and the star field are inseparable and closely related to each other. If we take a tree as an example, then the countless star fields in the lower realm are the roots of this tree, while the star boundary above the star field is the crown of this tree. We cultivators are the fruits born on this tree. The fruits are nourished by the roots and slowly grow. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the fruits to return to the roots. But if you're the guardian of the lower plains of the territory, you can use the source of the lower plains of the lower plains of the territory to find the root of your birth. Yang Kai nodded. He had known this for a long time. When he first refined the source of the Hangluo star field and returned to the lower plains of the lower plains, he tried it. As long as he could communicate with the source of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains, he could feel the existence of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains. If he couldn't break the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains, he would never be able to return, even if he was the master of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains. And this barrier and isolation came from the star boundary. Hangluo star field was his territory. Naturally, it would always be open to him. Back then, Yang Kai thought that he could not go back, so he came to look for Zhan Wuhen. Normally, when a lord of a star territory wants to return to his own star territory, he does need to go through the star court. However, you are different. You have obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. You have the recognition of the star boundary. As long as you want to, the star boundary's barrier will not stop you. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked curiously, then, where is the star court? What does it look like? He had heard of the star court a long time ago. He thought that he would be able to take a look this time, but he didn't expect to see it. Yang Yen smiled. Star court is just a name. It's not a place. Yang Kai was surprised. Yang Yen explained, a long time ago, the star boundary and the lower star territory could freely travel. As long as you were strong enough, you could go to the star territory if you wanted to. If you wanted to go back to the star boundary, you could go back to the star boundary. There were no obstacles. However, you also know about Wukong. Wukong is just a very special example. Other than him, there were other powerful people who wreaked havoc in the lower star territory. It's just that they didn't cause as much trouble as he did. A jackal suddenly ran into the home of a group of white rabbits. Naturally, it could do whatever it wanted. Even if the laws of heaven and earth restrained the jackal's fangs and claws, how could the white rabbits be a match for the jackal's size? Wukong was a relatively special jackal. In order to practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he wreaked havoc on one rabbit nest after another. Wherever he went, the stars would collapse and the star territory would be wiped out. After the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, the surviving Great Emperors gathered together and spoke one after another. They felt that it was not a good idea to let things go on like this. The lower star territory was the root of a big tree. If the jackals and wolves caused too much trouble, the tree would also die. Therefore, the Great Emperors joined forces to lay down a restriction in the star boundary. From then on, the people in the star boundary could no longer easily return to the star territory to do evil. For this reason, the Great Emperors also specially set up an organization called the Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star territory. The Star Territory Protector was also born. The Star Court was an organization, but there was no specific location. When the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, the Iron Blood Castle was in the Star Court. When the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul were in charge of the Star Court, the Serene Soul Palace was in charge of the Star Court. If it was the turn of the Great Emperors of the secular world, the Star Court would be where they were. Because the restriction was jointly laid down by the Great Emperors, it could only be performed by using the recognition of the star boundary. Therefore, the restriction was not very useful to people who were also recognized by the star boundary. In other words, the Great Emperors could ignore this layer of barrier. Yang Kai could not return to the star territory before because he did not have the recognition of the star boundary. Now, it was different. He had obtained the bright moon opportunity and the recognition of the star boundary, so he could come and go as he pleased in the star boundary territory. However, this did not mean that he could go to whichever star boundary territory he wanted. Without the star territory origin to guide the way, who would know which route was the Hangluo star field with so many routes in the star boundary? Fortunately, he had the star territory origin. The origin and the star territory were closely related. No matter how far away they were, there would be some connection. This connection was not clear, but it was real. Only people who had refined the origin would be able to sense it. What are you going to do in the lower star territory? Do you still have your woman there? Yang Inflammation smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to go to the lower star territory because there was the suppression of the star boundary law. No matter how strong you were, you could only use the power allowed by the star boundary law. This was very uncomfortable for the strong people in the Emperor realm, unless they were the guardians of the star territory, or had the support of the Great Emperor's restrictions, such as the people in the Star Court. Yes, I still have 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I need to bring them over. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Inflammation sneered and waved his hand. Go. Bring them over for me to see. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed loudly. Then I'm leaving. Chapter 3668. Before he left, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and waved his hand, summoning the dead Wind Monarch out of the small sealed world. Wind Monarch still looked the same as before. Although he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years, he couldn't heal his wounds at all. The only reason he could live until now was because Yang Kai had some use for him. Yang Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed as she swept her eyes over this figure and muttered, the wind is laughing? How did you catch him? You know him, Yang Kai smiled. How can I not know him? He is one of the 4 great emperors of Demon Heavenly Way. He is very famous, Yang Yen smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Wind Monarch lay on the ground and showed her a flattering look. It was sad that a dignified fake emperor had fallen into such a situation. Yang Yen looked Yang Kai up and down again. No wonder you were injured. Even your hair is white. Are you okay? Yang Kai's chest was stained with blood, but it was self-inflicted. The injuries he suffered in the battle with Wind Monarch had been healed for 10 years. Yang Yen was a little curious before. After not seeing Yang Kai for so long, even his hair had turned white. Now she understood. It must be because he consumed too much energy in the battle with Wind Monarch and lost a lot of his lifespan. It's okay. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. I will leave this person to you. He is one of the 4 great emperors, so you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Leaving Wind Monarch alive was mainly to dig out some information about Demon Heavenly Way from him. It would be best if he could follow the clues and find the hiding places of the other 3 great emperors. Demon Heavenly Way was the cancer of the star boundary. Although it wasn't as large as the demon race's army, they were very secretive, so it would be difficult to find them. Now that he had caught a big fish like Wind Monarch, he naturally had to make good use of him. Yang Yen nodded. I will remember your contribution. I will tell Li Wui later. Also, tell the great emperors that in order to catch the Wind Lord, I even used the divine technique in the order of the army commander. Later, ask him to give me another copy. Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity. Yang Inflammation chuckled. No problem. Whether or not we can make up for it depends on the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't insist. Alright, I'm leaving. Come back early. Yang Kai nodded. His mind connected with the power of the origin in the star territory. His body shook and he suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Inflammation. This time, when Yang Kai communicated with the origin of the star territory and traveled to the Hangluo star field, he suddenly fell into a colorful world. His surroundings were grotesque and variegated. Time and space were infinitely distorted. There was no sound, no shadow. There were only dazzling colors. Yang Kai could feel himself moving at an incredible speed, but he couldn't control the direction of his movement. He didn't panic. He inexplicably understood that he would arrive at his destination. Yang Kai carefully enjoyed this extremely special trip. It didn't take long, perhaps only 3 to 5 breaths of time. Yang Kai only blinked once before the dazzling colors around him suddenly faded. Then, Yang Kai found himself in a vast star field. An indescribable feeling of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if he had returned home. He had indeed returned home. Yang Kai didn't need to look carefully. He knew that he had returned to the Hangluo star field. The star territory origin he had refined resonated with this star field. Inside the star territory, the stars were brighter at this time, emitting a dazzling light. Throughout the star territory, on the cultivation stars, hundreds of millions of creatures looked up in surprise. They didn't understand why the sun and moon today were bigger and rounder than usual. Not far away, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, each time accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that in the void, 2 fleets of unknown forces were attacking each other. The battleships were fierce-looking, with the longer ones several thousand feet and the smaller ones dozens of feet. Star cannon after star cannon shot out dazzling white light towards the opposing battleship camp. The 2 fleets had about the same number of battleships. One side was painted red while the other was painted black. The strength of both sides was about the same. Yang Kai didn't know how long they had been fighting, but both sides had suffered considerable damage. Some of the severely damaged battleships were pulled to the rear for emergency repairs. The battleships at the front activated their defenses, dodging and attacking at the same time. The scene was indeed in full swing. However, based on the current situation, it was likely that both sides would suffer in the end. No one would be able to gain any advantage. Yang Kai watched for a while, blinked, then raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed his left hand at the Red Fleet while his right hand at the Black Fleet. He clasped his hands together and moved them left and right. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun and the people in the two fleets felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, there was no trace of the enemy in front of them. Even the position of their own fleets had deviated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the original battlefield. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to stay in place. They dragged the damaged battleships and rushed back to their nests. For the cultivator of the two fleets, today's encounter was extremely bizarre. But for Yang Kai, it was just a casual act. It was like seeing a small stone while walking and casually kicking it. He wasn't trying to save people. Although he was the master of the astral boundary, the billions of creatures in the astral boundary all had their own destinies and opportunities. He couldn't take care of them alone. But seeing others fighting to the death as soon as he returned home was a bit of an eyesore. So he took action and pulled the two fleets apart. He really pulled them apart, directly pulling the two fleets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A moment later, seeing the two fleets fleeing in panic, Yang Kai turned around and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai flew down from a dead planet. It could be seen that this dead planet used to be glorious. There were still some strange-looking buildings left on the planet's surface. But the flowing time Great Emperor had been very long, so only a few vague traces of these buildings were left. The origin of the dead planet had long been destroyed. There was no sign of life on the stars. Yellow sand was everywhere. Even the periphery of the stars was full of fierce gales. An ordinary cultivator couldn't even get close, let alone fly down. The environment was bad, but Yang Kai didn't care. He came to the territory of the lower planes to study the Tao of divine technique. He wanted to create the universe and refine heaven and earth. The dead planet was just right. If there was a cultivation star with life, he couldn't do it. Looking for a tall mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and focused, calming his mind and regulating his body. This took more than 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the law of space surged. His divine sense surged and covered the entire mountain. The mountain buzzed and rubble rustled down. Vaguely, the tall mountain seemed to be in a trance. If an outsider saw this from afar, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was because the mountain seemed to have shrunk in size after being in a trance. The shrinkage wasn't obvious, but it really did shrink. Even the mountain seemed to be a few feet shorter. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot. The high-rank demon king who could kill powerhouses of the same level as him with a raise of his hand seemed to be facing a great enemy at this moment. His demonic chi surged endlessly. As his demonic chi surged, the mountain also surged, constantly expanding and shrinking. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Kai Yang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The mountain had returned to its original state, but the originally barren mountain now had countless huge cracks all around it. Those cracks were like ravines, dividing the mountain into tens or even hundreds of pieces. Blinking, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. After seeing Li Wuyi refine Indefinite Mountain and carefully studying the jade slip he had left for him, Yang Kai more or less had his own understanding of the heaven and earth refining technique. At first, he didn't think it would be difficult, but when he started, he discovered that the difficulty was not ordinary. Indefinite Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain below, but it was still refined to the size of a palm by Li Wuyi. It wasn't that the space of Indefinite Mountain had shrunk, but that the law of space had played a role. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the space was still the same. If anyone didn't believe it, they could enter Indefinite Mountain and take a look. What Yang Kai wanted to refine was not Indefinite Mountain, but it was much larger than Indefinite Mountain, enough to accommodate the inhabitants of 3 cultivation stars, so even if it was smaller, it didn't matter. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight, one had to slowly familiarize themselves with it. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to use the barren mountain below to practice, but he discovered that although the mountain was barren and the star had died, the mountain was still a part of the star. Refining a mountain couldn't be rid of the star refining technique, which was a bit too much for him right now. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, sat down to meditate for a while, and then shot up into the sky. Shortly after he left, a gust of wind blew over, and as the wind blew, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain turned to dust and scattered with the wind. It wasn't that the wind was too strong, but rather that Yang Kai had failed to refine it. The space principles had crushed every inch of this mountain, so the barren mountain had been reduced to dust. This was the result of a failed refinement. It was precisely because he knew this would happen that Yang Kai had chosen this barren mountain to practice on. Otherwise, if he tried to refine this beautiful world and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high, and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 3669. When Yang Kai was roaming star territory, he had encountered this kind of meteorite sea several times. This time, taking the initiative to search for this meteorite sea reminded him of many past events, and he couldn't help lamenting how weak he had been back then. Finding a meteorite about the same size as the barren mountain from before, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on top of it. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai began meditating. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his demonic chi surging, his divine sense surging, and the space principles filling the air. As Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the meteorite under his but also constantly shrank and expanded, but the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, the barren mountain didn't change much after expanding and contracting, but this time, every time the meteorite expanded and contracted, its size would shrink. Again and again, round and round, 7 days later, the huge meteorite was only half its original size. Another half a month later, the meteorite was only a few dozen meters wide. A month later, the meteorite was the size of a millstone. But Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, instead becoming more solemn. The space principles and demonic chi fluctuated more and more rapidly, causing the millstone-sized meteorite to expand and contract faster and faster, but the progress was getting slower and slower. A man who had walked 100 steps was half a 90. Yang Kai had cultivated for so long, so how could he not understand this simple truth? Strictly speaking, this meteorite was the first small world Yang Kai had refined, so he couldn't be careless or make any mistakes, so Yang Kai put all his attention into it. Time passed little by little, and the millstone became smaller and smaller. It took Yang Kai a month to refine the 1,000-meter meteorite to the size of a millstone, but it took him a full 3 months to refine this millstone, and the further he went, the slower the refining progress became. Since the beginning of the refining, a full 4 months later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and stretched out his hand, catching a bead in the palm of his hand. The bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, and it didn't have the slightest aura, just a stone bead. However, Yang Kai held it in his hands as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few laughs, Yang Kai's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. In a flash, the Dharmakaya, Baiya, and Baizhuo appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, the two veteran half-saint of demon race groaned at the same time, and their expressions changed abruptly. When the two devils appeared, the flow of demonic qi in his body suddenly became sluggish, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Not only that, in the star field, a great hostility descended upon them. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, monitoring their every move. Baiya and Baizhuo both thought that there was a strong enemy nearby. How could they not react? Don't panic. It's just the suppression of the laws of the world, the Avatar hurriedly explained. Baizhuo and Baiya hadn't experienced this before, but they understood the mystery behind it after thinking for a while. The plane was low level, and martial arts were weak, but the world was still a beautiful place. It wasn't alive, but it had a spirit. When it sensed the power of two existences that were beyond this world, it would naturally reject them. This was its means of self-protection. Yang Kai also encountered it when he returned to the territory of the star field. It wasn't a privilege of the two half-saint of demon race. After hearing the Dharmakaya's words, the two half-saint of demon race relaxed. However, at this moment, a huge meteorite silently approached them from behind. Even someone as strong as Baiya and Baizhuo didn't notice it. The meteorite directly hit the back of the two half-saints' heads, causing them to stagger. The half-saint was very strong. Even if they were hit by such a huge meteorite, they wouldn't be injured at all. On the contrary, the meteorite was torn apart. However, such an encounter was really embarrassing. It was just a meteorite that hit them. What if it was a fierce divine technique? The Dharmakaya lightly coughed and said, "Generally speaking, people above the Origin King realm who come to this world have bad luck. The world was hostile, and even the world didn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't have good luck. The two half-saints of the demon race weren't so bad, just being hit by a meteorite wasn't a big deal." Yang Kai, on the other hand, had tripped and fallen when he came here. "Why is that?" Baizhuo frowned. The Dharmakaya said, "The territory of this star field doesn't like you." What he said was inexplicable, but it was the truth. Who would like a few insects in an ant's nest? "Then why are you fine?" Baiya asked curiously. He clearly noticed that the Dharmakaya wasn't suppressed by the world principles here. The Dharmakaya grinned and pointed at Yang Kai, "The territory of this star field is his, so it is also mine. He was his family, so how could he drive them away?" "Why is he asleep?" Baizhuo asked curiously while looking around vigilantly for the meteorite that was shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was indeed asleep. Although he wasn't snoring, he was definitely not unconscious. While sleeping, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had encountered something good in his dream. Although the two half-saint of demon race had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they didn't know what happened before. On the other hand, because the Dharmakaya was Yang Kai's clone, he could freely open and close the small sealed world, so he could see what Yang Kai was doing outside. When he noticed that Yang Kai had fallen asleep, he immediately appeared. "My mind is tired, I consumed too much energy, but I'll be fine after some rest." While speaking, the Dharmakaya took Yang Kai back into the small sealed world and placed him in the medicine garden for the two little wood spirits to take care of. The two half-saint of the demon race stood on the meteorite and looked at the vast star field, both of them sighing with emotion. Such a beautiful scenery had never been seen in the demon territory. The demon territory was dying, so not to mention the continents that had already disappeared, even the continents that still existed were faintly filled with death chi. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by ordinary members of the demon race, but with the strength of a half-saint, how could they not notice it? The demon race wanted to find a way out, so they invaded the star field. Looking at the star field, this star field was indeed a little low level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Baya took a deep breath and said, "Brother Fa, I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Baizhua also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Baya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Baizhua and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Baizhua and Baya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteorite. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yang Kai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yang Kai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yang Kai blinked and laughed, "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yang Kai didn't want to force them, so he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone the size of a baby's palm was the result of Yang Kai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. The Dharmakaya stood guard outside, standing on a meteorite several times larger than the previous one. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the Dharmakaya grinned, "I've found a place for you." Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and smiled, "Just what I wanted." In the end, this was his own avatar, so sometimes he didn't need to say anything to know what it was thinking. Yang Kai had planned to find a meteorite of this size to refine again, but the Dharmakaya had found one ahead of time. The meteorite under his feet was more than 5 times larger than the one he had refined before. With such a large size, the difficulty of refining it would naturally increase, but Yang Kai estimated that it would take no more than 4 months. Although he had only practiced once, he had already understood several key points, so if he refined it again, his efficiency would be greatly improved, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the first time. Moreover, as his comprehension deepened and he became more proficient in refining, this kind of thing would become easier and easier in the future. Atop the meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as the Dharmakaya nodded, "I'm going back." Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and put it back into the small sealed world bead. Chapter 3670. After retrieving his embodiment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. In the star field, two figures were rapidly approaching. They were just two small black dots when Yang Kai first noticed them, but after a few breaths, they became the size of a broad bean. After a while, they landed in front of Yang Kai. They were the two half-saint of demon race who had gone out to enjoy the scenery of the star territory. Yang Kai smiled at the two of them. "How is the scenery of the star territory?" Baizhua nodded lightly, "It's spectacular and beautiful." Baiya continued, "Magnificent and magnificent." The two half-saint of demon race looked amazed. They were so happy that they didn't want to go back. It was as if they couldn't wait to settle down in the star territory and never return to the lifeless demon territory. Yang Kai nodded and said bluntly, "Were you struck by lightning?" Baiya smiled arrogantly, "We are the half-saint of demon race. We can control the sun and moon and crush the stars with our fists. What kind of lightning dares to strike us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt flashed in the void, like a swimming fish, and struck straight at Baiya's back. Fortunately, they were still members of the half-saint of demon race. Although this murderous intent came silently, Baiya reacted quickly. He turned around and punched the lightning bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning bolt disappeared and Baiya took a few steps back. It wasn't that Baiya was weak, but under the suppression of the world principles, he couldn't use too much strength. If he forced himself, he was afraid that this star territory would launch an even crazier counterattack. Purple lightning flickered in the void, and the star field's divine lightning was flickering. It could strike again at any time. Baizhua sniffed and smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, you're still free and unfettered in the small sealed world. It's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Yang Kai laughed and quickly took the two half-saint of demon race back into his sealed world bead. When he returned to star territory from the star boundary, Yang Kai also had bad luck. Not to mention tripping while walking, being struck by lightning was a common occurrence. Now that he saw others with such bad luck, Yang Kai couldn't help but gloat. The thunder and lightning in the astral world might not be able to do anything to the two half-saint of demon race, but it was truly annoying. How could they still have the mood to appreciate the scenery in the territory of the astral world? Naturally, they hurriedly returned to hide and seek peace and quiet. After taking in the two half-saint of demon race, Yang Kai once again immersed himself in refining. Days passed, and the asteroid sea never stopped, continuing to move forward, as if it was sliding towards the end of the star field. However, as time passed, the huge asteroids in this asteroid sea decreased one by one, while the number of stones in Yang Kai's hands gradually increased. He couldn't succeed in refining every time. Once he failed, no matter how big the asteroids were, they would explode into dust in an instant. The crushing power of the space principles was not something these asteroids could resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had become increasingly profound. 3 years of universe creation and world refinement had brought him more benefits than so many years of cultivation. After all, this was a matter of pursuing the essence of the Tao of space, and it was also a form of self-improvement. Now, refining the asteroids was no longer as difficult and superficial as it was in the beginning. With just a thought, a small world could be formed. No matter how big the asteroids were, they couldn't meet the needs of Yang Kai's cultivation. He left the asteroid sea and shuttled through the star territory. When he encountered a suitable dead star, he would fly down and escape into the core of the dead star to sleep. When he woke up, the dead star would become a stone bead. In the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai made rapid progress. He felt as if a door had opened in front of him, and there were endless golden lights and endless treasures waiting to be excavated. Awakenings could be long or short. The longest was 1.5 years, while the shortest was 3 to 5 months. It depended on the size of the dead star. The bigger the dead star, the more difficult it would be to refine, and the more time it would take to refine it. Conversely, it would be easier. His connection with the star boundary was not cut off. Although he was in the star territory of the lower star territory, Yang Kai was the master of the star boundary territory. He had advantages that others didn't have. With the help of the space spirit bead, he could contact the High Heaven Palace or the Seven Fog Sea at any time. The situation in the star boundary was good, and the demon race was powerless to resist. It could be said that ever since Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Now, the demon race that had invaded the star boundary had either been killed on the battlefield or absorbed into the demon-suppressing army commanded by Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, Bai Liamo, and the others, causing their strength to plummet. Under the encirclement of the 54 legions, a single battle had already tipped the scales of victory and defeat. There were also many casualties in the star boundary, but in war, this kind of thing was inevitable. The various legions were aware of the situation, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. Not only did the demon race suffer heavy casualties, but the demonic path also suffered heavy losses. The Wind Monarch was handed over to Yang Inflammation by Yang Kai. Falling into his hands was no different from falling into the hands of the great emperors. The Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask about this at all. He directly used a soul-searching technique on him, and then found out a lot of secret information about the demonic heavenly Tao. With this information, the Seven Fog Sea eliminated hundreds of strongholds of the demonic path, and also killed a general of the demonic path. After the Wind Monarch, the Fire Monarch was ambushed by the Seven Fog Sea in an inconspicuous town in the northern territory of the star boundary. Li Wuyi personally led the team, and there were more than 10 pseudo-emperors under his command. Although the Fire Monarch was not weak, he could not escape. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. In the desperate battle, the Fire Monarch self-destructed, and the Seven Fog Sea was also covered in dust. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The situation was good, but the war between the two worlds was far from over. When the demon race broke the seal one day, an even fiercer war would set off a frenzied tide. At that time, every corner of the two worlds would be engulfed. It was because of this that the star boundary urgently wanted to solve the internal problems, eliminate the invading demon race, and cut off the wings of the demonic path. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai, and there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he stayed in the territory of the star boundary and continued to explore his own space Tao. One day, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. The original Death Star had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling stone bead appeared in his hand. However, looking at the stone bead, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although it was said to be deep sleep, in reality, it was just a state where one's body entered the star core and fused with the stars. This was a state between waking and sleeping. This was also a cultivation and refining method that he had discovered in recent years. It was very efficient and also allowed him to better understand the laws of space. Therefore, in this state, he was aware of everything that happened in the outside world. However, he would not have any reaction at that time. After waking up, everything would be imprinted in his mind. A Death Star turning into a stone bead was nothing new. In the beginning, Yang Kai was a little excited, but after doing this kind of thing many times, he gradually got used to it. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that there was a living person inside the stone bead in his hand. In other words, there was a living person in the original Death Star. This person was not someone who had lived on this Death Star from the beginning, but an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded a month ago. Yang Kai was at a critical moment of refining at that time, so how could he care about it? As a result, when refining the Death Star, this person was also refined inside. However, the other party had no idea that the Death Star he lived on had been refined into a stone bead in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai focused his vision and peered inside the stone bead, only to see an almost imperceptible little figure hiding in a cave on a barren mountain, peering up into the sky. The little person should be injured. The blood on his clothes had dried up and his face was a little pale. Even though he had been hiding here for more than a month, he had not recovered. He originally wanted to scout out the enemy situation, but when he looked up, he saw an incomparably huge figure blocking his field of vision. That figure was so vast that he could no longer see the sun, moon, or stars. There was only this figure. Caught off guard, Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground in fright. No one would be able to react well if they were caught off guard by such a scene. However, before she could understand it clearly, her vision blurred and she suddenly found herself in a star field. Looking around, she saw a white-haired young man standing beside her, looking at her helplessly. On the other hand, the Death Star she had been hiding on was gone. The little person looked surprised, somewhat unsure whether what she had just seen was real or an illusion. If it was real, how could there be such a huge creature in this world? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. The main reason was that she had been so frightened just now that she did not see what the huge figure looked like. If she had seen it clearly, she would have exclaimed because the young man in front of her was exactly the same as the giant. Inexplicably being in a star field, Yang Kai was very alert and immediately retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai while staring at him vigilantly. Who is it? At the same time, she swept out her divine sense, trying to spy on Yang Kai's depths. With a thought, Yang Kai released his origin-returning realm aura and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the other party up close, Yang Kai found that she was a woman in her early 20s. Her figure was plump and her legs were long and slender. What was even more surprising was that she was a first-order origin king. Yang Kai was a little surprised. In the star territory, the origin king realm was the peak. In the early years, all the origin kings were famous and he knew most of them, but none of them matched up with this woman in front of him. Obviously, she had just broken through to the origin king realm in the last few decades. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the woman's face became fierce and she ground her teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." So fierce. Kai Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Strictly speaking, he had only casually glanced at the other party. He hadn't even looked at her carefully, but she had still scolded him so harshly. It was obvious that this woman's temper wasn't very good. The woman looked around suspiciously and asked, "Did you see something just now? What are you referring to?" The woman frowned as she looked up at the star field and waved her hand impatiently. "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken."